will be.
I would say they're at least back on the road to being back.
They were in the ditch after America's Cup.
They were literally dead in the ditch at the side of the highway. And it was really sad too, because they obviously all felt so terrible about it. Mm-hmm. And so that always feels, really bad. Obviously, that it weighed on them heavily. Mm-hmm. And so it was super nice for me to see like a lot of them, tweeting afterwards and stuff, how they also, their tweets weren't like, we're back, oh my God, we're so good now, we're the best. Most of their tweets were like, well, that was, at least a good confidence booster. It's just the opening, one series of a normal season, so it doesn't mean a whole lot, but it is good to get a confidence boost back. Because I felt like they really did need it like that. Like, the previous finals from Lock-In Tournament and America's Cup were obviously devastating, for them overall. And so really nice to see some positive mental to get back in there, especially against Lyon specifically. Yep. Because, Inspired has the aura and like he can really get into teams' heads where they're just always like, oh my God, this guy always does the perfect play. What do we do? Like, how can we even like do anything? So I liked how, we can all meme on Blabber for like getting the Omega counter jungled as Sejuani versus Jarvan. But like he kept his mental strong, kept going for the, CC plays. And it was turbo underfed, but they still are able to, win the game. Yep. And so I at least like the positive mental angle for them.
Yeah, I saw Vulcan and someone was just kind of like walking back in the hallways after they won, and I was just like, oh, like nice dub or whatever. And Vulcan was seemed really happy and stuff. So it's just nice when it's like you see the players that are really struggling after rough results. Like the players can look super down. Understandably, they're putting everything into this, and when you don't get the results, it's pretty depressing. So it's always just fun when you see them like they're feeling good about it. They know not everything's fixed, but it's cool to see people happy.
And especially when people are criticizing Cloud9, they're always judging them by a much higher bar than most of the other teams in the league. Split? Exactly, because you're judging the top teams by, are you literally the very best? And so it's good and healthy to get those boosts back in.
Yep. Yeah, you know who I think the series was huge for, or at least I think it was huge for APA, because in that game 1 he got a solo kill onto Saint, and I think he needed that. I think he genuinely looked like a different player after he died his Annie to Saint's Ahri that one time.
He got all chatted on too,
Yeah, Saint like swagged on him so hard for that solo kill, and it was just the fact that APA he could have avoided it so many different ways. He didn't drink his health pot. He didn't flash. He thought there was no way I ever die here.
He overstayed,
and then he died. And then Saint's all chatting him back, and that I think actually shook him. I don't know for sure. I'm not inside his head, but based on how he played afterwards and based on how that situation must feel, I imagine it felt pretty bad. So I think him getting that, because his Nivea solo kill on Rise was pretty sick. It was like perfect amount of mana, perfect amount of damage to actually take out Rise there. I think that was like he needed that to heal mentally.
I mean, we can just talk about this series before we go to the break, and we'll talk about the rest. But I mean, it doesn't fix all of Cloud9's problems winning one best of 3 in a regular season, because again, people will not think Cloud9 fixed their problems unless they literally win the split, right? Because that is the metric by which they are being judged. Yeah. That is the bar at which you are being held. So that is really, really tough, right? Only one team does that, and if they're not that team, people are going to say, I knew it. They choked, they did whatever, because they're a top team and they're kind of being held to that standard. But it still is like, while it doesn't fix all their problems, I think it was a really important win for Cloud9. You talk about APA, but I just think a lot of them, it's like, if you come back after a tough finals, after a really tough America's Cup, and then you play Lyon right in the opener and you get super styled on, just 2-0'd, slammed, like after game 1, even just seeing the player cams and Cloud9 walking outside, they looked pretty down. And you never want to read too much into it, but sometimes you can kind of like tell when the vibes are off, just like seeing the players. And sometimes a team that's like really in a good mood, in together, when they lose, they're just like walking off stage together, they're chatting about it. And sometimes they look really depressed and none of them are talking to each other and all of them are spread out. And it's like, you can tell sometimes when a team needs a win. And I felt like after America's Cup and stuff, felt like Cloud9 needed a win. And so it was nice to see them, be able to pick one up, especially from a really tough start in game 2. But it was a pretty fun series. I mean, I know there's like kind of like extra things going on. Inspired had his ear infection, so he had to play not in stage. He was playing in what we call Howling Abyss. I can't even think of the proper name right now. But in the kind of other studio by himself. So he could not wear his headset all the way on and stuff. So there's some other things going on maybe that affect a little bit. But I feel like overall Cloud9 played a pretty solid series. And yeah, I mean, I think from both that and talking to a lot of the players, people still have Cloud9 up in the top 3, right? Like everyone is saying that it's Cloud9, it's TL, and it's Lyon, even though TL obviously had a bad split last in lock-in. People still have them up there, so I feel like Cloud9 should be happy, and I feel like it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, I guess we're going over the whole series. We should go over the series from the Lyon side of it also, because you have to look at it from the other side. Even though Lyon, everything was all roses with them, winning finals and going to first stand and getting some international play and stuff, and we're like, wow, look how much this team has improved over such a short period since coming together, in just the short lock-in tournament. They did one of their classics where they got the Dokla counter pick with the Kennen onto Thanatos Renekton. But like I've seen this counter pick so much, and it's like once you kill the Kennen one time or like get the Kennen's flash or something, then it's like the Renekton. It's so hard to deal with a good Renekton player because they can use the wave to just jump on you and put so much pressure on you. And then when you see a Kennen that's a Gunblade Kennen as well behind, like Gunblade Kennen doesn't have like plan B, there's not a lot of like other directions you can go. You can once you're there, like you are a squishy little rat with a tiny gun, and you're pretty far behind the curve. So I don't think it made me like more worrisome or anything for Lyon, but I feel about the same about this team as I previously did. Some games they look really, really good. Then some games they're not as coordinated, and you start to get a little worried. And you're like, well, we did have a lot of these comps listen in where everybody's on point and they're all going the same directions. But then we also have comps listen ins where there's like questioning each other's positioning and like flaming, and then it's some of these non-coordinated plays. So I don't think there's any particular issue with the flame side, by the way, as far as the one of the hot topics, of course, is always Inspired. Not only how he directs the team, but how they interact. And I remember I'm only just remembering now, so I don't have the actual interview. I'll try and look it up afterwards so I can quote the actual interview. But Dokla had there was a tweet where Dokla had done an interview
talking about
with
Inspired.
someone. Yeah, I don't know if you can look up who did it exactly, so we can credit. But Dokla was like, yeah, you're not supposed to have everything be rainbows and sunshine within a team. He thinks that he basically thought that it was a good thing that they could critically discuss problems very quickly and assert them. And he basically was saying that he didn't have a problem with Inspired being direct and blunt and communicating his opinions on the correct play and correcting those things. So I don't know if you found it yet.
Yeah, it was from Nayman.
Nice.
They did it, and the quote was, he's probably the best teammate you could possibly want. Inspired is always tryharding, always critical of every mistake, and very objective. He doesn't sugarcoat. It's really easy to play with. That's exactly what you want in a teammate. That's Dokla talking about Inspired. And
so it's like a professional view of, hey, let's get to this criticism and solve the problems and type of thing.
And also that reminds me of it was Sheep Esports that did the Diamond Prox interview.
Nice.
I forgot to mention that. But I do think they talked about this on pros as well. Emily was kind of it was Ignar, FBI, and Contracts were on pros, and she kind of asked them about their point of view on like how Inspired talks and like that sort of thing. And it's the reality is it's going to be pretty subjective. Some people respond really well to super direct feedback, and some people maybe are a little bit more sensitive. Maybe you have to sugarcoat it a bit. It's like the reality is you kind of have to cater your feedback a little bit to the player. Maybe you shouldn't have to, but that's just kind of human nature. Everyone's different and takes things differently. And also I think a point that was really good that they were talking about a bit is it's like, hey, if you're winning every game and things are going well, it's a lot easier to then hear, hey, like you really messed this up, like we should do this better, but you won the series, versus like everything is crashing down around you, you're struggling, you're losing all your games, and then this guy's like, hey, you lost us the game here.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you have to take into consideration like the mental state of the team and the kind of like situation and stuff.
Yeah, I think that point you made is huge because it is the case that, you know, if you win a game and someone points out a mistake, you can look at it and be like, oh yeah, you know, that was a mistake. But if you lose, it does start sounding like you made a mistake. Is like, yeah, this is why we lost. It was like your skill as a player is like not enough for us to win kind of deal. And so it can feel very personal. So I get that. And that's something that I definitely like had to learn as a player, because I don't think I was quite on the sensitive versus like blunt scale of feedback. I'm more on the blunt side, but probably not like European levels where I think they're like, you know, very, very direct about it. But especially when I would have some Korean teammates, I think Korean culture is like very much so on the other side, where I remember, I think it was like on 100 Thieves with Ryu and Someday. One time during feedback, I'd like point out something they do. I was like, you're trolling here, which, you know, to me, it didn't feel like aggressive at all. Right. It's just like, you know, making a mistake. But then I got feedback afterwards from like a translator coach that's like, hey, like they were kind of offended by the way you phrase this. And I was like, oh, okay, my bad. Like I wasn't trying to. So I think it is important that you understand who you're giving feedback to and like what they respond to. Because even if you don't mean to offend somebody, you don't want to, right? And if you learn that you did, you should apologize and just try to learn from it.
Yeah. That is one of the biggest questions and topics that we had for this team, even when this roster was announced for Lyon, because of the star power and the possibilities of how each person's going to take it and work together. Yeah. So excited to see where they can get to, but they're definitely not the perfect team yet. Obviously, it's been a very short amount of time.
Yep, but it is exciting, and we always talked a lot about the series because it was our finals rematch and everything. We are going to take a quick break, though, and then we'll be right back after this.
Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it.
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. It is time to talk about the next week's matches that are coming up. I think we'll just start looking forward from here on. So Saturday is going to be starting with Shopify versus Team Liquid Alienware. And these are two teams that, you know, did not have the split that they wanted in lock-in, but, you know, did have a bounce back week. Obviously, like differing degrees. You know, TL was looked at as a title contender, if not, you know, the favorite, and finished, you know, fourth. Shopify didn't get a single win, but both of them starting off on the right foot. And I think it was a pretty interesting one to talk about, because I feel like people are pretty high on TL, obviously from scrim rumors, but also from the fact that they like looked pretty good against Fly. But I feel like I was more negative on their series against Fly than a lot of people, and I don't know how you guys came out of it feeling, but watching a lot of those fights, I felt like Fly was trolling more than TL was outplaying in a lot of times. And I think specifically to the MF game where Masu was playing MF, where it just felt like they were so disjointed, or even the FlyQuest game where they won, where, you know, I mean, let's be honest, FlyQuest bot lane was smacking Core and Yon.
Oh, that was crazy.
The Corky Nami one?
Basically all games.
Yeah,
even the first game that they lost, they 2v3 killed them, and then they 2v3 killed them again. I mean, Jose showed up later, whatever you want to say, 2v2 kill into a kill back with the jungler, whatever you want to call it. But they were smacking them. But even the Corky game, it felt like FlyQuest, it's like you have this teammate who's so fed, but you still want the game to be about you, and these solo laners just kept trying to do things and dying. And I'm just like, when you're that person who's Omega fed and you're in game, at least I'm always just thinking like, just don't fight without me. Like I'm 10-0, just fight with me and we win every fight. And it just felt like the solo laners for Fly kept trying to do things. And so it's weird because yes, TL did win. Yes, I think that is a positive step against a pretty solid FlyQuest team, but I felt like FlyQuest was trolling a lot of those fights, and I felt like even from gold advantages, some of their fights looked really close and had major mistakes from FlyQuest. So I came away from this a little bit uncertain still of TL and how to evaluate them, because it's like, yeah, you won. Yeah, everyone's still telling me you own in scrims, but like, you were up like 5K, 6K in some of these fights and barely winning with like big obvious mistakes from the other side.
You're still not buying.
I'm not buying.
Yeah.
No, I remain to be convinced.
Yeah, I know we were joking about because I still put TL third, I think.
Yeah.
About how
but-
you're exactly the same too. But
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I'm not gonna trust the Scrim Bucks, but like it's still kind of like it's a slow process. Like I still kind of trust the Scrim Bucks.
Yeah. I'm not getting rid of all my Scrim
And
Bucks.
I talked to Spawn again, obviously, and where I was basically like, well, sorry, bro. Like he was like, I've never won so many scrims in my life. This is crazy. Like basically, I'm like, all right, you know what? Scrim Bucks though, they're not accepted on stage, and he's like, they will be soon though. And I'm like, ooh. So I'm kind of waiting for it. And then when you get a win, then I'm immediately ready to be like, all right, that's good. The Scrim Bucks are back. At least to me, the positive things I want to latch onto for TL were Quid and Jose, just individual performances.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely some team fights for sure for TL. Could definitely have been better. I think bottom lane phase for sure.
They got stomped.
There were a lot of moments. I will say though, Masu and Crowdgen, I already had as one of the best, if not the best, like laning duo early on. Like they had already been smurfing a lot.
Yeah.
So it is, very good opponents, but for sure,
But
we
Core and
expect
Jan used to be-
expect more out of Jan and Core JJ.
Yeah.
Because that's what you rebuilt this whole roster around. That they literally rebuilt the whole team around that core because they were so confident in Jan and Core after the previous year. And so that's definitely an area for improvement. But I did latch on to, oh man, Quid and Jose, because that was one of the things that was so exciting about the signings here with the, everybody wants Quid basically, or wanted Quid. And to see some big carry performances there for TL, I was pleasantly surprised there, pleasantly validated a bit. Then I don't know.
You were feeling pleasant.
I'm still keeping. I think the third placement, the one step up bump was probably accurate,
Reasonable
probably
so far.
good. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
reasonable.
I think from the FlyQuest side, definitely their bot lane super impressive. Just absolutely smacked. I think outside of their bot lane though, it is not looking so hot. Especially, I think Griffin does not seem very connected with his team. I think in a lot of the games, in a lot of the plays. I don't remember. I think it was game 1, but there was a situation where FlyQuest bot lane had got a 2v2 kill, I think, and then Griffin was on the way to help them in the fight. But he wasn't needed, so then he went and started Dragon, and then FlyQuest bot lane recalled, and then Griffin ended up getting pushed off Dragon afterwards, which, I think anyone who's jungled in solo queue has had this happen, and you're just like, I hate my bot lane for that. But you don't really see it on stage. I feel like you would either have the team do Dragon or not do Dragon. It felt very odd to see them try to do that kind of play, which is just greedy and not possible. So yeah, I think in the end of last split, we saw a lot of games where Griffin's early plays just weren't working out, and then he got like really behind, snowballed on, and we've seen a little bit of that again so far this split. Like the Ambassa game was kind of rough. So I don't know if it's his decision specifically or the way that he's working with his teams, but I still think that is an area that they need to improve in.
I feel like Quad was griefing in some of those games too. I mean, if we're just gonna talk backwards, like the Any game, there was, I know some people were flaming Griffin for this, but there was like they were above mid lane by topside scuttle, and Griffin was going up there and sees Jose, and then Jose is kind of like pushing him back a little bit, and he backs off, and it's like your jungler literally just saw the Pantheon walk into mid lane, and then Quad just kind of stays there, and he could have just walked towards the bot side river, and there's no possibility of a gank. And he just kind of like tries to walk straight back, knowing that the jungler was already there, and just like dies and gives first blood. And I think he even late flashed, if I recall. But like he died there. And then in this game where I felt like even with the lead that TL had, there was some pretty close fights, like some really low health bars and whatever. The fight that I feel like it really sealed it was like this top lane fight where Quad goes and pushes out a wave. They literally see TL clearing wards in their topside jungle. They have no vision there, not a single ward because the last ward gets cleared. You know that they're topside. And then he just inexplicably, he's not even trying to walk to mid lane. He's literally trying to walk to his base. He clicks back through the jungle and then up towards his base. And just like face checks them and gets arrowed and just loses 95% of his HP instantly. And then everyone from FlyQuest tries to come over. And even with that, it ended up still being a close fight. But like Masu had to flash instantly. Like the fight was just kind of a disaster. But I felt like he was trolling on his pathing in a few of these things. The Xerath game wasn't really selling me. He just kind of like ended up farming even against the Azir, and then was very disrespectful in the side lanes. Like when he had no flash and the wave is pushing towards him, he just like walked up and face checked Jose on the Xin and got solo killed. I feel like Quad is not playing his best at all. So I mean I think you can go beyond Griffin, and really just like the top side to me has not been living up to expectations.
I think Gatkos has been okay. I don't think Gatkos has been a weak link for them. He's kind of on the like tanks and whatnot. So there's only so much you can do, I think, in those situations. But yeah, I think that Quad and Griffin not playing great so far. Definitely gonna need to see some more from them to kind of feel better about this team.
It kind of feels like FlyQuest. I don't know if you guys get this vibe, but I feel like their players sometimes just get bored and they're just like, I need to fight, I need to do something. Like this Mundo game, even though they won it and Griffin didn't die in the game and Gatkos only had the one death, it was this that Corki game where Masu super carried, and there's just this fight bot lane where it was like it just felt like they literally got bored, where Jan, like Gatkos just tries to like E in on Jan with 0 Narbar, and Core is right there, and he just gets like wild growth and polymorph,
right.
and he just has to flash back immediately. He's low health, and then Griffin sees them, and you can freeze frame it. And Jan is, I want to say, at least 90%, if not 95% HP. Core is full health. They have barrier. They have like all their stuff except for wild growth. And Griffin just pops his ult and runs at him. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, just don't fight where the Corki is not. And Jan at that point was down, what, like 60 CS, 70 CS, or something like that, and actually got to get well, I don't want to say free because he uses flash, but he got to get a kill on Gatkos and like be back in the game a little bit. But I just get that vibe with FlyQuest sometimes where they're just like, not enough has happened in a little while. Like, I feel like I need to do something. They just feel like they lack patience, even in winning spots.
Yeah, I don't know if I said this last week for them, but I see it as a lack of planning kind of issue. Like it usually feels like they don't have super long-term game plans within the game, and it would make sense. I don't even know if that's actually true. Obviously, this is all just theoretical and speculative, but it seems like they could definitely benefit with some more clear in-game leadership and like more long-term planning. We need to do this and this and this. This is how we're going to win the game, and like they're agreed and in accordance a lot earlier than currently, because I feel like that would lead to a lot of the scenarios kind of like this, where it's like more reactionary or spur of the moment, or kind of take X fight, instead of having in your minds of like, all right, we need to get this item or this timing or something like that, maybe. So obviously this team is all super, super young, so that those things can be hard to figure out within the team. I know that there are, Masu has talked about it several times about, I got to be a leader now. And he's usually been like a fairly quiet person in real life, and it's kind of similar things with Quad. They're kind of the more quiet carries, and when Inspired was on the team with Quad on FlyQuest, they talked a lot about he needs to ask for more, what he needs, and communicate more and stuff like that. So just kind of theoretically you could see where that might be an issue for this team. That is something where they could make huge gains if they can figure out some sort of system to help with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're probably one of the least collective experience teams, so it makes sense that there might take some time to figure out what's going on.
I think it's a good point though, because it's one of those things where it's like, if you just talk about in game, hey, Corki is about to hit this item, we have this many dragons, like just farm, play defensive, set up vision, we'll fight at the next dragon, we'll do this. If you have that plan set out, then people are less likely to just be like, ooh, I can kill this guy, and just kind of like go for it. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Maybe they do need to work on having more of a kind of like a long vision. That being said, obviously we talked about this individual series quite a bit. I still think TL is pretty heavily favored over Shopify. Obviously Shopify did have a very dominant series over Dig. They kind of smacked him.
Oh man, that last game.
That one was over in like 3 minutes after a 20-minute
last
pause.
game was a smacking for the ages.
Yeah.
For sure.
That was one of the funniest games I've seen. Like,
Okay, so we actually have a clip as well because our producers before we didn't sometimes like we ask for clips and stuff ahead of time. They just put this one in there from the Dig and Shopify series. That is the top lane sequence, which is from let me check here if it was actually the first. It's from the second game, and it's the one where Dignitas are like trying to get back to their top lane outer tower. Hold on, it's volume is on. So Photon's up there, and it's the one where like here, look, videos that I'm sure you can remember the one, but
I remember.
It is just so it's the hilarious one where you have Palafox on the Twisted Fate, and he's like running to the tower as the entire Shopify team is trying to zone them out, but there's two traps from the Caitlyn next to the tower. And Palafox is like, I can't step on these traps. And so then they just poke him down there anyways, as he's like cornered in the tower. But then the funniest part to me is look at the follow-up after they kill Palafox. This is maybe 1 second, maybe even less than 1 second after they've just killed Palafox. They're still clearly all here, positioned behind the tower. And then XU tries to run into that same exact position under the tower as Pantheon. And we're like, brother, Photon just teleported out
To base,
and,
yeah.
and Palafox just died out of there. Like, where are we going? And I was just cracking up.
We're going to KBBQ.
Yeah, this play was great because they showed a replay afterwards of Palafox's player cam reaction.
Yeah.
And we also got to see the ref behind him was
he's
also laughing at it. Because I don't blame him. It's such a ridiculous thing to happen. I genuinely think this sequence from Dignitas was like one of the worst macro sequences I've seen from a pro team in a long time. And I don't say that lightly because this situation of
Because he's seen some
how often do you see a team where you're 5-man proxying their tier 1 and most of the time it'd be like, okay, these guys are overloading the lane, just let's do anything else. But instead, so before this, FBI is a lone bottom. He could push in the wave to the turret and just get plates and catch back up because their lane didn't go great. But he just recalls.
Understatement of the century.
He just recalls for no reason. And then for some reason, they're just like lemmings walking into the turret one by one. They're like, we have to get to our tier 1 turret. We cannot let them continue to proxy us. And they just had 2 people sacrifice one by a time. I was just looking at it like, dude, what are we doing? That is such an absurd sequence of events. Like, I do not know what Dig was thinking.
I actually want to hear like what Photon was thinking, because Photon's like, I'm out of here. He's Ornn. He's trying to like clear the wave. Then he goes to keep the next wave. And then he teleports out. I'm like, I think he had the right idea there. But the replays are just so funny. You mentioned not only the player replay for Palafox laughing, and then the ref behind him laughing. They also showed the coach reaction. That was synced up with the time. I was like, oh my God, production is so smurfing this, because everyone instantly, as soon as this play is happening, everyone's just cracking up and laughing. And I thought they smurfed it because they also got the coach in real time being like,
Yeah.
what are we doing, guys?
If that would kill me as a coach if my team did that. I would be like, dude, what the hell?
I mean, this game was cooked so fast, though. I think B-Boy, he had the biggest gold lead at 8 since 2020. So in 6 years. So bot lane was not going well. You could definitely say that. I mean, this game was absolutely cooked. Shopify, I feel like, it's when we power rank them in lock-in, I think they were like around 4th-ish. They were boosted a bit above that in the average because Kangas had them first. But I feel like they could be a solid middle of the pack team. We'll just have to see, right? Like it remains to be seen. These guys were on pros, people from both sides of this matchup, and they're kind of joking about it. Kind of sounded like Dignitas loses to everyone in scrims and Shopify only beats Dignitas is kind of what I walked away from after watching this. But I feel like if Shopify can be competitive against Liquid, then I will be a lot more excited for this team, and I'll believe that they could go a lot higher. But I did not feel like there was much to take away from their win against Dignitas because, I don't know, I just think Dignitas looked horrible in that series, and I feel like XU and Palafox looked not good at all. I mean, Dignitas in general looked not good, but I feel like that was like Photon versus the world. It felt like in that series. He was playing Renekton in game 1, if I recall, and he had like a huge individual lead, and he was in a pretty good spot. Everywhere else was a disaster. And then game 2 they put him on Ornn, and I was kind of like, well, like Ornn might be good for the comp, but you have this comp where it was like Ornn top, TF mid, and then you have Yunara Lulu in this matchup bot versus Kate and what was the other? Nico or something?
Nico.
And so it's like your only chance to win the game, basically, like all you're doing is playing for bot, right? Like that's your only damage. And then bot goes bad instantly, and you're just like, all right, well.
Okay, well, here's the weird part about that game too. And I could not figure this out while I was watching it. Why did XU path up that game? Your entire WinCon's bot, Palafox ran bot level 1 to the bush to help his bot lane get some kind of advantage, because bot lanes do their ritual. Everyone rushed to the middle bush to try to get control of the lane. Palafox is there, throws a gold card. Didn't get too much done, but at least it was like,
They
a
lost
little
the
bit.
trade level 1, 2v3.
Yeah, exactly. And that's obviously not good for Palafox's lane to do that. But with the draft and what they did level 1, it's pretty clear your way to play this game is through bottom. You have an Ornn TF. Also, why did we pick TF in this game with Ornn top, Lulu bottom? It's not like you have great kill pressure, but anyway. But XU pathed up this game away from his bot lane, and then Contracts pathed down, and
Yeah.
it went about as you would expect in this situation. So I don't know. I'm not really an XU hater, but this was a very, very bad.
But
series.
if you were,
XU haters are eating good after that one, because that was right after dropping a 1-9 Skarner performance in the
really
game
bad
before,
series,
where pretty much everything he went for just made no sense and ended with him dying. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was jet lagged or something. I'm not sure, but surely XU does better next week.
Well, I had this whole thing. I don't know if you're listening to the cast, but I was talking also about like jungler's perspective on lanes like that, like the Caitlyn lane. And I was like, from champs, I was like, okay, well, you could address this Caitlyn Nico problem, but if you do, you have to do it early before they have already chunked out your bottom lane, and before like the problem just gets worse and worse, and then you cannot go address it because you'll just die also. And so you kind of have to like 3 camp go down there, or at least path down towards that area. But okay, Kobe's positives for this matchup, for this series that we just saw for the side for Shopify was that Zinni looked much better individually and in coordination with the team. And Zinni was the player that was so hyped up coming from LCK Challengers. Like this was the change that Shopify made, changing him for Palafox, and it went very poorly in lock-in tournaments, but he did not hesitate on his Annie plays, which it's critical for that champion. Like that champion will look so bad if you're getting outranged and hesitant with your plays. And so he smurfed that one, really well coordinated with the team and played individually well. And so that's the positive here for this Shopify TL matchups that is going to happen this coming weekend. Is that he looked a lot better with the team, and they're going to need that playing against Quid on Team Liquid, who, as we've brought up the story multiple times before, but obviously Quid's first split as well was quite poor, and then he won MVP the second split. So and he remains one of the best, if not the best, depending on who you talk to, mid laner in the league. So going against DL with Jose and Quid, I think both performing super well off of their last game. It's going to be critical here for Shopify to keep that up and to hope that Zinni can have a strong performance here as well.
I mean, I think there's lots of positives for Shopify. I feel like everyone on their team did pretty darn well. So it's just that it didn't feel like Dignitas was able to put up much of a fight. So I just didn't really feel like I got a better read on how good they are going to be amongst the rest of the competition. So this will be a really interesting one. Dig is also playing Lyon. This is another one that is obviously expected to be pretty one-sided. We talked kind of a lot about both sides, but yeah, Dignitas. Dignitas was one game away from knocking out TL in lock-in and making playoffs, right? So they obviously did all right in lock-in, and we're very close. Even in that final game, had FBI not gotten killed off on that Nico engage that he we heard the comms he was trying to bait, which obviously didn't work out. But I feel like I don't know. I'm hoping that this was just a bit of an aberration. Like they played horrible. They looked completely hopeless against Shopify, but they looked pretty decent in lock-in. So I'm hoping that they can at least, like put up a real fight and be pretty competitive, because I feel like coming into this split, I did expect that the midfield will be pretty wide open. And so I'm hoping that it doesn't just feel like Dignitas has the wheels completely fall off and gets just obliterated 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I would say. So I'm definitely not predicting Dignitas to win or anything.
Yeah.
I think everyone's going to predict Lyon. But I will at least say I don't think Dignitas is supposed to be as bad as we just saw this previous weekend.
No.
So that is the, hope angle for the squad. And I think probably the bar for Dignitas in this series versus Lyon is how good can you look? Nobody expects you to win. But how good can you look in multiple different facets of the game? Because there are so many, honestly, after the opening weekend, and obviously it's going to be really tough. Inspired led teams are usually very well coordinated. There have been some Lyon games though where hubris gets the better of individual players and they're trying to limit test, or they
literally versus Dig and Lock-in.
Yeah, they're desync sometimes. So you can try and upset the kind of hierarchy of the LCS here and go big. People are definitely not going to be expecting it after the previous series. But again, I think that was, even with people expecting less out of Dig, I think that was an underperformance that we saw.
Yeah.
I am very low on Dig right now. I think that was...
How low can you go?
I mean, every series has a team that loses, but some losses are not like other losses. And wow, Dignitas looked so clueless in that one. I'm going to need to see more from them. Until then, if I could redo my power rankings, I'll move them down.
Your expectations are low for Dig.
Would you put them at 9th or 10th? Out of 8?
Well, I would put them 8th, certainly. I didn't have them 8th before. I think I had them like 6th, maybe.
Yeah.
5th?
You had them highest. You had them highest.
Yeah. Whoops on that one. So
yeah, you had them 5th.
Oh, how'd that happen? Maybe typo. But yeah, I would put them 8th after seeing what I saw. It didn't feel like a decent team that had a bad game. It felt like a team that really was just, confused out there on the Rift. That they looked outclassed. And so, yeah, I mean...
setting up for the slingshot.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
They're building momentum.
The least expected.
I don't know. That was bad.
Yeah. It was tough. It was tough for
it
sure.
was pretty bad. But yeah, I mean...
Only up from here.
Nice to see Shopify do better. I think Shopify, they're on the up, which, they're inconsistent. Like I said, I think it was expected.
They're the only team that can still go undefeated. This
I never doubted them.
Yeah, they're in first place. Sole possession.
Now we just have to see, are they good or are they just better than Dig? And with Dig, we're gonna have to see. Was that really the best you could show?
No.
I hope not. I really hope not. Or they'll be hard to watch, because I don't want to see those kind of performances again.
Okay. They're already dead, Media.
Right. I don't know.
Is everyone and their mothers all predicting Team Liquid to win their series and Lyon to win their series?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Sunday, we have DSG Fly, which I think should actually be quite competitive. These are two teams that were really fun to watch in lock-in. They had a 2-1 series in lock-in. And, despite some of my criticisms about FlyQuest against TL, DSG is definitely an easier team. And one of the reasons that I'm kind of interested for this and think that Fly is pretty heavily favored is, while I think that Sajet and Lions can team fight pretty well, I think their laning 2v2 is the worst in the league. And I think Masu and Cryogen are smurfing the 2v2s right now. They just absolutely blasted Yon and Core JJ in their 2v2s. And this is a way easier 2v2 to go up against. So I am pretty worried for DSG through that angle. But that being said, if they can keep it close, I think Sajet is a really good team fighter. I think DSG showed us some really good stuff against Sentinels. And I think it's actually this or the Sen C9, but probably this is actually the most exciting matchup for me this weekend.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at is, did Yunara win a game this past weekend? I think I want to say like almost every Yunara game ended up with Yunara just getting completely blasted in lane, to the point where there's a C9 game where they went down pretty far with Yunara up against Berserker's Caitlyn. There was the TL game where they had to lane swap out of lane very early with Yunara. Like, it was just a complete bloodbath down there. And then there was the DSG Sentinels game where they were getting 2v2 dove at level 4 by a Vayne. So I'm wondering, did maybe this champ's
nice little average gold diff of negative 2,226 for Yunara. It's only 4 games, but every game Yunara got slammed.
Like, she was getting rolled. It's one thing to, pick a champion and lose the game with it. It's another thing to pick a champion and just get stomped in lane. So maybe the prio on her is a little high right now. Maybe there's too many strong counters or something like that. But I think that could definitely affect how these lanes go. Maybe teams just didn't have the right read on her. Because if everybody's getting slammed with it, then you got to kind of look at the champion.
Yeah, and I mean so especially if you're getting like the Caitlyn Nico style lanes and stuff into it, and people building around countering it. That's why we didn't see a lot of previously we didn't see a lot of first game Yunara picks. Usually it was a little bit into Fearless after some of these strong answers and counter picks and stuff have been worked through. I mean, usually Caitlyn actually doesn't show up super early in Fearless or anything like that either. But the heavy range stuff is definitely going to be difficult. Yeah. I will say though, last time that these two teams did play, FlyQuest did win. So it was 2-1. That was with Kisno before they got the Cryer in, which obviously was the excuse me the plan all along to get Cryer in. He's pivotal for the team, but it did showcase. Jesus, my voice I guess is gone. It did showcase, I think, a lot of the snowballing and the power of the individuals in the early game for FlyQuest that they were able to utilize last time around.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that was also just super positive. Obviously, Disguise won their series against Sentinels. That's really good for them. This series, more than anything, though, oh my God, Castle was blasting Impact. That was rough. Impact got slammed in every matchup. He got slammed when he got counterpicked. There was the sick predict on the Q.
That Aurora kill was dirty.
That was nasty.
That was so sick.
He predicted the Gnar flash with the Aurora Q and solo kills him under his tower instantly as he hits 6. Then the next game, Impact counterpicks him, and it's like, all right, time for some revenge. Got the volley bear. And he was up, to his credit, 20-25 CS. Good Ambessas, though, are very hard to kill because it has infinite dashes. They just kind of have to give up CS. So he was slowly winning the matchup. But then he just took the laziest recall of all time on this Volibear. And legit 10 to 15 seconds before it happened, I'm like, oh, he should be careful on this recall because he could get flash killed here. Because Ambessa just flashes forward and ease you and just kills you, right? Like, he was literally at 80 health recalling on his tower with Castle in front of him pushing it up. And he just didn't cancel his recall, didn't back off. And then, of course, Castle just flashes on Impact and kills him. And it's like, okay, well, there goes your counter matchup. Now you're solo killed in that one too. And then he got smacked in the Rumble game as well off of this early skirmish where Castle roams down and gets, 1 kill, 2 kill, whatever it was, that topside fight. But this was a horrible series for Impact and a really, really impressive series for Castle. So it's exciting to see. People talk very positively about Castle and have for years as an individual, but he's obviously always been kind of on lower end teams and sometimes the very bottom teams. So it was cool to see him shining against a team that's more expected to be like more middle or higher up, like Sentinels. And so I'm interested to see if he can kind of like maintain that level or at least an impressive performance against Gatkos too.
Yeah, one thing I want to say about that Ambessa kill on Volibear is I honestly have never seen an Ambessa do a Q2 flash the way he did to kill Impact there. Like, obviously, I think Impact was being pretty disrespectful with what he was doing, but the way that Castle actually executed the kill on him, I thought was pretty impressive. Like, I didn't even know that was a mechanic that you could flash during Q2 on Ambessa because it's kind of a weird thing to do, but yeah, it was smooth. It was cool.
I agree, but I also felt like it was coming, and I still agree with you. Like, I still agree it was really good, and but I could, when Ambessa, this champion, like, she has so many freaking tricks up her sleeve. Like, when he's positioning like this right outside of your tower aggro, and he uses Q1, I'm like, does Q2 flash reach? And maybe Impact was also like, nah, it doesn't reach.
Yeah.
But then
I mean, it was well played by Castle. I think the way Castle was killing Impact in these
was
matchups,
really
like,
good.
The Aurora predict, like that one was just so disrespectful.
That one was nasty.
That was crazy. It was so confident. He's like, he starts the dive with all. It's just like, I'm full committing to you. And then hard read on the queue. It's like, I know you're going to flash and I know exactly where you're going to flash. That was just, man.
That one was like, when everything is like some scale between misplay and outplay, right? That was like 95% outplay, right? And then there's obviously, I'm sure some stuff Impact could have done or whatever, but like that was just a sick play from Castle. To me, the Volibear recall was 95% misplay. That was just like, you just should not be recalling in his face. Even if he doesn't do Q2 flash there, like he can flash on you and kill you with an auto attack, literally. Like he was under 100 health. It's like anything, flash auto, E, flash Q, flash like literally anything and you're dead. And so it's not like Volibear has any instant reaction thing. Like the ult he had already used and obviously has a delay before you get the bonus health. The E takes a while to crash down. Like he has no ability to do something to react. It's not like you're barrier baiting him. It just made no sense to me.
Yeah, I think it was definitely disrespectful, but I mean, I gotta give Castle some credit.
Yeah, Castle played it really, really well.
I think he did that cleaner than most people would have. I think that Impact was definitely ready to flash it if he did it, but I don't know. Like when I watched it in real time, I was like, damn, I didn't think that Castle was gonna do it like that. Like that was kind of sick.
Yeah, that was super clean. I'm really glad that we got to interview Castle as well, because he was like, yeah, I've been in North America for like 2 years, and this is my first stage interview. Because he's been on so many, losing teams, and so that was super nice for him to get his moment, get an interview afterwards as well. Because Schmurf,
yeah, I mean that one was kind of shocked me when I heard that. It's like, oh my god, like he's been here that long and he hasn't been interviewed. But then you go back and you realize, oh okay, like some of the teams that he was on basically just never won, which makes it generally we do winner side interviews. And when you think about, so when he first came, he was on Immortals team that was like 7-22, and that's including game wins in best of threes, right? Like I don't know how many series they won, but not a lot, a couple. And then the next year, their win rate was like 10-27. So again, they maybe won a couple. And it's hard because when you have a player in this situation, I think Castle definitely should have been interviewed before that or been on pros or something. Like obviously he's a really fun player and he's a really impressive individual, but there's always, when it's a team that doesn't win a lot, there's so many players that you haven't heard from in a long time. So it's always hard to decide like, who do you interview, right? Like, when Scary Jerry came up with Disguise and stuff, and like that was kind of a cool story. People were talking a lot about him because people were excited about him coming through tier 2 and wanted to get a chance to have him on pros one time and interview him, and who he's obviously been around for a long time and is like a great interview. So people want to talk to him. So it's always tough, but I'm glad he got his moment and had such a good series, and hopefully we'll get a lot more chances to interview him and have him on some content.
Okay, so this one actually we should do predictions for everybody because this one is not predetermined for sure. Even though FlyQuest won last time around 2-1 still. Obviously we already went over. We got Cry written now. Mm-hmm. And the teams have had some more tape. So are you still you already were leaning towards FlyQuest?
I'm Fly 2-1. I just think it's the best laning bot lane in the league versus the worst laning bot lane in the league. And I think that is going to be a really big difficulty to overcome. And I don't see Castle being able to get the same kind of advantages they did against Impact. I think that's pretty hard to replicate.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I am going to say DSG winning just because I think that Kryra has looked a little bit more solid than Griffin to me. I think that also mid lane, Call Me versus Quad. I think the mid control is just going to be better for DSG. And I think that the way that they play together as a team is also better. And I think that FlyQuest, they got a great bot lane. I think Gatghost will absolutely do better than Impact did against Castle. But I think that even if your players individually are playing better, if you don't have that team play, it's pretty hard. So I'm going to say DSG, but not super strongly. I think it's going to be super close.
Yeah, it is going to be super close, and this is a really fun matchup because both teams have so many young players and talent that is very fresh out of tier 2. And I think probably I'm just going to guess that cumulatively, like this matchup between these two orgs, these two teams, is the matchup that would have the least number of tier 1 pro games played over the careers of all the players combined in it. So I'm super excited for it. And I do think it's going to be close. But man, because I was going to bring up Call Me as well. I think mid lane might go that way, but then bottom lane the other way. Castle's performing really well. It's definitely dicey. Honestly, in the end, I guess I'll go FlyQuest this time around, just because they won last time too.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys aren't more on the FlyQuest side, just because I feel like Masu and Cryogen are playing so well, and yeah, there was this really cool Vayne game, but like Daejeon and Lions just have not been a good 2v2. Like they are really good in team fight, but I mean, obviously it's not the whole game, but I just think it can be difficult. Like bot lane is so important in the current meta, I feel like right now. When your bot lane gets out of the game and you have to do these like jank lane swaps where you're swapping before role quests and like putting people in weird spots, I feel like those games are really hard to recover from.
DSG have just shown a lot of resilience in a lot of their games though, and have been able to, weather the storm and get to some good mid game strategies. So we'll see.
Yep, it'll be fun. Sentinels versus C9 is last one. We talked a lot about C9, obviously. Sentinels, we just touched on a little bit. They had their series versus DSG. Obviously, Impact had a horrific series against Castle. Overall, the series was actually pretty close, though. I think Sentinels were holding up. Hambach had a really really good Skarner game. That was kind of cool to see after the Sentinel CEO Rob Moore was on the pre-show, and he came on and he was saying how his favorite champion to watch is Hambach Skarner. And then it's like, well, that's random. And then he just picks it and smurfs on it. And you're like, okay, maybe it's not that random.
Yeah. As soon as he said it, I was like, we're going to clip this, bring that back. Because,
well, Hambach did play it in the playoffs of last split as well. And Skarner has gotten buffed since then. So I don't necessarily think he's this unbeatable pro play menace that he was for a while after his rework, but I think he's pretty solid. I think he's definitely not bad. His solo queue win rate is like
very
pretty good.
Yeah. That's
comparatively, because he was down bad for a while. So I'm a fan of the champion, and I think Hambach plays it pretty well. Skarner's an interesting champion because he's obviously not. When you think of hard champions to play, you don't think of Skarner, but I do think if you don't put enough time into the champion, there are some like pretty big mistakes you can make on him. I think using his E properly and his R both take some getting used to. They're not that easy to use effectively, and they're like, obviously extremely important and punishable if you mess it up. So
yeah,
I think you can tell the difference between a good and a bad Skarner player.
And stuff like chaining your CC together and like pulling them close to a wall to be able to get a good charge afterwards, and like getting them just over something, or knowing when they're not going to be able to bump over to the right position. So
okay, here's a Skarner mechanic that I didn't actually know the specifics of it till I went on the wiki, and I bet you most people don't know. So when he grabs you with his E, if he's been traveling for 1.75 seconds or less on his E, he'll grab you for up to a second. But if it's past that, he'll only grab you for half a second. So that's actually a pretty big thing as far as like being
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't really know it specifically either. And he speeds up the longer he's charging. So like a really good Skarner player is going to know the times where you can grab somebody and actually get the full pivot into the wall to get the stun, or times where you won't be able to do that and you just have to pull him as close as you can. Because in XU Skarner game, there was that one situation where it looked like he was gonna. I think he could have stunned Contracts into the wall, but he tried to drift them around some different wall, but didn't get far enough. So I think that kind of thing definitely is kind of like a experience thing for Skarner.
Put more time in on the champion, and then you get the feel for the exact amount of time when it's going to be long hold or short hold, I guess.
Yeah.
What did you guys think about the Smolder game in Game 3? It's like, was the Smolder answer to Yone?
What? I was so confused watching this. He just kept trying to gank bot lane. He was playing Smolder as if he was a Lissandra or an Annie or something. It was so funny to watch because I was just confused the whole time. He kept TP flanking bottom or roaming bottom, and they just had absolutely no way to kill anyone, but he just kept trying it. And it was just weird. His build also, Trinity into IE, maybe world first time those items have ever been built like that on any champion. This was like a season 3 Corki build or something. I don't know. I was so surprised when I was watching this. I was like, what are you doing, Darkwings? Like, I don't know. That was weird.
I mean, the TPs to me started after it was already kind of cooked because they had that topside fight at the Scuttle where they lost that fight. He lost his flash, had an early base. Then he came back with no flash, and Cryer was there, and he was trying to help him push out the wave. And then they got 2v2 killed, died. Then he like TP'd back, got solo killed by Call Me. It was like, okay, at that point, it's already pretty rough. And that was after his bot lane got 2v2 dove at what, 2 minutes or something like that by the Vayne. So a lot of things had gone wrong. But
I'm not saying he solo lost the game, but I'm saying the plays he went for didn't work, and I don't think there was any way they could have worked. And okay, it's like if you're playing a champion like Annie, I get looking for these things. You know, go for the low percentage plays that have some chance of working, but you're smoldered, man. Just go stack your Q. It took him, I don't know, 24 minutes or something to get his 225 stacks. And because like he was spending his time just looking for very odd ganks. I don't know. It felt a little desperate.
Yeah.
A little desperate.
This matchup already, the Sentinels Cloud9 that we are, looking forward to, is already really one-sided. So, last weekend's games didn't really sway my mind much. Currently, this year, Cloud9 are 6-1 versus Sentinels. They played a lot because they also played at America's Cup, and so we've got a lot of tape and data on this one, even though it was such a short split because they also played in America's Cup. And I got the stats ahead of time for basically people were like, well, what's the biggest diff in this series? And a lot of you might think, hey, it's probably going to be top lane, right? Thanatos beating up Old Man Impact. That's got to be the biggest goal difference in the early game at 14. Well, I've got news for you. It's not even the second biggest difference between these two. No, mid lane doesn't even score. That's the last one. The biggest difference so far, at least in the 7 games that they have played this year, AD carry has had the biggest early game gold gap. We take the 14-minute breakpoint because that's approximate for lane phase. Timing.
Used to be when
and jungle. So AD carry and jungle have gotten the biggest gold leads. Thanatos, of course, everyone is like, yeah, Thanatos obviously should just giga gap impact in lane, especially. But it's been overall a team gap. The averages have looked very, very good. Obviously, they've won most of the games, but it's not a great matchup.
Are these stats from their head-to-heads?
Yes, all.
Okay,
because
was that the one where Sven had the 8K gold lead or something? I think there was one game where Sven had
one of the games was
astronomical solo gold lead. So okay, I could believe that. I could believe that.
It's all of the 7 games. But
when I look at paper, I'm still when I'm ignoring those, I'm still thinking, it's probably still top lane. It's probably still the biggest difference.
Yeah, it's and kind of the way it's been has been fairly predictable, and Cloud9 have, I feel so much confidence in playing versus this team.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a good luck here. So honestly, I feel like this one's probably going to be pretty one-sided for our predictions as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to predict C9 for that one.
C9?
Yep, underdog story for Sentinels. I'm always rooting for Impact though. Yeah. He's he's a good friend of mine. I really like playing with him, and he's just a great dude. But he has really been struggling lately. Yeah. So I'm always hoping for him to turn it around.
I mean, last year I think he had a really rough year. Lock-in, I think overall Impact actually was playing pretty well. But obviously first week of spring was brutal. He got slammed by Castle, and then to be going from that into a Thanatos matchup is really, really tough. That is, the top laner that pretty much everyone will tell you is the best laning top laner in the league in Thanatos. So we'll see if Impact can have a bounce back week. I do believe in him and his work ethic. He's been so good for so long. So hopeful that he can bounce back because if you have a really bad year last year, and then if you're starting off rough this year, then it's going to be tough to to maintain your spot. That's kind of the reality. But it's going to be an exciting exciting weekend of games. I'm looking forward to it, especially the DSG versus Fly one. That's definitely the one I've got my eyes on. And that is going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Be sure to subscribe to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Also, leave a comment if you would like. We grabbed some questions here today for the episode, and we're going to continue to do that throughout the year as we so choose. LCS returns this Saturday, 1 p.m. Pacific, as Shopify Rebellion takes on Team Liquid Alienware. We'll see you all there.
Happy birthday!
Welcome to week 2 of the Spring Split!
Our producer was counting down. He had to be counting down to New Year's or our birthday.
He did not believe in us to make it, and
It is Lorena, our makeup lady.
The producer always counts down. What do you mean?
No,
That's
not always.
an everyday occurrence.
Not every day. Only on the weekend when we're working.
1. Big
Happy
G
New Year.
never misses a beat.
That's true. He doesn't. But he will soon. And we'll be here for it.
an interesting opening week.
Interesting opening to the show, too.
Who thought Shopify was going to be in sole possession of first place?
Yeah,
Going into week 2.
Unfortunately, not Kangas this time. You know,
Yeah,
he did last
He gave
split.
up on them very easily
And then this split where
after his overwhelming faith was not rewarded.
they are the only undefeated team in game score.
True.
Which is crazy.
And they're about to go up against Team Liquid Alienware in our first match.
Will they stay undefeated, Emily? In game score?
Spoiler for my predictions, no.
Oh, that's disheartening to hear. That's disheartening.
And later on, we have Lyon versus Dig, but you may be wondering why we have all these accoutrements to the set, including this fantastic phone. It's Stocks Day!
Oh,
Woo!
all
Get the
right.
visors out.
All right, guys.
Than's, Kobe.
We're going to
Oh, God, this is
decide
so
if we
big
want
on my
to
head.
invest. This is 3 of them in one. I'm going to put all 3 on. We've got
Put
1
those
week.
suspenders on,
We've got
Raz.
1 week of spring data to go off of.
That's all we need.
We need to figure out what to invest in early this split.
Yeah. First of all, though, it's fantasy, and I rarely have bragging rights in fantasy, but this week I do. So we're going to start with that.
Oh,
Because I
really?
went first. Let's go.
What the hell? She cheated. I know she cheated.
I didn't cheat.
That's a lot of insider trading.
It's
So-
actually because Contracts is on my fantasy
Those
team.
points are incorrect as well, by the way, because the thing's saved wrong, so I actually have 120. They did fix
Kobe
it.
is not that low. He's actually right below Jat in 4th.
No. Canonically, he's extremely low alongside Kangas. I'll take
He's
it.
missing like 30 points.
It's a buffer zone, otherwise I'd be second last. I need him as my buffer zone.
Too bad, brother.
I hate to inform you that, and a reminder, I love to inform you of this. The loser of the league has to wear clown makeup on broadcast.
That's not good.
Done by the winner.
Or gets to.
I'm going to do some sick clown makeup on you guys if I win.
See, I'm not concerned about Emily.
I want Emily to win, actually. She'll
Yes.
do the best.
She will actually be kind about the makeup she provides to people, where I will be drawing. Good luck, Kobe.
Yeah, I don't.
They're not going to let me on camera.
I don't trust Raz.
It's going to be interesting shapes and sizes.
We need to collectively stop Raz from finishing first.
You can play along with us, though. Just go to the LCS official .gg. We're gonna go over our different teams, though. Let's see if they even got. Okay,
Investing
so they
highly
did.
in TL.
They did update my team. It's not fully updated, but obviously there were some problems with the website in the first week. So the team and the points and stuff are a little bit off. But this is generally the idea, anyways, that I went for.
How many points are you working with?
I think I got Masu instead of Berserker, who was a bit cheaper. But anyways, yeah, I went with a lot of Team Liquid in the first week.
You went with a lot of Team Liquid.
Wow. Okay.
I went full Team Liquid, including former Team Liquid coach Swiffer. I just didn't have that much points to spare, and I felt like I got to dip into Team Liquid. Team Liquid was the best aspect of my last week, and I am doubling down.
I decided to mix in as many Lion players as I could because they're playing Dignitas.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And there's me, who you can see all my costs. I have a thing with Contracts, right, where if he stays on my fantasy team, he actually ends up winning, which is weird. So we'll see if that breaks this week.
I will say,
but my
you're
only
still...
swap from week 1 to week 2 was actually to pick Rainover as my coach.
I love how you have Thanatos on Gnar. You just don't have any faith that he's willing to pick a third champion.
He's willing to pick a lot of things.
Go for a
but he's
bigger
gonna
multiplier.
Go for a bigger
ton
multiplier.
Of stuff on ours. Hey, I didn't complain about yours.
Fair enough.
What'd
I
you
love
have?
complaining.
What'd you have for Morgan?
I don't
Renekton?
remember. I don't remember. It was probably Renekton. It was Renekton. It was Renekton.
Yeah, what?
Renekton.
Raz what?
Yeah, it was fully Renekton.
All right, so would we agree that both Team Liquid, Alienware, and Shopify stocks are up? Like,
They're way up.
Where are they at? We have the stonks board.
Oh, we do.
We can move stuff around.
So this is the interesting discussion. After the week 1 and the little bit of data that we do have, how good exactly do you think that these teams are performing? Because the story for Shopify was all about, oh my goodness, in lock-in, they signed Zinni, and there's so much Zinni hype.
True.
However, the Zinni hype completely flopped in lock-in tournaments. Raz, where are you feeling about the Shopify Zinni hype after 1 week of spring?
Yeah.
It was a really good series from him.
Honestly, I'm going around somewhere in 5th. That area right there in the 5th place spot, I'll place it a little bit more visible.
Okay.
Reasonable. You're not overreacting too much off of one series.
You can't, otherwise
What
you'd be
about
losing your
Team
money
Liquid
way too
Alienware?
quickly.
However, I am going to overreact off of one series from Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we going with this?
Because I think the cost ratio of scrim bucks, Team Liquid, all
Yeah,
year
that's
long.
the annoying
We've been
thing.
hearing about Team Liquid all year long, smashing scrims. This team is so good. Being able to pick up Quid, being able to pick up Jose.
I'm going first.
And now, after the 1
Look at
week
those
in
numbers.
spring, they had an amazing showing. So I'm already, after 1 week and all the scrim rumors, I'm gonna put, I would say second. I'll say top two. I'll say top two.
Okay,
Raz.
okay. Who's number 1? Who you have at number 1? Is that a spoiler?
Probably Lyon still inspired.
Okay. Are you agreed on the line as well, Emily?
I mean, I would still put Lyon slightly above TL.
The week
I think
one data.
I think the big thing with TL for me, so Jose had a pop-off game. I thought Quid had a really good game on Rise. I think he overall, as Rise, has been really good for TL thus far. I also feel like it's almost become a crutch for them making a lot of these really cool plays with the Realm Warp. But I did like what I saw from him and Jose. I do just need to see more consistent team fighting, especially without the Rise from TL. Because even in their first game, I was like, ooh, some of these team fights are going a little wonky, even with the good start that Jose had. I really like this play. This
Well,
was
I
a fun
have
one.
some news for you.
But yeah.
If you want to see consistency out of TL, then you may
Look at
be
scrims.
disappointed because, Jose and Spawn both have been giving these interviews where they want to play an exciting, action-packed LPL style of gameplay.
And I
they want
appreciate
to
that.
play strong early games and take lots of fights and skirmish really hard, and they think that it is superior to the LCK style. And so this is the goals of TL. So if you want to see control,
So,
if you want to see
I don't
consistency,
disagree with that. But their
maybe.
5v5 team fighting in the mid game has to get better.
That's true.
There you
but
go.
That's the goal for TL, and I do like that. They're chasing after this brand of League of Legends that should be super exciting, and they want to embrace the creative and talented players that they have been able to sign to their team.
True. The biggest worry is always going to be getting them on the same page and knowing when to reel them back. Because there are so many instances they even talk about, like anytime you remind them of the Nongshim incident,
No. That's a pretty big throw.
Exactly. Just throwing gold leads. You don't want that to happen, especially when they play the line so consistently. But the fact that you look on the opposite side, Shopify getting their first win of the year, and a lot of it is just Zinni finally having his debut performance. First game of the year. Congratulations to Zinni.
He's finally.
Yeah.
So what were all the other performances? They were not his debut performances? Those
Yeah,
are
not
fake?
applicable. None of them actually counted. This is the one where he was just, especially his Annie game, was incredibly on point. And I feel like something that I liked about his Annie game in particular is that he was very connected to the team.
Yeah.
Something that was just not really there at all during all of lock-in. We got to see that, and it felt like all of that was happening in scrims were finally showing itself.
Yeah, Annie is a champion where you can't hesitate or it'll look really bad. You get outranged, you do extra damage. So you have to have good flash engages for the team. Can't hesitate in lane either, and he did show that. So that's why we think the Zinni stocks are on the rise.
But also,
What are you looking for?
Since we have both of these mid laners in this game, if you remember, I feel like a lot of people have been drawing this comparison, so I wanted to do a cool. Thank you, Kofi.
Nice, perfect.
I think we have a full screen graphic of this too. But it's basically their career trajectories, right? Because if you remember, Quid did not have the best start with 100 Thieves when he first came over, right?
Yeah.
And so obviously there's a little bit of a difference in terms of their challengers finishes. I think a lot of people were a little bit confused when Quid was brought over as opposed to some maybe other LCK challenger mid laners at the time.
And that's another 8th place finish from Shopify.
Zinni was did really, really well in LCKCL, and then had a rough first split. So now maybe
This is the question.
Are his stonks on the rise, Raz?
I think it is. I can see the comparisons here.
But is he going to be able to get to this level?
Because that's pretty impressive.
Second place and MVP? That is crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, it's a no. That part is a no.
It's tough.
Just because that's super difficult, but it is good to see, an upward trend for the sake of Shopify. So we'll see. We'll keep on tracking.
If he has more games like he did in the first week, an all-pro is definitely calling him.
And I think that just comes with practice and being. It is. You found out from the tip line.
Yes.
The problem is that this week he's going to have to do it directly against Quid,
who's very good. Yeah, everyone's like, Quid's still the best mid.
Yeah. It's just not even a conversation. The fact is, the stats actually looked pretty good laning stats-wise from Quid last split, and that was a pretty bad, horrible split for them as a whole. Even with him getting solo kill versus APA, we're not going to be seeing that at all from them. But that's my estimation. But I want to be hearing from some of the shareholders on the LCS
I was going to say,
Discord.
we're getting some hot tips from shareholders.
All right, might as well hear
from the
from them.
LCS Discord.
It's not just about our opinions.
Yeah, I don't trust Raz to have full control over my money.
Winning Spring Split. Trust me.
Who's winning? Wait. Throw that one more time. I want to hear that one more time.
C9 will win Spring Split.
Oh, who's believing
Who
that
trusts?
one?
Are you investing? Are you investing?
He said just trust me. I'm not going to trust that. You need to give me an argument. After what happened last split, I need to hear a little bit more words.
True, he said just trust me.
I still am a little bit shaky on C9, only because talking to Blabber, he was like, no. Even though we won this,
I'm shaky.
We still have so much to work on. I still think they're going to be a good team, and I think they're a contender.
I need my shareholders to give me actual reasoning. If my faith has fallen greatly, I need to say, trust me because this guy's gotten a little better, this guy's got a little. He said, trust me? Hell no! I'm going. Maybe
I think they're higher than that.
Higher than that, third?
Put them with TL, yeah.
Third, no.
I think they're a top 3 for sure. So to me, it is a viable take because anything in the top 3, you could see them winning. That's a possibility.
Yeah, it's possible.
But you're not going to put the majority of your wealth on that fact, right? You're going to hedge your bets a little bit. Lyon has been able to beat them last finals, even though Cloud9 came back strong and beat Lyon in week 1. You guys are both saying week 1's not enough to fully invest in Cloud9 winning the whole split this time.
Yeah,
that's true.
I think I'm in agreement. Also because I think TL is also going to challenge them. What does our next shareholder have to say?
All right, take it away.
Hey guys, Sean Antonin here. My predictions for the 2026 Spring Split of LCS is that Lyon will not repeat as split champions and will finish in 3rd place in playoffs. And the 2 teams we will send to MSI are Cloud9 and Team Liquid,
and TL.
with the Skies coming in a respectable 4th place. And the MVP of the Spring Split would be Vulcan, who would play a pivotal role in sending Cloud9 back to their first international since Worlds of 2023.
I like the parlay here. He's got several things to hit. He adds on the Disguise performance
MVP.
And the Vulcan MVP. I like that. He's betting big, Raz.
He is, and he's a safe man. I was looking at those tabs just to see if there was any state secret, and he said all of them just said, don't read this tab. So that's understandable. I feel like I have to trust them.
I mean, it's interesting because we could actually pair our 2 predictions from our 2 shareholders together. Because he said, okay, Lyon's not going to win. And the first guy said Cloud9 will be the winner. But
can we just put them on the same? This is too safe. This is too safe for me, even as a shareholder in this. Do we all put them on the same line? Surely someone's better. Surely. I'm going Team Liquid. Look, I had them as...
You're going to move them up to first?
I'm moving them up to first. I need to hear solid reasoning.
All right. Well, what's your reasoning for putting them first then, Raz?
Yeah, what?
Huh? Put your reasoning where your mouth is.
I'm a man that loves money, and if someone's telling me the Scrimbucks are looking good,
I
gotta go with the Scrimbucks.
Even after being just burned in the lock-in
really
tournament,
burned you in
I respect it though. The first week was pretty good.
It's the one thing he's sticking to though. The one thing he's not flip-flopping on.
All right,
Scrimbucks.
Let's get to our next shareholder.
Hey everyone, Sharpie here. My hot take is that week 1 of the LCS gave us a preview of what the finals are going to be. That's right, your finalists are going to be Phoenix 1, aka Sentinels, and Disguised, and these are the two teams we're going to be sending to MSI as well, with Sentinels in the first seed and Disguised just behind them in the second seed. And I cannot wait for it.
That is a hot take.
Absolutely not.
That is the hottest of takes. I've heard that take. It's so scorching hot that it's hard to put your money on it. But I feel
I'm
like
not buying those stocks
if you did, though, if you invested in that and it paid off, that would pay off like 100 times.
I want you guys to know that that is one of our worst shareholders. He is. We never listen to his opinion. He was on the IMT hype train. He was on that train. Who listen? If you listen to that man, you're going bankrupt. You never believe in Sharpie.
But if he keeps on making these big bets, when one of them hits and one pays off, then he's going to hit big.
He's going to go big. He's going to be our richest investor. Maybe we do go for him. Maybe we do take these stonks because when it does hit.
But not me, not right now.
I'm not taking them.
Not right now. Not right now.
I mean, it's just so difficult because especially when you're looking at direct comparisons. Let's take the Sentinels, which he was talking about being, first seed.
Yeah.
Number 1, winning the LCS. After what we've just seen, out of this team, it doesn't feel like Impact is in super good form, especially. Yeah, like Sentinels, like they seem like they have pretty controlled gameplay and a good idea of like how they want to play the game, but it's pretty hard to visualize. Like the direct matchups with the top 3 that we have right now.
That's the thing. It's like I just see other teams being more consistent in their play and more stable.
That's the issue. We're in a meta where you're locked in for 12 minutes in the laning phase, and you have somebody who's not really doing well in the laning phase, and I have still questions towards Darkwing. So we need to see some consistency there for it to really matter. So
more data required.
We need more data.
Next shareholder.
Hey LCS, my name's Murderino. And this is why I think Jose Diodo is going to be the MVP of the league this split. Jose Diodo and Team Liquid Alienware have decided to take an LPL approach to the game, and I think it shows in spades last week. He was an absolute maniac playing Lee Sin and Pantheon, and from that, he is the highest damage per minute and the highest KDA of any jungler in the league, including Inspired. He is bringing an absolutely aggressive and, as the team has said, psychopathic way to play the game. And now that the rest of the team is on board with
What's up? How you doing,
I don't think they're going to be able to be stopped.
He's always got to be extra.
He's going to come in. He is going to make a mockery of contracts in Shopify this week. And I think they're going to take the split and give him an LCS MVP title. Thanks, guys.
Hey!
So if TL take the split, I can actually definitely see Jose and Quid as kind of the top 2 contenders as we've seen more of this team and kind of how they do want to play.
He came with receipts and stats,
Raz. That was pretty
everything.
cool.
He even showed the stats website behind him just for the presentation.
I know. 3 monitors and the full setup. That was impressive.
That has to be our best shareholder. The only thing is I don't agree with him. The issue is
Wait, so you picked TL to finish first. Who's MVP? Quid?
It's going to be Quid. My biggest issue, if you're a man who's a sacrificing man like Jose Diodo, who's going to be trying to gank frequently for his mid laner or bot laner, guess who's going to take all the glory? It's going to be his mid laner and bot laner. It's either going to be Jan or Quid that takes a lot of that glory because he is somebody that will use his advantage or tempo if he's like skipping a camp to help someone out. So I'm a little concerned about that one. He will be.
Reminds me
I think the shareholders. I'm going shareholder side over Raz.
Really? I'll remember this.
I mean, that's actually not a bad.
I mean, Jose's Lee Sin. Jose's Lee Sin.
I think it'll either be Jose or Quid. If TL take the split for MVP, it will be one of them for sure.
We've got one more.
All right.
One final shareholder to listen to.
Hi, my name is Jackson, and my LCS prediction is that Team Liquid isn't going to make MSI this year. I think they have major issues with choking on stage, especially their bot lane. I think that Jan getting killed repeatedly by FlyQuest's bot lane is really unacceptable for a player of his caliber. Also, historically, Quid is choked, so I frankly just don't believe in this team. Sometimes they look really, really, really good, like the 100 Thieves of last year type of energy, but sometimes they look really bad, and I just don't think this consistency is going to be enough to make it to an international.
You know what's really interesting about this take? I'm just going to like go into some of my LPL watching past, because when I first started watching LPL in like 2013, 2014, the league I'd watched the most was LCK at the time. And I was just watching LPL and I was like, what are these guys doing? And I think looking at a team that does want to be chaotic, does want to flip so many things early on in the game and push their advantages, can be hard to wrap your head around sometimes. And they will look inconsistent. So I don't disagree with the inconsistency, but I actually do think TL are going to be one of the teams that make MSI. I think that's actually a pretty
You're on board with the top 2.
Yeah. It's like they're going to kick one of C9 or Lyon out of the top 2 spot.
That is a thumbs up.
I take it.
While that video was being played, we literally just rage baited Team Liquid as they were walking by. Both Sam and Quid were like, "What? They're saying you won't make it to MSI." So we gave him an extra bit.
Quid would have come on if we had Mike.
Quid was ready to. He had words as well for Jackson. Quid was ready. He was like, "What did he say?"
What? He was literally walking back. I was like, "We'll have to."
I can definitely see the world where it doesn't happen though. Obviously, we just had lock-in tournament. They only got 4th. We all expected them to be higher. We all predicted them to be higher in lock-in tournament, and they didn't do it on stage. And one of the big things that is still worrisome after this first week, even though they were able to win, bottom lane. What do you feel about these bottom lane issues? Even though they're winning games, Emily, their bottom lane keeps getting 2v2 killed. Jan and Core JJ used to run the bottom lane in this league.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big thing. And it was also off of like some pretty optimistic trading from them, I'd say, in some of their matchups. So yeah, if they can turn that into an advantage though, then this team like skyrockets in terms of, right? Because like I think that's how they feel about it. They were like, oh, we made a mistake in the 2v2. Next time, we'll be better.
I've got a question now. What do you think is the most like value stock you could invest in now that people don't expect? Like a dark horse to do really well, way better than people think. What is a team that we have not mentioned that you think is actually going to perform?
You're staring at it right now, Rez.
I feel like the one team that gets me. At first it was going to be Dignitas.
No, you're not Rez, no.
It's not going to be that.
Dignitas gets you, huh, Rez?
Unfortunately, it's not right now. We're going to have to wait a little bit for that one. But we need to see some sign of life. DSG, oh my God, we saw them beat Sentinels, which was like 3rd seed just last split. Maybe they hit 4th. Maybe they get top 4 in this league. I feel like you have to start believing in them as a team.
There's one more team that I want to put in the middle, which is FlyQuest. I actually think FlyQuest also show some like really interesting things, and obviously we saw them against TL previously. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard also because they're going up against GSG.
She's our most indecisive.
I would like pick them.
Shareholder.
I am indecisive.
I think I'm going to try and give you some confidence there with the FlyQuest choice, because I was going to say FlyQuest. I actually did invest in Masu for fantasy from a fantasy team.
That is a great investment. Okay. Their bot lane has been the best bot lane.
All right, Kobe, where are we putting this then?
A lot of 2v2 kills. So again, you know, we're not going crazy, but I'll put them up around the 4th area. You know, 5th, 4th.
It's a battle up here, understandable.
Because I think there's a huge upside to this team. They're so young. They're really talented individually. If they can work out the game planning and like future planning in game on the Rift a little bit.
This is also current stonks, by the way. We are going to adjust this as the day goes on.
That is true. But
I
feel like
say TL wins, are we then like dropping them down?
Wait a second.
Are we dropping them down?
Where's Dig? Did you? Are they
all the way down there below?
You can't even see him on the camera.
We can't even see him. We can't even see him. Understandable. We got to place him at least in
Put it like to the sides in the corner by.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Right, peeking out of the. There we go. That's nice. We like that.
Raz, I want to bring something back.
Hit me.
That's not stocks
What,
related.
the soup? The LCS soup?
No,
I'm kind of seeing it right
we should bring that back. Mark will get really mad at us. Scrim World Champions, the Scrim Bucks that you're buying into.
Oh, look, the Scrim World Champions, you'll remember them from last week when we talked about them winning all these scrims. They're just the best teams to face in scrims, but of course needing to translate scrims to stage. Unfortunately, you see the standings working well for them, not working well for them. 2022, 3rd, 4th, 2026, 4th place, not having a good time, but they have to face their arch nemesis. That's the issue. Team Liquid, we talked about them always needing to be able to translate their scrims to stage. But what happens when you're facing against
the anti-Scrim Bucks?
Bizarro Senior, a team that never does well in scrims. We went 0-10 the last 2 days combined. Team ends the day with 0 scrims. third place in third split, so all that matters is being able to do it on stage, but then obviously go to 8th place, so you can never see them coming. Are they going to have great games on stage, or are they not? But, of course, even hearing from one of the quotes, I don't know if you know these quotes, if you play good in scrims and play bad on stage, it's useless. That came from B-Boy. It's like, at the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. You have to perform on the day. And the last question I got to put out there, who said this quote? I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're talking about practice.
Who said that?
Incredible Shopify Rebellion fan, Allen Iverson. Like,
I thought you meant
we're talking about practice. We're talking about practice.
I thought you meant one of the Shopify players had been quoting Allen Iverson. I didn't actually think you were.
That was Allen Iverson quoting what Shopify Rebellion players should be saying.
I like it.
Right.
Allen, the #1 Shopify fan.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so, honestly,
if
we just talk about one player in particular, it would be B-Boy, the person that's talking about having good games on stage. We had probably one of the best games on stage you can possibly had just last week. Highest in the LCS at goal difference at 8 minutes ever since we started recording goal difference at 8 minutes in particular. So like, it is insane to see him have this performance. Of course, the caveat was, of course, it was against Dignitas. But like,
it was also in a game.
I can see it in your eyes.
It was also in a game where like that bot lane just got caved in really early.
But he was a major reason why it got caved in.
I'm just throwing that in there. But so we talked about Shopify.
True.
Talked about TL, Alienware. We have Bizarro.
Senior.
Shopify Rebellion. Are Shopify's stonks high enough from the week 1 to pick them to beat Team Liquid?
To predict?
Yes.
Hell no. I think that's a hell no,
Okay.
Emily.
Yeah.
Well, you had them taking a game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're. Oh no.
Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here, people?
Mr. Shopify.
What is this disrespect, okay?
This turncoat.
Let's get this out of here. What's going on? I leave for 1 week. For 1 week. And that's all Shopify needs to do to prove
Didn't
that
you
I
leave
was
for 2
correct
weeks?
in my power rankings last
were in
split.
Europe
But you put them last this split. Well, you're the one disrespecting
I don't know.
them.
I couldn't hear
You
you
put
right
them
there.
8th in this split.
Look, guys, we're having a bit of a rebellious streak over at SR right now. Okay, Joan of Arc, George Washington, Luke Skywalker.
Benedict Arnold, go back to Europe.
We're taking notes from the famous rebels of the past, and we're getting upsets. And I'm gonna fix this right here, because what is going on? Shopify Rebellion to the moon, baby. Team Liquid are dropping down. Shopify are gonna take the split undefeated for the rest of spring.
Get some hair, buddy. Get some hair.
Who's gonna carry them, Kangas? How's it gonna go?
Zinni! Did you see Zinni?
I did.
The promise is being answered, everybody. We're finally seeing peak Zinni. Split 1, you know, he's getting used to the team environment. He doesn't know what it means to be a rebel yet. You know, he's coming from Academy. You know, you got to be a goody two-shoes in Academy. Now that he's at Tier 1, he's got a split under his belt. Now he's knocking shit around.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still going TL.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. I think I'm gonna keep my prediction the same.
Can either of you be convinced by Dude Bro Kangas over here?
The problem is,
add a game.
So I've heard a lot of great takes from one of our shareholders. From this man, what are you even coming in dressed like a homeless? I just don't see it.
I'm a rebel.
I don't see it.
I'm a rebel.
I would have believed it, but I feel like every time you start to put your weight behind someone, they start to fail. So maybe we should be going in the opposite direction.
Whoa, 5-0? Kangas
5-0, baby.
You know, the last time I think someone predicted 5-0 was Azael in America's Cup. It did not go well.
We don't talk about that, Emily. This one is the fact that Team Liquid's going to lose 2-0 and Shopify are going to say, we're not done. We need more stage experience. We only got 6 games last split. They need more time on stage, okay?
Kangas,
Okay.
there's a phone call from a specific shareholder, a Mr. Zimmerman for you.
Oh, Mr. Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Oh, that's my boss.
Yeah, you better
that's
take that.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Zimmerman? Yeah? Uh-huh. Oh, we're announcing it now? All right, well, I'll let them know. Well, that was the man who zimmers, everybody. And we have an announcement, a world first here, announcing that the LCS Spring Finals will be taking place in Mullen Arena at Arizona State University from June 13th to 14th. Tickets will be available beginning next Friday, April 17th for MasterCard holders, and then for the general public on Saturday, April 18th. Scan the QR code for more info. We got a roadshow, everybody! We got a roadshow! We're going to the Mullen Arena.
And it's gonna be hot. I think it's in Arizona.
Yeah,
It's probably
you're
gonna be like
not going to be able
120.
to wear this outfit.
No, I think I'll look cool. I'll look. It doesn't matter if the weather's hot.
Sweating your butt off.
Okay. Have you seen the back of it though?
Are you going to be the live performer? Are you going to be the live singer?
I don't maybe.
The rock band?
I don't know if anybody wants that actually, but.
How long have you wanted to have a mullet?
Yeah,
this is actually canonically.
It definitely
does look
suits
good.
you.
Canonically, the second time I've worn a mullet on broadcast.
I don't care. You got to tell the crowd what we're going into.
What are we going into?
Start the game! Yeah!
Hello and welcome back. It's week 2 of the LCS. Later on today, Dignitas have their work cut out for them, going up against a Lyon squad that'll be pretty hungry and ferocious to bounce back after dropping their week 1 series against Cloud9 just last weekend. But first, we've got some other action taking priority. It's Shopify Rebellion going up against Team Liquid Alienware. Both of them off to a solid start here, but can Shopify step up and go blow for blow with TL?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. Shopify did not get a single win in lock-in. Come in here, first week of Spring Split. They 2-0 Dignitas. Going to be really happy about that. Going to be feeling really good about it. But yeah, this is much steeper competition. Now you're going up against Team Liquid, and you have to kind of show, can you actually carry that over into being competitive with Team Liquid, or maybe even taking Team Liquid down?
Right. I mean, that's what I was kind of looking at in week number 1. Both these squads started off with a win, but I feel like both of these squads were also paired up against an opponent that you would say there's a solid level of parity there. Yeah. Like it's a worthy opponent, right? So Team Liquid being able to beat FlyQuest, I think most people have both of those teams in the upper half of things. Probably not at the very top. That conversation's mostly about C9 and Lyon right now. But TL and FlyQuest still contenders. Most people also had Dignitas and Shopify down towards the bottom. So starting off with that win, like you're saying, yeah, 2-0 feels great. They're in sole possession of first place. But you were beating one of the easier opponents that you're going to have to go up against. Now it's time to really see where the rubber meets the road and if they can keep up with TL.
Exactly. I mean, I think that Team Liquid right now, a lot of people are tired of the scrim talk, but the reality is you talk to pretty much every pro and they're telling you that TL is dominating in scrims, that they're incredibly strong. Pros are viewing Team Liquid as the strongest team, or at the very least, one of the couple teams. So Shopify, if they can even be competitive with TL, if they can have a good series here, go 3 games, look pretty close, even that I think will convince people that, hey, at the very least, Shopify should be competitive in the midfield, right? That they should be kind of climbing up people's power rankings, that they should be looked at as a solid playoff team. And that is what they are looking for, that week-over-week progression. Team Liquid, though, of course, looking for some of that themselves. They were pretty disappointed with their results from lock-in. And even week 1, still lots they can clean up on from that series against FlyQuest.
I did, however, really like the fact that we got to see like an aggressive Team Liquid, specifically in the Game 3 against FlyQuest, slamming the Lee Sin pocket pick there for Jose Daejeon, picking a composition that you know is going to get outscaled and being able to execute in a way where that doesn't end up costing you. I think that that's the type of look you really want to see from this squad going forward. But hey, we're already into Champ Select. It's first pick for Shopify Rebellion. Team Liquid selecting to play from the blue side. We've got Ori, Varus, and Karma banned away, while Shopify are going to ban out the Renekton, the Rumble, and the Nautilus, as we do see the Pantheon first pick for Shopify Rebellion, but the instant response from Team Liquid is the Ashe Seraphine, the terror bottom lane duo that is just so difficult for so many laners to deal with.
And mostly you're going to get Corki Nami as a response, so I'm curious to see if that is going to be what we get from Shopify, or if they're going to kind of, try to go for something a little bit different. Sometimes you can go for an aggressive option and try to really punish them, but it is the expected answer. Generally speaking, Pantheon is pretty good into the Ashe Seraphine, because generally when you're looking at this duo, you're looking at them as very powerful in the 2v2, but low mobility and very gankable, right? So Pantheon is one of those junglers that people like to draft against it because you can get down there and punish. So it is interesting that TL had the confidence to slam it down anyway. So now I'm curious, are they going to match roles here? Are we going to get a good early game jungler from Jose so he can try to match in the 3v3, which is generally what you want to do if you're going to play a pushing bot lane, and Xin Zhao is going to really fit the bill there. So now it becomes, you know, can Jose be in the right place at the right time? Obviously, it's a lot easier for Contracts to get down there with a ground Starfall on demand and try to punish a pushing lane. But if TL have that pushing bot lane, Jose can be invading. You can get deep wards. You can track where the Pantheon is, and all of a sudden, that ultimate becomes much more difficult to use.
And talking about Pantheon being effective into Ashe Seraphine, I also like the choice from TL to, as soon as you see the Pantheon, immediately grab this duo for yourself. Because whenever I see champions that have global or semi-global ultimates, pairing them with one or potentially even two other champions that also have the same capability just creates such a massive amount of threat. So denying the ability to use the arrow and the Grand Starfall that you're talking about together in tandem, I think is pretty important.
It absolutely is. And, you know, I talked about getting deep vision. Obviously, Hawkshot is also going to help you do that, to be able to track the Pantheon, know where he is. So between deep wards, between the Hawkshot, you are hoping that they're going to have a good idea of where this Pantheon is at all times. And we will have to see how these two bot lanes go. Obviously, the Lounge was talking about, you know, B-Boy having this crazy Caitlyn game where the game got blown apart. He set the record for the gold difference at 8. Since it has been tracked in the LCS, was up thousands of gold ahead. And even though Yon and Core are looked at as one of the best bot lanes in the league, they got kind of blasted by FlyQuest bot lane last week. Masu and Cryogen were giving them hands, man. They were getting 2v2 kills many times in a row. The Corki game that FlyQuest actually won, that TL lost, was, you know, almost a 1v9 game from Masu. You know, they dominated them in the bot lane. So we're going to have to see if Yon and Core can look a little bit better in that 2v2, because, you know, this plan of tracking the jungler and being able to 3v3 and all that is great, but you have to not lose the 2v2 for that to actually be viable.
Yeah, exactly. That pop-off game you're talking about with Masu piloting the Corki, the initial 2 deaths came from the fact that it was supposed to be Team Liquid setting up a play for Jose to come down there, and then Yon and Core just both drop. They overplay their hand. They get too aggressive in the setup, trying to bait their opponents in. Sometimes you're the bait, sometimes you're the shark, and they were, they ended up in the chum bucket after that one.
Absolutely did. We are going to get Aurora coming through here as a blind from TL, and the answers are going to be Mel and Ambessa. So now we're going to find out, you know, is this going to be Aurora mid for Quid, or is it going to be Aurora top for Morgan? You know, you do have the option to go either way. I think against the Mel, it could be pretty tough for the Aurora because you are going to be outranged. You are expecting it to probably go top lane now, given the matchups, but you do have the option to go either way, and obviously can still play at mid here for Quid, and it is going to be a Jax for Morgan, so it will be Aurora mid. And it'll be interesting to see how Quid does here against Zinni, who had a really good week 1 of Spring after a pretty tough lock-in tournament.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you. I'm surprised that we're going to see the Aurora opt into the matchup against Mel, one of those longer range control mage types. I feel like every time I see Aurora, her natural environment is she wants to bully short range enemy champions. She has such a powerful burst pattern. It's super easy for her to just go ahead, get that damage down, and immediately back away. Mel's going to make that pretty tough.
Yeah, it is going to be really difficult. You know, generally these types of champions can really struggle against poke mages. You know, the question is, can you maintain the push? If you can maintain the push and keep Zinni in under his tower, then it's going to be a lot less powerful. If you lose the push to Mel, then all of a sudden you're trying to last hit under your tower where, you know, Mel is just raining down spells on you one after the other. And you don't really have a great trade pattern to trade back. So getting the push, I think, is going to be incredibly important. It'll be interesting to see how that goes in this matchup. It's not one I've seen a ton, but Mel is getting a lot more popular in lock-in during Split 1 in LPL. Mel was really, really popular in LPL. We saw it at First Stand quite a bit, has become quite a popular answer to Ahri, but we are seeing people just get more comfortable with it in general, and the more they play it, the more they realize, hey, this is actually really, really powerful, especially when you're playing against some specific champions, and it is playing against the Nami, and you can reflect the Nami wave, and that is one of the best ultimates in the game to reflect. You can also reflect the Ashe arrow. Those are 2 that are pretty easy. Excuse me. The Seraphine ult, you know, you're going to be able to reflect those. Of course, the Nami's on his side, but the Ashe ult, the Seraphine ult, being able to reflect those is actually so incredibly powerful. So, you know, it may be partially why Zinni elected to go for it.
Well, I'm excited to see how this one is going to play out. I'm very excited to see specifically where our junglers are going to focus. I feel like when we saw the first 3 picks for either side in the draft, we were talking so much about that bottom lane, about how jungle intervention here could be super important against the power and priority that the Ashe plus Seraphine combo is normally going to command. But now that we've seen this potential, like Aurora into Mel, hey, this could be very volatile as well, it just means that there's that much more opportunity cost to every decision that the junglers make.
It absolutely is. You have to really decide where you're going to go. Top lane can be very volatile in these types of matchups. Also, when you're looking at, Mbessa, Jax, if one gets really far ahead of the other, it can be very, very difficult. These are the current LCS standings. The only undefeated team, the Kings of the Castle.
On top.
Top of the table, 2-0. It's the first time that Shopify Rebellion has been in sole possession of first place in their organization's history. Not bad, Shopify.
Not bad, but they got to keep it going. It's not just a 1-week league. We got to see how you can stack up against the rest of them. Yon and Core JJ. Now with control over this bottom lane, pretty much what you would expect here early on. Morgan versus Fudge in the top side's not going to be super exciting here early. As you can see, jungler pathing right now. Everybody finishing up their first quadrants as Contracts will path towards the bottom side of the map. But you can see Jose Diodo going to go ahead, invade here early on.
Yeah, they love to do this. When they get the pushing bot, they love to go for these invades, and we're going to see Yon and Core come over and help if they need to. Seos and B-Boy are going to be losing this first plate on the tower pretty early on, and they are getting bullied quite hard. I didn't expect it to be, this one-sided early on, but if you're not able to get some of these nice trades out from the Nami and kind of utilize the sustain as your advantage, if the Ashe and Seraphine kind of keep their distance, it does get a lot more difficult. And Jose has no smite, so this is going to be a tough one to actually challenge for because his bot lane is not moving. But Contracts, I don't think, knows that he doesn't have smite.
Yeah, Contracts also no flash on the Pantheon, so we'll have to be a little concerned if he wants to overcommit to any fights here. Jose Diodo gets stunned up here, trying to make his way back outside, steps outside of the Aqua Prison. Jose getting away now, reinforcement of shields from Core JJ. Team Liquid firing back as Quid rotates down into the fight. Burst of the Contract is a lot in their first blood over to Team Liquid as it is traded 1-for-1, but Zinni's about to fall now too, and TL wants even more. Seos has to try to flash back into his own jungle to stay alive, but no, it's TL 3-for-1.
Well, Shopify 2-0. Good start to the split. Kept that win streak going for 2 games. And time of death in this one looking pretty early on. At Shopify, it felt like they really tried to force this. They have the move from Seos first, but Quid is just hitting the back of Zinni this whole time while they're trying to chase into Jose. B-Boy can't join the fight at all because he's completely zoned out by the bot lane, and Shopify just did not have the proper setup for this whatsoever. Zinni's not even going to bother flashing because he knows Quid can just go across the veil, hop up the wall, follow him, no problem, get that kill regardless. And, we didn't even talk about it, but Morgan forced the flash of Fudge as well.
Yeah.
So it is a bit of a disaster. 4 minutes in here, 1.8K the gold lead for TL. They are insanely ahead just like that. And, yeah, you don't want the kills to go to Core JJ. It's unfortunate that he got 2 of them. But the reality is, it's still going to be good. Oh, okay, never mind. He did not force the flash. I just saw that being burned, and I assumed it was during a 1v1.
Normally, I feel like that's a safe assumption, but hey, even pros make blunders sometimes. Unfortunately, a blunder means that much more in a game that is quickly spiraling out of control on the other side of the map. But I feel like we've already answered one of the questions that you posed back in the lobby, back in the draft, talking about Yon and Core JJ fumbling in the 2v2 against FlyQuest last weekend, needing to show up, step up, be more solid in the bottom lane this week. I think this is a pretty solid start.
It is looking very good here. They had the push. I feel like this was more about Shopify forcing something that they didn't have the setup to, but they are able to, punish that pretty heavily. Quid gets a kill, Core gets 2. He's going to be early stacking that tier. Had a lot of gold, and Enchanters scale really, really well with gold. I'm honestly a lot happier to see an Enchanter get that gold than I am to see my Braum or whatever
like
be
a
able
Leona.
to pick that up, Leona, etc. Because those are kind of just like one-item champions that kind of get stuck there. Whereas these days with the support quest, you can easily get to 2 items. Sometimes sometimes even 3 items on these enchanters, and they scale ridiculously well. And now Contracts doesn't really have a lot of options besides trying to force.
Oh, Quid going in for the solo kill onto Zinni. Doesn't quite have the damage that he needs. Looking for potentially the range here to fire off a 2-fold Hex, but he won't get it. So Zinni stays alive. Meanwhile, back in the bottom lane, Junglers still deciding to turn this into an honest 3v3, as Jose and Contracts just going to spend a lot of time covering for their respective bot lanes.
So it was honest when they are even on gold. Is it still honest, you know?
It's
like, is it an
honestly
honest
a
boxing
problem
fight
for Shopify.
if it's me versus Mike Tyson? You know, is that an honest?
Well, I mean, if you're meeting him there in the ring, it's going to be an honest 5 seconds or so. Not trying to hate here. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, that was my question. You know, me versus LeBron, honest 1v1.
Well, you know
one
what
is stronger than the other.
You know what I honestly think
It's hard
this
to say
might be?
who, but
I think this is Kangus's fault. Because Kangus is always wrong when it comes to Shopify. So now that he jumped back on the Shopify boat at the end of the show opening today, now the opening has gone terribly for them.
Why does he hate Shopify?
Why does Kangus do this?
That's crazy.
To Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, why would he do this to Shopify Rebellion? Why did he run on stage and press Fudge's flash like that?
What a diabolical thing
That
to
is
do.
crazy. Yeah, in Split 1 in Lock-In, he predicts them first. They win exactly 0 games. In Split 2, he predicts them last. They start off undefeated in week 1.
Clean sweep week 1. Yep.
Then goes on the lounge and starts talking about how they're going to win the split. And what do we have?
We have a 2,000 gold deficit.
We have
5
a
minutes into
nice
the game.
fair fight between LeBron James and Zale. Nice fair fight, you know?
We're going to sell out stadiums with that card, man. That's
I think people would pay to see LeBron beat up a random video game caster.
Hey, a literal world champion, excuse you, as Morgan is going to keep the pressure on here in the top lane. Flash for Flash, so Fudge's earlier blunder on the execution of that doesn't actually end up punishing him, but by the time he does have the summoner spell ready again this time, he has to spend it just to stay alive. So Team Liquid maintains their control all over the map. The scoreboard says it better than I could. There's no individual advantage anywhere for Shopify, as Team Liquid are now going to also start prioritizing some neutral objectives. They'll go after Drake #1. Not a particularly fast Drake early here, just about 8 minutes on the clock, but early Ocean Drake always feels so nice.
Yeah, it's really powerful. And their comp, I think, scales quite well, so they are not under any pressure yet whatsoever. Contracts does have 6, so he can look to try to find a Grand Starfall, see if he can get a kill on this Pantheon. It does feel like when you are behind, that first use of the ultimate becomes so important. The Hawkshot is going to get sent out towards the top side. They're trying to see, you know, are they over on the grubs? Are they taking those just yet? And they're going to get the info that they are not. But I really kind of have my eyes on Contracts now, because when all your lanes are losing, like it or not, the pressure really does become on the jungler to try to turn something around, to try to, you know, get a kill and see if he can make something happen.
And that timer only becomes more and more suffocating as nothing happens, because a neutral game state from here is going to favor TL because they already have the advantage. The attempted arrow in the mid lane, not really going to come super close there to Zinni, so swing and a miss on that one. At least with that cooldown unavailable now, Shopify can feel a little bit more safe trying to make something happen. And you can see Contracts still up here in this top side river is going to look towards Morgan, who jumps away to the safety of the ward. He'll be just fine.
Yep, going to be A-okay there. I kind of wonder if there was a bit of miscommunication. I mean, the arrow missed by so much, it makes me think that, because it was so far behind Zinni, I kind of wonder if Yon wanted Quid to all in and try to like push him back into it, or if there was something going on there. Because otherwise it's a little bit odd to see it missed by that much. So I kind of wonder what the comms were in that moment. You know, maybe Quid's like, oh, I could go for an all in, so Yon shoots at the arrow and then didn't decide to go for it.
Well, Morgan's already going to commit the counter-strike up here as the ulti follows right after. Fudge forced all the way back underneath the tier 1 turret. Jose Diodo also shadowing Morgan. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, the 2v2 action continues. 2 Void Grubs have already gone over to the side of Shopify in the top half of the map, as Yon and Core are thinking about keeping this fight going a little bit longer. That last little volley will turn things back in their favor overall for the trade.
Yeah, and they get the cleanse out, so it's a trade of the Encore for the cleanse, and when the arrow comes back up, that could be really problematic now, because it's going to have to be a flash used at that point. If you eat that, especially if Encore is back up and available. Crystal Arrow into the Encore, into the beat drop for the root, or even the stun if you're slowed up and you have double power charge on it, is very, very dangerous. So going to be some good pressure here for Eon and CoreJJ.
All right, and a reminder, LCS Spring Finals taking place in Mullet Arena at Arizona State University, June 13th and 14th. Tickets are going to be available beginning next week, so keep your eyes out for those. I love Roadshows. They're one of my favorite parts about the whole thing, so I'm excited.
Me too, and that's where I'm going to box LeBron, so make sure to get your tickets
That's
early.
where the showdown. Yeah, that's the yeah, we've got the finals and everything.
It's the opening card.
But we have the opening match of Azael versus LeBron. Right there, too. So don't miss out on that one. It's going to be a fun time. So update, we're 11 minutes into the game now, and the gold lead hasn't grown at all for Team Liquid. Like, you're still happy to have a 1,500 gold lead 11 minutes into the game, but at least for Shopify, it's not like one of those types of games where something goes really bad in the first couple of minutes, and then it just snowballs completely out of control. The game is entirely over. But up here on the top side, there's your Grand Starfall. Contracts ready to commit to this one. Morgan tries to get all the way back underneath the turret, and he will succeed. Not enough damage there from Shopify to get this done.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would have made the difference, but you can see there was a bit of miscommunication. Fudge was backing off as Contracts ulted and flashed in, so, wasn't looking for it. Jose is back here behind Seos.
Oh, and that was not a good Aqua Prison from the Nami. Now CoreJJ is going to step up, go on a killing spree here with a Seraphine. Flash followed by Jose's flash as B-Boy cannot escape. Now Jose finds himself fighting behind the enemy lines, and he's going to fight all the way to the bitter end. 1v1 against Contracts is Pantheon here. Another wind becomes lightning, comes through. CoreJJ was trying to get over there, maybe be able to save his jungler. Can't quite happen, but Team Liquid's still going to be happy with the 2-for-1.
Yep, going to be very happy with that. I talked about with the cleanse down, whoever that arrow is fired at, you got to flash it. They did not, and the Nami does get taken out. Zinni starting to do quite well in this 1v1, which is kind of more what I expected in the isolated 1v1. The problem for him is, I mean, look at the rest of the map, right? The problem is kind of everything else.
Yeah, the problem is everything that you're not doing.
Yep. As this was just nicely done from Jose. They saw Contracts on the top side, so there's no ability to actually counter gank this. The knock-up was really well timed there from Jose, straight into the Crystal Arrow. Had to flash early or flash that arrow, wasn't able to do so. Quid not even needed on the roam. Jose chases him down, gets the kill. At the end of the day, it is going to be the one traded back here as Contracts arrives, but it's a nice play there from TL, and both the bot laners up about 1K. And Jose just continuing right where he left off last week, was really good last week. Is one of the players that I would say received some of the most criticism from TL in lock-in. He was a new player coming in, and some players...
Whoa, CoreJJ forced to flash out of that one. Does not want to eat any more damage from that tidal wave.
A lot of people were saying, oh, we're going to get Quid, and then once we get Quid, we're going to get Inspired, and people were kind of really excited for that potential of this TL super team. And so I think, maybe fairly, maybe unfairly, Jose was kind of compared to that potential pickup of Inspired. So people were a little disappointed, I think. As a result, he got some more criticism when things weren't going as well. But Jose was great week one, great here.
Now Fudge not going to find anything there with the public execution as Morgan continues chasing after him. Eclipse shield. Nope, that's not enough. Morgan picks up the solo bolo here in the top lane. We've seen a couple of times. It came close. Flash is being spent back and forth, but this time they get the job done as Zinni escapes the pressure from Jose Diodo back in the mid lane here at the same time. Has Contracts waiting in the wings in case Team Liquid tries to force something more. But Azael, just 3 minutes ago, I said, well, hey, at least Shopify has stopped the bleeding. At least it hasn't gotten worse than it did after the initial scuffle in the bottom lane. Now that gold lead's twice as big as it was.
Yeah, and they're getting the second dragon as well. A solo kill on the top side. You got the first tower up there now, too. And Morgan solo killed Fudge when Fudge was on Eclipse, and Morgan didn't have his first completed item yet. And that is a bit of a disaster because, in this matchup, when you are playing Ambessa, you're rushing towards that Eclipse. You're going to get there before the Jax gets Triforce, especially when Jax pit stops for the steel caps, as Morgan did. Yeah. So that is kind of like your point of power, where you're supposed to be winning the matchup. Fudge, unfortunately, it was close, but his ultimate did miss, and that kind of made the difference there. And Morgan's able to get the solo, now comes back with the completed item, so he is going to be way stronger in this matchup, and he's on a champion that does outscale in the 1v1, so bad kind of goes to worse, and no one's answering Jack's bot lane either, so he's going to be able to pick up probably a lot of gold off this tower too.
Yeah, Trinity Force is just one of the best one-item power spikes in League of Legends with how much it enables you to do the trades, the all-ins, everything, alongside the steel cask that you're mentioning. And there goes the Tier 1 turret down here in the bottom lane. Morgan is up 1,500 gold individually.
Yeah, I mean, that just seemed weird because they didn't even start the Herald. I was like, okay, well, if you're not going to answer, you're going to go for a play on top side, and maybe now they will.
Okay. However, Team Liquid's ready to respond immediately. Quid's going to go ahead, drop the ulti. Jose Diodo has already arrived, and Contracts is going to be your target as Quid makes sure Zinni can no longer participate here in the fight. Public execution coming out from Fudge, trying to lock up Quid, but it will not matter. Now Seos in danger yet again. The Nami is a fish out of water, and Team Liquid reel it in. 2-0 up here as everybody from both sides gets involved.
Yeah, felt like everything's falling apart now.
And it might fall even further. Isaac B-Void tries to escape over the wall. He wants to try to get to the blast cone, but he cannot survive. The focus fire takes him out. And now, oh my, there's no way. We're still going. Morgan drops the ulti. There's another kill. This one's all done up, sewed up. Send it home. Shopify Rebellion collapse in the top half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like desperation because they first send everyone topside. It looks like they're going to go for Herald, but then they don't start Herald. No one answers Morgan on the bot side, so Morgan gets your full tower bot for free. Then you try to go for this play onto Quid, but Jose is around. Morgan has TP. He's way stronger. The TL bot lane is here. So it just felt like they realized they messed up their macro. No one answered bot. They didn't force anything top. Then they tried to do it really late, but they've kind of lost all their tempo. And the play really does not work out. They have lost all of their outer towers now at this point. And TL over 6,000 gold ahead. This Jax is going to be on 2 items here pretty soon. And Morgan is going to be nearly unstoppable, it feels like.
And here goes Jose yet again, just jumps in with Quid alongside him, instantly finds the kill onto Seos. This Nami set behind early with the misplays in bot lane and has just been targeted again and again and again. Team Liquid up to a 6,500 gold lead now. The only person that has died on the team at all is Jose, because he's the one who has to go in. He's the one who has to start all these fights. But if the only thing that you've had go south in the whole game is your Xin Zhao that's making all the plays happen had to die 2 times, I think you're more than happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not even like he died in really even fights. He died bot lane after chasing past the tier 2 tower to get a double kill, right? Like, that was one of his deaths. So
that's a thumbs up emoji.
Exactly.
You die, you flash the emote on that one.
Yep.
Team Liquid are moving into the enemy jungle now yet again, trying to steal away the red buff. Point blank arrow coming out from Yon. Pressure onto Contracts. As the rest of Team Liquid is going to go ahead, secure the red buff, and walk away. Jose's not even done with just the red buff. He wants the Krugs too. Anything on Shopify's half of the map is about to be repossessed for Team Liquid purposes.
Yeah, I don't think there is a Shopify half of the map anymore, unfortunately.
Okay. That's fair.
T-Law has taken it. They've drawn a new line in the sand, and that line is pretty much at the base gate, I would say.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous to go past that if you're on Shopify right now. The Herald is summoned up here in the top side, right in front of the tier 2. Point blank, slam that one in. Morgan does the last little bit of the damage to secure the objective, and they are not done. Jose and Morgan continuing to push forward here in a 2v3, but the backup is ready to arrive. Encore from all the way downtown. Morgan goes on a rampage. Yawns on a killing spree, and B-Boy and Seos are scattered to the winds. The Herald just runs them over. Shopify Rebellion is turned into void time roadkill. They slam it into the bottom lane tier 2 at the same time. Everything's going Team Liquid's way.
Call it Jose Drift. He's going through the base. He's using the Herald twice in the same play. Gets a double knockup for a double kill on the enemy bot lane. Crashes it into the bottom tier 2. Jose is going crazy in this game, and that fan take from earlier, Jose calling it for him to get MVP. Hey, maybe it's not so crazy if he's going to be playing like this every game.
Yeah, maybe that guy was onto something, because as soon as Team Liquid took out that tier 2, there was no going back.
Yeah, I mean, they just full send it. Morgan and Jose going in. They use the Herald to crack the first tower. Then he realizes, you know what? B-Boy and Seos are very low. There's no flash. There's no Valk. Knocks them both up. Drives all the way through the base. Crashes it on that tier 2 as his team cleans up the double there. Quid getting that. And this is just a slaughter, 15-2. Here comes the Grand Starfall.
Okay, but what does it lead to? Nothing. Yon immediately just fires right on back as Jose and Quid are zoning everybody else away. Contracts has merely delivered himself into the waiting arms of the bottom lane yet again, while Morgan is going to pick up another one underneath the tier 2 turret. Seos' Nami is... He's dead more than he's alive in this one. It's a rough game.
Yeah, it's looking tough out there for sure. Yon, I mean, he got his flash, but that's not going to do much for you as you're going to have to watch this Baron go down, no problem. And this one is over. Everybody knows it, and it's just a matter of how quickly TL will be able to close it out. They have more than enough power to do this just with this Baron. Yeah. It feels funny because it's like, okay, yeah, it's pretty good timing on this, and then you realize that's basically Baron taking on spawn, right?
Yeah, it's 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, Blake.
It just, the game has gotten so accelerated that TL is able to do everything all at once. They're going to be able to grab this third dragon, no problem, and work their way towards Cloud Soul as well.
It was a 1,500 gold lead at 11 minutes. 10 minutes later, they have added 10,000 gold to that. It has been 1,000 gold a minute being built for the last 10 minutes of gameplay, which is pretty crazy stuff. And Team Liquid is now about to secure Soul Point here for themselves. And I feel like what you were just saying about, yeah, everybody knows this one's over. It's just about how long does it take. That's then the next test. You should be able to end it on this Baron push. I actually think that if you can't end on this Baron push, that's a little bit of an indictment of your cohesion, your shot calling, your ability to just like really push your advantage.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I will say I think Zinni, overall has done pretty well in the 1v1. The game is just kind of falling apart around him. You look every lane but mid lane, it's a 3K plus advantage.
Yeah.
And Zinni had a rough debut. Did have a tough debut, but it's kind of a similar trajectory to what Quid has had in his career.
Well, we'll see if they can bounce back, try to get that trajectory looking a little nicer here in game number 2, because game number 1 is about to seriously struggle as Shopify Rebellion are stuck inside the base. What you were saying earlier, my friend, you are no longer allowed outside of the base walls if you are wearing a green jersey in this one.
But hey, the second split for Quid, he won MVP, right?
Yeah.
And this is the second split for Zinni. He already looked really good week 1. And need I remind you, they are still, for a couple more minutes, undefeated and at the top of the LCS.
Yeah, they're undefeated with a 12,000 gold deficit. Contracts jump into the back line, but Yon has already gone on a rampage, and B-Boy's out of the picture. Nothing Shopify can do about this one. Send the whole kitchen sink at them, but it will not matter. Team Liquid is way too strong. They're way too far ahead. And now with only Zinni's Mel still standing, TL is ready to push it straight into the Nexus turrets. They just have to wait on that next minion wave to march up the bottom lane. And yeah, I don't think Mel can reflect enough of this. Yeah, you can, if you can somehow reflect every single thing they do, including auto attacks, then you can hang on, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Team Liquid trying to get enough damage here to finish off the Nexus turrets. Don't quite have it here just yet, and Shopify is actually going to get their respawn timers off. I am very surprised this game is still going. Team Liquid's going to back away for now. I'm not sure if they're going to fully commit to the reset. Zinni survives, but he has to flash to do so.
They saw the Penta angle, too.
Is that what happened?
Back it off. Yeah.
They saw the Penta angle.
Zinni saw it. I saw it.
They saw Mel standing there with a Ludens and a needlessly large rod, and we're like, hold on, guys.
That is a Penta angle for Mel. Mel loads into the game. Penta angle. I've got him right where I want him.
All right, they were playing with respect towards Mel. Okay.
It's Mel from Arcane, buddy.
Yeah. Hey. Fair enough. Fair enough. Aurora was not in Arcane. I concede that point.
Yeah. There's no Arcane champions on the other side.
Yeah, there's not.
Yeah, inferior draft.
Seraphine's at least from Piltover. That's kind of similar. She was probably in the background at some point
singing somewhere
during the show. Yeah, she put on a concert or something. I don't know. But Team Liquid, all right, they didn't end when we thought they would. They were respecting the Mel. Now Zinni might just die before anything else can even happen in the fight, but he stays alive as Jose Otto puts the pressure onto Contracts on the left side of the fight. Quid has to flash away from the turret aggro, but the tier 3 turret is going to die anyway. Contracts falls. as Morgan uses the stasis to make sure that one doesn't get traded back. And TL's just going to keep the pressure going. Morgan jumping in here with a counter-strike, forcing out defensive ultimates, forcing Shopify all the way back towards their Nexus. Fudge's public execution isn't going to do anything here. Zinni at least gets a little bit of a rebuttal, but that's not going to matter. Fudge is getting juggled around, tries to escape, but no, Quid goes on a rampage, and Morgan stays alive. They're farming Shopify on the fountain steps. A double kill back over to Quid. Team Liquid dominated this game from start to finish, 25 kills in 24 minutes. They wiped the floor with Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that is an absolute stomp. Spam chat now. Who is your player of the game? Mine's Daejeon. What do you think, Lounge?
Actually, I have no idea because you said Jan. I was thinking Morgan. I heard another one say Jose Dioto. I feel like we're all over the place because all of Team Liquid just stomped Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that was not close, and it started very early on in game, Raz.
Yeah, let's just go straight into it. So, like, I'm going to start at freeze frame, and I'm going to blow up the minimap just so you see one thing. Basically, it was the early game strategy that we saw from Jose Dioto. He took his bot side camps completely, and of course, he's immediately targeting the enemy blue side jungle. So if we just play this through, what we'll end up seeing him is he recognizes that he has full bot push, and already see, boom, immediately. As I said, full bot push, Seraphine or Ashe can always come and help him. Meanwhile, Pantheon is unaware, and he's going to find out real soon. The question is, will that stop Jose Dioto? So we'll speed this up. After taking Gromp, he realizes he backs away in a ward, recognizing fully that this is seen, but he has full push from his bot side, so he's willing to play this game.
It's so good, Raz. All right, keep going. Now watch the Nami dodge.
This is he dodges this, but also he uses two of his three talent strikes on the Skull Crab because he recognizes this is going to be a fight, so we can play this through immediately. Jan pushes out the B-Boy, and they've already got contracts primed. So right off of this one, not only do you get the full burst from Quid, but you also get a full commitment from Xin Zhao. Zinni is completely isolated because he was never going to be. He was sandwiched between Quid and for the rest of Team Liquid. So we just play this one through, and you just see Shopify Rebellion completely running out. That is now a very, very, very happy Core JJ as he gets 2 of the kills, 2 of the 3 kills. So this is a Core JJ approved play.
Wow, he looks so happy.
Yeah.
He's incredibly happy. Do you see the teeth, the grin?
He looks
Raz, move the TL stonks up.
Oh, true. What do you mean? I think they're still the same spot. I would leave them where they are. I would move Shopify down, though.
I thought you were supposed to react.
I'm reacting. All right, I'm reacting to the market.
The market overreacts all the time.
I'm reacting to the market too. I want to drop Shopify down to just the top of Dig.
Okay, all right, right on top of them. They're like basically Goomba stomping them.
They're only on top of Dig.
Okay, fair.
Because they just got blasted. I'm glad that you just did that replay of the early game, Raz, because I was screaming about this over chase. Shopify, they know bottom lane's getting pushed in. TL, like you're highlighting, they've got the early rotation into the river. So as soon as that Nami bubble misses, I'm like, stop. Okay.
Back off. Yep.
You no longer have the advantage. I understand the initial part where, I've got Nami next to me. You know, we have the numbers advantage. We can get some damage on Xin. But as soon as you miss the Nami bubble, they overchase into the river. Yeah. They sandwich themselves, and then a 2,000 gold lead at like 4 minutes. The game is over, Emily.
Yeah. It was over pretty quickly, and all of the lanes kind of kept losing. Jose had a great game again, and I think the ability of Jose to recognize where to be in relation to his lanes, really taking advantage of the fact that they were all pushing, they were all winning. Morgan winning the fan vote. He had a fantastic game on Jax.
What are you pointing to?
Yeah,
I'm pointing to Morgan.
On the screen. I thought you were pointing at something on Kobe's shoe. I was like, Kobe step in dog food?
These are nice shoes. These are real nice shoes.
I was like, what's wrong, guys?
Anyway, as we had to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
They liked your shoes too.
Yeah.
I can both move. You got both? Maybe. No flash.
Ready here.
Good. I'm agree.
We need to.
I'm running away.
Can you connect on the side?
Or
I think you should connect left side. Connect left.
Let me left side.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
I have nothing else to do anyway, Jose. Keep running left. No flash. If you dodge,
copy.
I might fight. Dude, this lobby is kind of comfy. It feels different.
If this is different, I like different. I'm staying right here.
Are you guys serious? We're about to get into game.
Emily, let us enjoy it!
You guys need to lock in. Maybe this'll help.
Oh no, not already.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
You can. I am fine though. You can flash. I'm bad head split.
I'm on planting, guys.
Coming. I'm looking right side. I'm looking right side core. Yeah, I think we can win.
Has flash.
Confidently.
Come to us.
I hit Nami. Chasing Nami down. Nami's gonna die. Let's play header.
Yeah.
I'm going mid.
We can push mid too.
Pork, can you get deep board?
Yeah, I will get
Let's swap, guys.
Good job. They can kill me now.
Can I TP?
We're fighting mid here, guys. I think it's will be fine.
All you guys.
No plan. I'm coming now.
Only
No
that
plan.
guy.
Oh, we can chase it. We can burn.
Only that guy, guys. I'm doing it.
Dead.
Nice, guys.
Nice shot.
Mid.
Nice job, core.
No cleans. I'm gonna push mid too.
I think I'm just gonna hit mid with quid at this point. I think we have a lot of time.
Yeah. Good job.
First dead.
Team Liquid dominated this game from start to finish. 25 kills in 24 minutes. They wiped the floor with Shopify Rebellion.
Saying Mel is balanced is inherently just a nothing burger statement.
Sure.
We, as the player base, don't care whether Mel is like statistically balanced. Like, wow, she's 46% win rate. Like, I'm still contracting incurable illnesses playing against this. Like, regardless of which role she's in, if she's on mid or bot or support. And I think this comes down to a few things. Like, obviously the W is important, right? And I think it's cool, but also like if I'm playing against a mage who's like not subhuman and they have like W and Zhonya's, like I, as a melee champ or an assassin, have very little opportunity to bait this out, especially in a fight. Like in lane, I think it's fine, but like it's not just a W. It's the fact that the Q is like undodgeable for like a decent amount of time.
One of the things that we feel pretty strongly about is that champions in League of Legends need to have a wide range of experiences when they're either played as or played against. And Mel is one that has very wide ranges of experiences. Same with Yasuo, right? So she can have situations where there's just like sometimes nothing you can do in a situation where Mel is ahead and, you know, it's hard to get on her and it's hard to bait out her W. But we think that that's okay. And there are situations where that has to be okay for either games to end or for champions to feel like they're strong, right? Like if somebody was 12-0 on Rengar, for example, would we expect there to be counterplay to Rengar in that situation? Like,
Okay.
yes, right. Like, not really, right? Yeah. And so the same is true for Mel, right? In the cases where you're saying, hey, like hit them with 2 Qs and press Alt, that only really happens either if she got in range of someone who's really squishy, in which case they probably mispositioned, or Mel was a god, or something like that. And does Mel deserve to win in those instances? Like, probably, right? And so one of the foundational premises of League of Legends is that when you get super ahead, you're allowed to feel awesome.
Okay, that's it.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 here between Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion. You just heard a little bit of a conversation between the devs and the player base talking about Mel, her position in the game, the role that she fulfills, the frustrations that players can have dealing with her. But I'll tell you what, Team Liquid was able to deal with it, and everything else Shopify brought to the table just fine.
Yeah, they smacked him 25-2 in a sub 25-minute game. Is an absolute shellacking.
1 player died on Team Liquid. Jose Deodo died twice, setting up all the plays that they made.
Valiantly, may I add.
Yeah, no, it was a scene straight out of Gladiator. They're
For
fighting
Liquid!
the Pantheon. Yeah, no, it was super cool. And unfortunately for Shopify, they've got a lot to fix coming into game number 2 here. Obviously, you can look back to the priority of the bottom lane in game number 1, the Ashe Seraphine having the push, Jose just saying, all right, I'm clearing one of my quadrants, and now I'm clearing yours.
Yep.
And then he just had his boys behind him, and they wreaked havoc through that bottom side jungle. Shopify's got to have an answer for it.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if they can. But before we lock back in for this game, did you watch that content piece, by the way, from TL? Have you seen it yet?
I haven't seen the full version.
So
no.
the title is 20 Redditors versus 1 Rioter. And I just love that Core JJ and Raz and people like this are just lumped in as Redditors.
Yeah, it's like Cubby's there, Core JJ, like
Raz is there.
Raz is my favorite Redditor.
Is there. Yeah, Raz, okay, you can have a pass. Core JJ being a Redditor is great. He's just Redditor.
He's literally one world. Like.
It's a really good video, by the way. Check it out. So shout out to TL. But locking in, game 2, Shopify, the previously undefeated team.
Right.
No longer undefeated.
They have joined the rest of mortal men as they will select first pick here in this second game. So Team Liquid's going to go for the blue side. It's Orianna, Karma, and Varus banned out by TL. Over on the other side, Anivia, Rumble, and Nautilus banned out by Shopify. Remember in game number 1...
They want Rise, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like, right?
That's my guess, but sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say in game number 1, they prioritized the Pantheon. They wanted to have that early jungle power, the extra semi-global authority of the ultimate to make the plays, but they just fell behind early and they never really found success with it.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Oh, interesting. So they're going to go Azir. I feel like the Anivia ban is a little bit surprising when you're looking for the Azir. You know, generally that is used as an answer into Rise, and quite a strong one. It can just be compositionally difficult to play against, but Azir is not one of the champions that I feel like struggles into the Anivia, so that ban is a little bit of a head scratcher for me. Maybe they're going to go, the rest of their comp is going to be more short range or something.
Yeah, whenever I see Anivia, I think you want to be able to get value out of the wall. You want to be playing against something that does not have inbuilt mobility, but if Anivia throws up her wall behind you, you just shifting sand over it, and it's like, okay, bye.
Yep, so it's interesting, but maybe that will make more sense as the rest of the draft goes. The others are just kind of like more inbuilt strong picks. The Nautilus ban does make me wonder if they are going to be going in towards, like a Lulu Yunara or something like that, like a vulnerable enchanter that you don't want to get engaged on, maybe a Karma, maybe a Lulu. Hovering over a bunch of different kind of known counters to the Azir, I don't know that we're going to actually get something that spicy.
Yeah, I'm not taking the bait.
Yeah. And so it is just going to be the Rise at the end of the day.
My favorite spice, flour.
It's like when you go to Germany and someone tells you this place is really spicy. They have salt on their food.
Yeah, it's just like it's potato.
It's an uncooked potato with some salt. Some spicy German food. All right. I think
sorry to the German viewers out there. I'm not saying it's bad. It still
wonderful
tastes good,
people,
but
horrible food.
Well, back on the Shopify side, they're going to go ahead, lock in Ezreal and Nico for themselves. So pretty powerful lane here with some solid range. Really just depends on how many of those skill shots are you going to hit, whoever you're trading into.
So not going to be the Karma. I was thinking it would be just Ezreal Karma
or like I said,
Well,
Yunara
Karma
Lulu.
did get banned again.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course. I was thinking it was going to be an Enchanter in general, I should say, with that Nautilus ban, but I guess because the Karma then got banned on the other side, they just go for the backup Karma, the Nico. So the Karma Ezreal, Nico
Stealth
Ezreal,
Karma.
exactly. Someone who can work out there. The Jace is interesting because it is a blind Jace top. So you are likely to need some protection bans. Whether or not they are giving the respect over to Fudge that he would be willing to play some of the difficult matchups, I don't know. But they are going to be banning out Sion. So Sion, Aurelia is more of the kind of like the spicy counter, but a lot of people will go towards Sion and you kind of just like tank through some of the early levels. Some people do just like building a lot of armor against it. You just go for a tank, you look to outscale, and I feel like that would be an option that Fudge would go towards. I don't know that TL would ban Aurelia because I don't think that Fudge would play it.
Yeah, probably not. Blind Jace is definitely a more audacious, a more daring choice. However, Morgan has the #1 important thing for locking that in. Korean passport.
The passport, yeah. Passport check.
Yep, we checked the passport. Yep, that's the Korean
all right,
flag.
buddy. You can come in.
We're doing all right. Okay, lock the Jace. Let's
Hold your
lock it
horses
in.
there on that Chase blind pick. Where are you from? All right. Okay.
All right, yeah, sure.
Fair enough.
This will pass.
Yeah.
Well, we've got some bottom lane bans coming out from Shopify. They want to ban out that Bard, which can be one of the stronger laners to deal with things like Ezreal and Nico. They'll also ban out the Sivir. We'll have the Sion and Vi removed from the table by Team Liquid. Now, how do they want to go about this bottom lane? They already know what they're up against.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that normally this server I don't always buy into, but Yon and Core definitely do like going for Kalista lanes, really aggressive lanes and trying to actually punish. I don't think that you would have the best time in the 2v2, so that's kind of my only question on if they're going to go for it. And instead, they're going to go towards the Xayah, which is kind of interesting because Xayah isn't generally considered a champion that is great into range. Generally, you are really good at absorbing hard engage, right?
Right.
And so when people are showing Vi and when they're showing Ahri and when they're showing these types of champs, that's generally when you see it. But on the other side, we have Ezreal plus Nico. Yeah, Nico can engage, but like their 2v2 is about poke, right? Yeah. And Azir is pretty long range and low commitment. Oh, we got the Garen as the answer. That is actually pretty spicy. So I mean, egg on my face, I said he wouldn't go for a more kind of spicy answer, but he is going in towards the Garen. This is going to be pretty interesting. So I'm expecting it to be like Stridebreaker Rush. If you can survive the early levels, I think these kind of matchups can become quite good into the Jace. I do think the early levels can be quite difficult. If you get too far behind, you never actually get the ability to look for all-ins. But Garen has a very powerful post-level 6 all-in. Jace doesn't really get anything from 6, so if you can kind of live till that point, you can start threatening. Your wave clear gets really, really powerful. So my question really is, how do you do in the early levels? I do think the Poppy feels a little bit out of left field, but I think it's kind of with the assumption that we are going to have hard engage as the support option here for Core, and it looks like with champs like going down, we must have some sort of issue.
Yep, I was just told by producers one of the most depressing things I have ever heard in my entire life. The Garen lock-in was accidental and is instead supposed to be Cassante.
No!
So,
I was kind of surprised by it, but
I am sad.
Yeah, I'm sad too. I was like, okay, that's pretty spicy. If you can survive, I can see it. All right, well, Cassante.
Yep, Cassante.
We got our two favorite spices, flour and more flour.
Yeah. Yum. Well,
can I interest you in some warm water to go with that?
Perhaps, if one is feeling particularly daring, an ice cube added in. Well, everything should be replicated throughout the draft all the way up to the very end. So
no replication.
Look, just treat it like an extra round of Fearless. Like, no, all that stuff you guys locked in. No, we're getting rid of all of it.
Getting rid of all of it. It's all out the window. Competitive integrity. Let's call it viewership integrity.
Yeah. Now, what happens if we get into the game and Cassante has Guardian? Then what do we do?
Yeah, tough luck there, pal. Time to play it out. Time to pull up those bootstraps,
If Guardian Aatrox can work, surely Guardian Cassante is not as bad as that.
I can see it.
At least your tank.
There you go.
Stand beside your carries or something. Okay,
Let's see the APM here.
We are back in the lobby. Yeah, as fast as they can. Get
Wow.
through this. Spell TSM with your bands or something. None of that matters. We already know exactly what everybody's going to play.
All right, thinking through the runes. What's he gonna go with?
What's the name of the page? Does it just say runes? Is his rune page just named runes?
I just have one rune page and I change every game.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay.
I've never.
But you have a name on it? I've never changed the name.
Back when there was still like the runes that you had to buy with the old runes and mastery system.
Then you needed runes.
I had a couple different pages that I would use, like one for more MR, like one for a little bit more scaling, that type of stuff. But yeah, now that it's just you can change whatever, I just find it way easier between remembering like what every page is. No, just change it.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus, it prevents you from being a dummy and accidentally forgetting to change. If you're always setting your brain in motion to be like, no, I've got to double check my runes.
Exactly. Which is what makes it even better. When you check your runes, you set your runes, and then you load into the game, and it didn't change your runes.
What are my runes? Like, hold on.
You get in, you're like, all right, going in, we're going to play some Cassante here. And I have Spellbook.
Like, what am I going to do?
Okay. Melee versus melee matchup.
I always love the ones. My favorite, what is happening with this rune is Kayn. Because I'll see people like play a game, and it's like, this is the most obvious blue Kayn game of all time. The entire enemy team is just all squishy champions. One shot literally anyone, loads into the game with Conqueror. And I'm like, brother, if we're playing blue Kayn, it's never going to activate. Like, there's no way this is the intended
You
choice.
get one spell, and then they are dead.
Yeah, it's like
2 stacks of Conqueror.
Fantastic. You look at the tooltip at the end of the game, it's like, total damage healed, 84. Like, what?
All right, we're getting Poppy. Maybe just goes for the Garen again, you know?
Okay, if he goes for Garen again, he's going to jail. Like, that's...
You know what? I would give him a pass. Because it would mean we had to rewatch the draft, but we didn't have to watch Game of Cassante.
Okay, all right. But then do you reward the behavior of remaking the game to just make the same game again? You're setting dangerous precedent here.
Only if it's for a cool champ. You'll get a pass, you know?
Champ coolness validates whether or not you can get away.
It's a good life lesson because life isn't fair, you know? And if people like you, you're going to get away with stuff.
with crime.
Exactly. You totally get away with crimes. Let's be honest here, you know? It's like when someone really good looking is like, everyone's so nice here, you know?
It's just like, wow, everybody's just so kind.
Everyone's just so kind. That's crazy. Life is great.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Not Cassante. No one wants to see Cassante, and no one wants to see Rise.
Yeah, Rise especially after we got to see, like, I love seeing stuff like Anivia in the game. Anivia's cool.
There you go.
Rise is...
Bird.
Rise.
Shoots out balls of ice.
Yeah.
Pretty neat. Not something you see every day.
Rise is something you see every day.
Crazy blue people. That's just a day in LA.
I do love...
They're on the street. You're seeing them everywhere.
To be fair, a lot of the Rise mains do act like that. The Rise community is one of my favorite communities in all of League of Legends because you would think that people that play a mage that's, you know, kind of like one of the main characters in the overarching story of the game would be pretty rooted, grounded, logical people, but it's all just the most insane people you've ever met in your whole life, spamming EQ to each other like some sort of strange, bizarre Morse code. I love Rise players.
I kind of respect it.
They're completely crazy. You never know what you're gonna get.
You know, when people really commit to it, at first you're like, "Come on, bro, this is kind of weird. What are you doing?" And then they keep going, and you're like, "I don't know if it's a joke anymore, but I'm starting to think it is one." And they kind of, you know, goes full circle. It's like when you're watching a really bad movie, it can be pretty enjoyable. But if you're just watching like a mediocre bad movie,
right,
that's trash.
It
you
needs
gotta
to be
turn that
a 1
off.
out of 10. Like
exactly.
It needs to be so bad that it goes back to being entertaining.
It goes around in the circle, you know?
It's
like with those Elo graph memes, you know, with Iron and Challenger, and they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But then the person in gold in the middle is like, no.
Yeah, the
You
Iron
can't
and
do
Challenger
that.
guys are both just vibing.
Yep.
You know, I one time saw, I think it was actually on one of the Rise rework like YouTube videos on the official Riot channels, and there was a guy talking about how his wife is going to divorce him because he played too much Rise, and now he just says EQ out loud, and she doesn't understand what's going on. So he's just fully embracing it and painting himself blue. I'm like, what are these people talking about?
This is the kind of conversations we have to have after a game like that, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a champ select delay. It's not a super spicy early game. We're just enjoying our time here on Summoner's Rift in the early levels. But Shopify at least have push down here in bottom lane this game. Again, going going back to game number 1, looking at how things fell apart so rapidly, bottom lane control was a huge part of it. So Bvoy and Seos being able to breathe in this early lane has got to be a relief compared to the last one.
Breathing is a positive for sure. Another positive, FBI was on Pros, was talking up Quid, saying he thinks he's the best mid laner in the league, that he's always creating a lot of pressure by himself. And that is something that is so valuable because there are different tiers of players. I mean, there's like the players that obviously are going to struggle on their own. There's players that with some assistance, when they get a lead, they can really kind of, generate some pressure and do a really good job. And then there's the really special players, which to me are the players that don't need any sort of resources and they can just create advantages. And that is so valuable and so nice to have when you are a jungler and you just know this lane is just going to win, right?
I can rely on this guy.
Exactly. Yeah. He's just going to do well. And if he's already getting an advantage by himself without any help, then heck, that's someone you want to actually go and give resources to a lot as well, because you know they're going to be able to make the most of that advantage. So Quid definitely considered to be, one of, if not the best mid lane in the league, despite the lock-in not going his way, or not going the way he would have wanted, I should say.
So let's check in here on this top side matchup as Morgan has the lane control that you would expect early on. Jace bullies pretty much everybody that's not Jace. That's the name of the game. So Fudge's job is just to survive and farm, but Jose Diodo does not want to allow that to happen. He's going to show up here, but they don't want to full commit to any dive. Cassante, notoriously one of the most difficult to dive champions that there is, can very often turn these types of plays around. But considering Jose showed up, Contracts is now looking for opportunity down here in the bottom half of the map, but the wave is not in the right position here just yet.
Yeah, it's taking too long to actually get it in, so I think he is worried that it would be able to be responded to. Like just now is the wave crashing. Yes, the Jarvan is still pretty far away, but not going to decide to risk it there. And I think if Fudge had wasted his Pathmaker, I think you maybe go for that dive. But if you try to EQ in on him as Jose, he's just going to Pathmaker. Not only are you not going to knock him up, he's going to stun you under the tower with you having aggro, right? And then that is a recipe for a free failed dive. So Fudge able to survive that, no problem. But at the same time, that allowed Morgan to be hitting the tower. So Morgan got an early plate. He does have a nice little CS advantage here on the top side and might be looking for a kill.
Yeah, Fudge down to 100 HP. Has to be mindful of what's going on here. Contracts does show up around the area just to make sure that Morgan's not going to find himself a 4.5-minute solo kill. So Fudge will go ahead, take his recall. Morgan is going to do the exact same, but Quid now has Jose right next to him over here in the mid lane. Zinni is under some pressure. Over the wall goes Jose, and the flash is forced out of the Emperor as Zinni has to spend that summoner spell defensively. Going to take away some of his playmaking potential here as Core JJ jumps in for the grand entrance, going in after Bvoy, forces that flash as well. Contracts also forced to flash. Flash after flash after flash after flash, forced out of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that is a lot of resources gone there for Shopify. Zinni tried to kind of take the aggressive trade, just shifting in on Quid. I'm assuming he didn't have eyes on Jose, but as soon as then you see Jose showing up, you've got a flash, and that is a little bit tough for him. Of course, it is still very close as far as the gold is concerned, and Fudge now back from base with a lot of armor, as you are going to need here into Morgan. And Morgan just picks up the tier and does have a serrated Dirk, so some early power for him, going to be scaling up. And it'll be interesting to see if he's building more for that side lane, building like Cleaver and an armor pen, or if he is going to be going, more just pure glass cannon, looking for the poke onto some of these squishy characters.
Well, I feel like the problem is if you're just pure glass cannon, you do have both the Cassante and the Poppy who will be more than happy to spam a ton of armor and just sort of eat those shock blasts for you. So if Fudge and Contracts are doing their jobs, it should be pretty difficult for Morgan to be able to land a lot of those big hits.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting, right? Because he went Grass. Grass is just a strong laning rune.
Yeah.
Obviously, it doesn't scale as well as something like Conqueror for the 1v1, but still, very powerful for the early laning phase. And, sometimes we used to see people going, especially when Bruiser Jace was really popular, we'd see a lot more like Cleaver, Shojin, just kind of like these Bruiser builds that are very powerful in the 1v1 against champions like Cassante. But now, some people do mix it up. Some people are still going kind of full lethality. Some people are doing, Cleaver lethality. Some people are doing Shojin and just kind of skipping the Cleaver. So I'll be interested to see what he does.
Well, Team Liquid is going to go ahead and start up yet another early Drake. Remember in game number 1, the first Drake was Ocean, and they secured it about 8 minutes into the game. Here in game number 2, they once again get the high roll with the early Ocean Drake, and they get this one a minute and a half earlier.
Yeah, it's going to feel really, really nice. Strongest early dragon for laning, absolutely. And is going to help out, gives you that additional HP regen based on that missing health, so is really powerful.
Or JJ just continuing to try to keep the pressure on B-Boy here. The Xayah Rakan duo power down here in the bottom lane. Again, this is not as oppressive as the Ashe Seraphine was in game number 1, but Yeon and Core are still looking comfortable.
They're looking really good. Honestly, if I'm playing against Nico Ezreal, and I'm playing an early game Rakan, pre-6, and I'm even, I feel like I'm hard winning that lane. Like, you are going to feel really, really good about that, because Rakan is a weak early laner. Is he in trouble?
Yep, Zinni again under pressure from Jose Yodo as the Cataclysm arrives to make sure the shuffle doesn't do its job, but Contracts ready to save the day. Quid still commits the flash to guarantee that he gets the first blood, but Contracts makes it a 1-for-1.
I like the buffer there from Jose, able to immune it, and now Jose going to stop that wave from getting crashed. Shouldn't be able to kill Contracts, can just kind of walk it back to the tower. But does push him back, and will have that wave in a better spot there for Quid. And this was really nicely done on the engage. They want to punish the missing summoner. Always love when you see people looking to attack there. There was a lot of pings going over in that area, so I'm assuming that is Contract pinging that Jose could be there, because there was a lot of caution pings over by the enemy Raptors, and so he did have an idea that he could be there. Zinni incredibly low. Quid decides, you know what, it's for first blood. I'm going to flash in. Yep. Even if you trade the kill, that is going to be good for you. It was kind of like a Super Mario sound effect.
Yeah.
Yahoo!
Well, hey, at least he got his first blood.
Yeah.
At least he got his first blood. Contracts, his keeper's verdict was clutch there in being able to make sure that that was an even trade, because if you miss that, if you don't manage to knock the enemy jungler away, there's no way you can put on enough pressure to finish off the kill on to Quid anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And Contracts now going to be going back to base. He's going to be going a little bit of damage here. We pretty much always just see, you know, 1 damage item into tank for Poppy these days. No one's doing anything too crazy. It's kind of just every champion that is played in the jungle is pretty much building the same thing these days.
Yeah.
You're going Sundered Sky first, and if you can't go Sundered Sky, you're not getting picked, buddy.
It's just like, all right, get back in the roster. We need Xin Zhao or Wukong or somebody like that here. But we do have the second set of objectives getting farmed up now. Team Liquid has Jose acquiring the grubs. First 2 are going to fall no contest. As you can see, Fudge showing up before Jose can confirm the third. But Jose is not really too worried about this. He doesn't have his smite. He already used it, but Fudge can't continue putting on any additional pressure, so Jose gets all 3 grubs, plus the first Drake. Neutrals are purely favoring Team Liquid here in game number 2.
Yeah, see? If you wanted him to be scared, you should have picked Garen, buddy. You know?
Yeah.
That Garen roaming down would have been spooky.
Ooh, nice double shuffle coming out from Zinni as they go to make the play onto Quid, knocking him low, knocking him down. Shopify Rebellion find their play.
That was a really clean combo. Flash, shuffle there, engage on bot side.
Yeah, Core JJ fully committing here with a burst onto Seos, and he dies before he can even unleash the Pop Blossom. Nice execution from Yeon and Core.
Yeah, really good CC chain there. They hit him with the quickness, and they get the feather pull through on him, and he just dies before the Pop Blossom goes off, as you said. Able to finish him off there. But yeah, that was clean from Shopify in the mid lane. Of course, they would have wanted Zinni to be able to get the kill, but he has the flash. Emperor's Divide knocks him back. Immediate stun there from Contracts, and they just CC chain Quid pretty much 100-0. They knock him down, are able to get that kill. So a lot more competitive here in this second game. Jose shows up, but this time Contracts is there and waiting. He gets the flash, shuffle straight back in, charge out of the air so you can stun into that Emperor's Divide. Both sides of the Q hit. Then there's the knock up with the Keeper's Verdict to get that. Would have loved Zinni to get the kill, but really nicely done there from Shopify.
Nice, well played. Good job, Zinni. Okay, J4 can still look you.
Yeah, I love combinations of Poppy with champions that can create their own terrain, because if you get that timing like you're talking about, it's just so deadly.
And you can see his career stats very good, but they're going for another fight.
Yeah, Seos dropped down to about 1/3 HP, a little bit lower. Jose and Core need some more damage, but Seos flashes away from the Dragon Strike, staying alive for now. Quid arrives as reinforcements here with the Realm Warp. Contract still trying to make sure that Seos doesn't drop. Meanwhile, Yeon versus B-Boy down here in the bottom lane, as Yeon does not want to allow the Ezreal to participate here in the fight. Core JJ still looking, standing on top of a control ward. All right, Shopify is going to continue to retreat.
Yeah, they're going to continue to retreat. I'm a little bit confused why Contract stayed around and takes so much damage, because I think that Seos could have just walked out the side, and now maybe B-Boy is going to get threatened on this potential dive. We'll see if TL want to go for it, or if it's just going to be B-Boy having to back off. At the very least, they're going to be able to get some plates, deny some gold. Zinni was threatening the roam, but of course that was spotted out.
All right, B-Boy. This is such a frustrating experience.
It is, yeah.
You just have to sit there and watch the turret eat all of the farm. It's very difficult for him to even approach the wave. Seos finally makes his way back into lane now to relieve a little bit of that pressure, and maybe Contracts can get something back on a core JJ, but no, Jan always stays in range there for the battle dance. Nice angle from Fudge here with the all-out. Knocks Morgan underneath the turret, but Morgan just casually, calmly walks away from it.
Yep, going to be able to go to the skies, hammer form, jumps back to the minion wave, and does have the Ghost Blade as well, so just activates the Ghost Blade, hops back to the minion wave, able to get out of there, no problem. That was a really nice angle, though, from Fudge, so credit to him.
Speaking of nice angles, Zinni looking for another one here in the mid lane, but the flash out from Quid, and now the counter punch comes in from Hosieotto. Zinni down to 300 HP as Morgan arrives to guarantee the play. Quid barely holds on, but that's good enough as Contracts and Fudge have to be careful now. This Jace hurts a lot.
Yeah, Contracts peeled about as well as he could have, honestly. You know, he hits the Keeper's Verdict, knocks Jose away. Then as Morgan comes in, tries to go hammer for him, he stuns him, you know, with the Steadfast Presence. He's trying to do everything he can to peel, but as soon as that flash came through from Quid and Jose is right there, there's no way out for Zinni, right? You know, he doesn't have his flash, used it on the earlier play. You used your E to go forward, and now you don't have any way out.
Yeah. It's, we've all of a sudden found ourselves back in very dire straits for Shopify Rebellion. We were just talking about how, yeah, it's a better look for them here in game number 2. But the problem is, they're now behind just as much as they were in game number 1. It was that 1,500 gold lead 11 minutes into the game that had then ballooned to over 3K around 14, 15 minutes. And now, you know, it's still about a 2,000 gold lead 13.5 minutes in for Team Liquid. Shopify have got to make sure this doesn't go the way of game number 1. They've got to make sure that they dig in and don't allow this lead to get any further.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, you know, they have really good scaling. You know, if they can kind of hold on here, you have a super strong front line. You have very powerful late game carries in the Ezreal as well as the Azir. You have some strong range. So they have a lot of good tools here. But TL also have some strong tools on their side. Jose walked over that ward, so Zinni will just back it up. Because TL can play 1-3-1 very easily. And you can also trail on the 1-3-1 with the Jarvan or with the Rakan, look for really explosive engages. And if Shopify do not have vision like they don't around this dragon, it's so tough to walk in. Because if you don't have eyes on the Jarvan, if you don't have eyes on the Rakan, and you try to face check, you are going to get instantly CC'd. There's no way for the Poppy to necessarily react when they're just flashing out of a brush.
Well, Team Liquid still with control over the entire map right now. Zinni goes in for the swoop onto Quid, and he finds it. Contracts right behind him with the slam into the wall. This 1-2 punch. Shopify is landing time and again.
Yeah, I love that. Just the rinse and repeat. They go the first time it works. They go the second time it gets flashed. Go again. Just go right back at him. And that was really well played by Zinni. That was the very edge of the hitbox, it felt like. I wasn't sure if he was in range or not, but that's one of those things, and we saw his career stats on it. When you have extreme comfort on a champion, you can know those slim margins.
Hosieotto thinking about a potential dragon still here, jumps over the wall into the pit, but no, it's secured by B-Boy of all people, and now Hosieotto throws his life away in the process. Shopify Rebellion are bouncing back in the mid-game.
That was pretty ill-advised, I gotta say. You know, going for the steal in that position without Quid there, it feels like it's very likely to be a one-way trip no matter what.
Yeah, now Fudge might be on a one-way trip of his own. Tries to go all out here in the 1v1 against Morgan, but the Jace has already secured the tier 1 turret. There's nowhere for Fudge to go except all the way home in a body bag. Quid shows up to collect the paycheck.
Nice movement there from Morgan and showcasing the value of that Ghost Blade, because Fudge goes all out, and I thought it actually could be relatively close. First in Tofo Strike, gets sidestepped. Pathmaker gets sidestepped. Second in Tofo Strike gets sidestepped as well. He didn't hit a single ability after he went all out. And when you are missing all those abilities, when Morgan is sidestepping, juking back and forth, it is very tough. And now he picks up Swifty Boots. So, you know, really emphasizing the move speed here and just looking to straight up just avoid these abilities, just skill checking his opponents.
Yeah, you'll love to see it. He's up 1,500 gold, really showcasing that this, I'm going to slam blind Jace in the first half of the draft can work out if you've got the skills to back it up. Team Liquid starting up the Rift Herald now, but they will not be able to complete this objective before Shopify makes their way onto the scene. But the entire time, it just means that Team Liquid can use their split pushing power, use that Jace in the side lane to secure another tier 1 turret, this time in the bottom side.
Yeah, the hope for SR is definitely mid-jungle, as Jose trying to get some space here.
Yeah, Jose does manage to buffer the EQ, get away from Zinni. before the Azir can try to find yet another shuffle play. As there's Core JJ's engaged, but the Grand Entrance isn't going to get a whole lot. Core chunked down to 1/3 HP, but Morgan has joined back up with the rest of Team Liquid. So even though Core is hurt, even though they no longer have the Recon Flash, they do still have the ultimate. But Team Liquid don't want to overcommit. They don't want to make a blunder here, potentially throw away the 2,500 gold lead they've earned so far.
Yeah, it was a trade of flashes, but like you called out, Core got chunked and Zinni stayed full health. So that is going to make it very difficult for them to actually challenge here. But TL are still in the area and are looking to do just that.
Yep. Keep your eyes on Jose Diodo here, off to the side. Herald's down to about 5,000 HP. They eject Morgan from the fight here with the Keeper's Verdict, but Jose Diodo jumping in over the wall. Zinni is low, but he isn't going to fall here just yet. Jose Diodo dies to B-Boy. Zinni still barely hanging on, but the accelerated shock blast can't finish him off. Pop Blossom from Seos finds 3. Nice ulti coming out from the Shopify support to guarantee they're going to win this fight. Now Jan and Morgan have to try to kite this one out, but Fudge hits the Intofo strikes on that one. Contracts right behind him. Shopify Rebellion got exactly what they needed. Azale, this game is back to dead even.
Beautiful fight there from Shopify Rebellion. Quid, way overcommitted, tried to take down Zinni. He was hitting Zinni over the wall. Look at Quid on the bottom of your screen there. Gets the spell flux down, and he says, all right, Zinni is so low. He has no shift. He has no flash. This is where I can go in and try to finish him off. So he flashes over, but he's not in range. He's not in range of Zinni. He can't actually finish him. Zinni lives with sub 100 health. And look at this, the knockback from Fudge here onto Morgan, and then Contracts insta-flash stuns him. Great coordination there from Shopify throughout the fight. The ultimate, the Pop Blossom from Seos was great as well. We got to go back to live as they are skirmishing. Looks like that won't result in anything, but Zinni survives with the narrowest of margins. Contracts is 4-0-4, and he is picking up where he left off last week.
Yeah.
Yes, they got dominated in game number 1, but Contracts was great in their series against Dignitas. Went deathless in that series. He was smoking Dignitas, and when Contracts is at his best, he can go toe-to-toe with the very best junglers in the league. This guy, at his best, is a force to be reckoned with. And that is kind of the point of this roster change, was they were supposed to be bringing in, you know, this stud in the mid lane, Zinni, who's going to be this really powerful import, pair him up with Contracts, who's going to be the guy to create action, you know, buy space for Zinni to have success, who's supposed to be kind of your big late game threat alongside B-Boy. And that was kind of the thought process. It didn't work out at all in lock-in, but you're seeing some of that here in Spring Split. Zinni already on 2 completed items, goes for the Shadow Flame there as the second item, so quite a bit of spell pen already picked up because he has the upgraded Stork boots, didn't go for defensive boots at all, and is going to be pumping out the damage if he is left untouched.
Speaking of that damage, though, Muramana completed, fully evolved for Morgan's Jace, so those shock blasts are going to tear through health bars if he hits his shots. Shopify is still up. A little bit over 1,000 gold now with that tier 1 turret taken down in the mid lane thanks to the Rift Herald, as Fudge finds himself under pressure here in the top side. Gets back close enough to the tier 2 turret to try to make some kind of an outplay. Goes all out, but finds himself further away from that protective structure, and Jose Diodo knocks him over, and now it's just more money flowing back into Morgan's pockets.
Yep, now he's going to be uncontested on that tier 2. Look where Jose is as well. Jose's saying, you know what? Someone might actually walk up to try to defend this from mid lane, so he's standing behind the tower there, anticipating that, but instead it will just be a trade. But TL are trying to start up Baron. They want to try to go for Baron, knowing that they have the man advantage right now. Baron at 20 minutes is risky from this game state, though, and it is going to get spotted.
Yep. True Shot Barrage flies right on through, finds the Baron before any meaningful damage is done to it, so Team Liquid's going to have to stop it. I like the fact that they looked for that. They're thinking, okay, we're up here topside. We know that you can't do anything about it. The natural play is probably just to try to take the Dragon as a consolation prize. What if they're not paying attention?
Exactly. I mean, it's a pretty low risk, high reward play, right? You know, if they stuck on it, then you're trolling. You're going to get wiped.
Right, yeah. If the True Shot Barrage hits you and you stand there, like...
But what if we stay? They'll never expect this. Oh, man. We're all playing Fantasy this year. And let me just say, top lane is so funny because you look at a game like this and you're like, yes, I have Morgan on my Fantasy. I'm going to get so many points. You know, he's dominating the game. He's crushing through the top lane. He's so powerful. And then you look at your Fantasy and he's got you about like 3.8 points so far, you know, 2 assists. Top laners are just not even involved, man. You need to start giving top laners Fantasy points just like for gold. If you get a big gold lead, that counts.
Yeah, just be like, all right, yeah, he's got 2,000 gold up on his opponent, bro.
That's a pentakill for top lane.
Yeah. Might as well be. I mean, hey, a kill on average in League of Legends is worth 300. If you're up 2,000, that's more than a pentakill. That's almost a septa kill or something. I think that's the right prefix.
There you go.
Well,
get an Akshan in there, they res their team, you kill them again.
Just bring everybody back. Well, unfortunately, they will not be able to bring back that tier 1 turret there in the mid lane. So the map is going to become more and more dangerous here for Shopify as Zinni is the target. Realm Warp arrives. Defensive ulti, but the Emperor's Divide might not be able to keep him alive long enough. Jose Dioto is going to full commit for this one too. Sundisk puts a lot of damage into the Rise, so Quid might just fall. All out from Fudge guarantees it. 1-for-1 trade with the mid laners both dropping up here, but we aren't done yet. Fudge is eating so much damage from Yon's feathers, he has to flash out just to survive.
Yeah, has to run away there. Zinni did a good job buying time. They got to keep retreating though, because Morgan is here now as well. Zinni bought a lot of time there with the Emperor's Divide, with the Flash, really tried to just delay the maximum, summons up the Sundisk, really try to put that pressure on. It allowed Contracts and Fudge to come in to trade that kill back. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of flashes used there from Shopify. Zinni sees the Realm Warp coming in, knows he's going to be in trouble. Instant disengage there onto Core, flashes away from that grand entrance. Then it's a flash in from Jose to try to seal the deal. But Quid got CC'd under that Sundisk for so long. Then the knockout comes through, allows Fudge to get in behind him. So that was well played. But the problem here was B-Boy was not around at all during that time, and Yon was. So Yon was pumping the damage out, as you had called out, and that just meant you can't really go for the extended play.
Well, we've still got ourselves a very close game state compared to what we saw in game number 1, right? Compared to a game...
The game was basically over at this point in game number 1.
Right, yeah. I mean, it ended at 24-something on the clock with 25 kills for TL. This time around, yes, it's still a very marginal gold lead for Team Liquid, but Shopify's keeping it much closer. They're able to find ways to guarantee that Team Liquid has consequences for their actions, right? Like, you're getting the kill back in topside. You're not just letting them get everything for free. Team Liquid now, we'll see how they want to continue playing this one. They are posturing towards the bottom side of this mid lane stare down we have here. Contracts with the Dead Man's Plate fully completed now with the Poppy. I really like this item on Poppy because so much of the character is getting the angles that you need for the wall tackles, and that just gives you that extra little bit of mobility to guarantee the stun really is a stun.
Yep, completely agree, and it's also 3 physical damage dealers over on the side for TL. Jose has gotten the Black Cleaver, so Morgan does not have to. Did go for more of that kind of pure glass cannon style in this game. Has gone for a Last Whisper third. And Zinni was hanging around mid lane, just waiting to see if anything was going to pop off. But as soon as he saw it was not, he goes back to base, grabs Seeker, pushes out the wave. Probably going to grab the blue buff for himself, and then we're going to kind of repeat this dance over in the mid lane. While these two teams are just trying to play for vision around the Baron, that is the objective that everyone is kind of focused on right now. Even if you are Shopify and you want to play towards Soul, which they probably do, you still at least need to have some vision in the Baron area to make sure that you're not going to give that away for free.
And honestly, Shopify has been doing a really good job focusing on Quid in this second game. They have 9 kills, and 5 of them are on Quid specifically. He's 3-5-1 here on the Rise. And Team Liquid has also made a lot of attempts at Zinni. I think Shopify have just pulled off their mid lane gambits better, and since both mid laners now have the Seeker's arm guard, I'm really going to be seeing who gets the greater value in the next team fight, because I feel like both of those arm guards are getting broken.
Yeah, they are going to be really powerful. Both junglers missing flash. It is just that one extra flash for Morgan. TL starting up this Baron.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a bait, though, because now they're immediately going to turn towards Shopify. CoreJJ and Yon both lose a little bit of HP.
Ooh,
there, that was a beautiful true shot barrage from B-Boy to knock Yon down below half HP, and CoreJJ in a similar spot.
Yeah, now they're just spam pinging onto that dragon. They know, you know what, that's enough of a chunk. TL cannot go back to the Baron. There's just no shot. So they're going to be able to go over here. Contracts starting up this dragon. This would bring them to Soul Point.
Yeah.
Probably not going to kill this the fastest, but Zinni will be able to get over there and help him out. TL, though, are just pinging right back onto the Baron. They want to try this one more time. Yon had the red buff, so he was healing up, and we'll see. I don't think Shopify know. They're just kind of assuming that they wouldn't try it again. I think they're giving the Baron.
Assumptions are a very dangerous game in League of Legends. You can finally see some pings coming out from Shopify. They know that this could be happening, but they know way too late. And yeah, it's Soul Point for Shopify, but a free Baron at 26 minutes feels so good for TL.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking as well for Shopify. At the very least, you know, it's not like there's a dragon on the map that they can grab and deny that. You can kind of try to just sit back and wave clear. But this is exactly what TL needs. Cyrilda's now done for Morgan off the back of that. They want to play 1-3-1. Now you give the 1-3-1 team Baron buff as well, which is going to make it really, really difficult. Ezreal, not great wave clear. Azir has pretty strong wave clear, but that's pretty much it as far as being able to clear out these waves quickly is concerned. So it's going to be difficult for Shopify, and Azir is just trying to hard shove the top side to get that wave moving in the right direction. Now he's going to retreat back to base, and they're going to try to just stall out this Baron as much as they can.
All right, Shopify, how well can you hold on? You've got to make sure that you don't lose anything more than what's necessary. You've still got tier 2 turrets standing in mid and bottom, but Team Liquid is looking to fix that situation pretty quickly. It's Quid, Yon, and Core. JJ with pressure in mid. Yon and Core trying to rotate down into the bottom side, but Contracts immediately with a tackle over the wall, looking for the kill here onto Yon. They force the Seos! But it's Seos with a massive Pop Blossom. Yon is already down. Fudge goes all out, and Core, JJ, and Jose Diono both fall. Once again, right when they needed most, it's Shopify Rebellion with the perfect angle, and they kill 4.
Damn, Contracts had so much confidence. Look at this. Contracts flashes in, insta stun on Yon, double knockup, and then Zinni is hitting them over the wall. Seos had such good timing. Hits the Pop Blossom, goes back into the pit to try to get out of the vision. Not sure if he did or not, but then flash over the wall, pops the Rocket Bell, gets in. Zinni's back to live. He's fighting.
Yeah, Zinni versus Morgan in the live as Morgan tries to outplay it. One more auto attack and he gets it. But now he's got to try to escape from Seos and Fudge. The Cassante is not very fast. It's hard to close the gap onto this Ghostblade. Jace, accelerated Shock Blast, finds Seos, and Morgan not only gets the kill, he gets away, he dodges the True Shot Barrage, and he's keeping Team Liquid in this.
His 5th fantasy point now for that play.
But the problem is, he probably won't get it because it's just like, well, you didn't die, but that's not worth the point.
Yeah, killed off Zinni though. Nicely done to him. Was a trade of flashes there as well between those solo laners, and he gets a shutdown. The 700 gold shutdown for Morgan, who is already really, really strong, and he's just going even more lethality. So we talked about this option. You know, you correctly pointed out that hey, it's going to be tough if you have to shoot those shock blasts through Fudge and Contracts, but if you can find an angle from the side where you're hitting one of these squishy characters, sometimes one shock blast to start the fight on a character like Azir means Azir can't really take the fight.
Right. I mean, this is going to do so much damage when he does land these. And honestly, I feel like Morgan is doing a lot of heavy lifting here in this second game. The pressure that this Jace is exerting in the sides makes it hard for Shopify to utilize any of the momentum that they've got from some of these big team fight wins that we've seen them pull out.
Yeah, and it's very costly death. You know, Zinni gets shut down, loses his flash. You know, that is a big playmaking tool for the Azir. I would argue the Azir flash is probably a lot more important at this point than the Jace flash, though of course, you know, that is still valuable. But really nicely done there from Morgan, who has been just such a pressure point for Liquid. You know, we saw Liquid when they went up against Lyon. Lyon, their whole plan was kind of just shutting down Morgan. They believed that Morgan was the guy to stop. You know, they brought out these ranged top laners, they crafted their whole plan. And, you know, so they clearly had a lot of respect for Morgan and what he was doing, and I think Morgan has been very, very impressive as a laner for TL. And that is why people, you know, are still excited about TL and the ability of this team, because it just feels like when you look at the players as individuals, they all have the ability to be, you know, top in class kind of thing, right? And, and so the question is, can they bring it all together? Because Shopify here, who's a team that is powering much lower than them, is looking very, very even in this game. You know, they are on Soul Point here. They are looking really competitive, and they're turning in a great game.
And I think so much of this is going to come down to this Dragon fight here in about 45 seconds, right? If Shopify locks in the Dragon Soul, that's going to mean a whole lot. Especially, Chemtech Soul always usually catches some flack for not being as strong as the other ones. But when you have some characters that are naturally slippery to catch, difficult to kill, Cassante and Poppy can both be such a big pain that extra bonus that you're getting from the Chemtech can really turn it from annoying into a total nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you're not getting one shot, you get a lot out of the durability, right? You know, as you get lower. So definitely these tanky champions, a lot easier to get value from it. Contracts is here and has been playing an incredible game. Contracts still deathless on his team and has been starting off a lot of fights. Jose has been trying to find an angle here, has been walking around, clearing out vision, and he's covering for Morgan to push. TL are trying to draw people over to Morgan. If no one responds, it's going to be a bit difficult.
Okay, Morgan rotating down to the Dragon fight now, though. Shopify starting to DPS it, but it's not dropping particularly quickly. Quid loses 1/3 of his HP here at the very onset of things. Seos goes in for the two-man Pop Blossom, but it's not a whole lot just yet. The burst onto Zinni nearly kills him instantly. Seos tries to get away, but Morgan's already found the kill. The Emperor's Divide accomplishes very little. Team Liquid looking for more damage as Morgan continues chasing forward. Fudge can't do anything to the back line. Yes, they lost Quid, but they got everything else. Now Contracts wants to turn the fight back around as Jan is forced up into the air yet again. And Contracts goes unstoppable, the hero here for Shopify. But Morgan comes around from behind with another big accelerated shock blast. As Contracts is the last one standing in a green jersey. They'll knock him out as well. It's the Morgan show, and Shopify Rebellion unfortunately have front row seats.
Yeah, Seos hits a double root, gets the pop blossom in onto Morgan, but the problem is no one can get over there. And look at this engage from CoreJJ. Zinni gets the Zhonya's off, but he gets the Zhonya's off at 100 HP or thereabouts, and then Quid is able to pop into his stasis to immune the Emperor's Divide. B-Boy got pushed out by Morgan. This is a great re-engage from Contracts, though. Finds the angle to get back in on Jan. They knock him down, which makes it a little bit closer, but then Morgan is back. Another shock blast gets him another kill. This guy on the Jace is ridiculously strong at this point. Great counter engage from Core, and really nice stuff here from Morgan, who is just on one. He is up 4.5K.
Yeah, that is totally insane. He's nearly full build. He's got his Serpent's Fang completed now. The Sorelda's already got completed a while ago. BF Sword in the inventory, working on the last item. The Baron is already down to half HP. CoreJJ waiting in the wings for if Shopify tries to fly in and do something. Stolen away by B-Boy.
Oh no, Jose, that is not supposed to happen in this season, man.
Oh no.
It used to be more of a flip sometimes in the old days. To be fair, a lot of people were hitting that, you know, it might have died quick. But Smite does a lot of damage these days, and you're not supposed to be losing it. Let's see, 1,700. Oh, he just kind of smited late. It went to 1,700, and then it went to 1,000, then went to 500.
Yeah, did he even smite?
No, he never used smite.
Yeah, sometimes I know that the spectator UI can have dishonest cooldown timers, but yeah, I didn't even see the smite come down.
He didn't use it, so it was a bit slow there. Maybe there was something going on, like he's like, okay guys, stop hitting it, I'll finish it, and then they didn't or something, but I mean, either way, that's one you got to hit. That's one you got to hit.
That's a blunder for sure. So Shopify are going to wipe the sweat off their brow a little bit on that one. This does buy them some time, does help them out. We'll see what they can possibly earn with it, because the problem is that 5,000 gold lead Jace is marching down the bottom lane, and nobody wants to even be on the same screen as this guy.
Yep, but if he's not there, then you know what? It's actually Shopify with the gold lead. Morgan now has the GA, so that is a big buy for him. It's Shopify on the march with that stolen Baron, trying to put the pressure onto TL here.
All right, first shock blast doesn't collide with anybody on the Rebellion. As Shopify want to continue using this Baron pressure. They've got the double Baron cannon minions sieging the tier 3 turret here in the top lane. Those are finally going to get cleared out. Fudge providing a second point of pressure over in mid as Morgan jumps in after the Cassante here. Does get knocked back. Morgan might just get ripped through the wall. The all-out finds the Jace, but Fudge loses a lot of HP in the process. Sundae's still standing here in the top lane, so Team Liquid doesn't want to overcommit chasing after Shopify.
What Fudge was trying to do there was get the right angle to pull him over the wall to where Contracts was on the side, but he didn't quite get the angle right, so ends up pulling him into that wolf pit. And as a result, Contracts didn't have his flash. He tried to hex slash over to try to help him out, but it was obviously too late. And now Zinni and B-Boy may be caught. They're going to try to TP back in and defend it. And it looks like that will be enough to stop the play. But yeah, good attempt there from Fudge. Of course, looks silly when you don't get the right angle. But if he hit that angle correctly, hey, that is exactly, that is the best target to go for. And remember, spring finals, we are going to the Mullet Arena June 13th, 14th. This is going to be tickets on sale next week, I believe. So scan the QR code and find out some more info about it.
Well, the next thing I want to find some info about is Dragon Fight Chapter number 6, because we've got that here 90 seconds from now. The last one was the big win there for Team Liquid. Morgan, again, flexing those muscles, being the carry, but it's still Shopify on Soul Point. If they can get this Dragon, it's still a big power spike for them. Team Liquid does not have priority over the bottom side river right now. Shopify doing a good job maintaining control of that, and that's just another advantage that you get for stealing the Baron.
Yep, exactly. Going to be able to control that space, looking for this Soul, and it's going to be up to TL to try to stop them. Shock Blast does a lot, but B-Boy had that Bloodthirster shield, has a ton of lifesteal, so You know, if he has access to a wave, he is kind of chilling at this point, unless you can hit Shock Blast after Shock Blast on him. And Core is on a deep flank. He's trying to get way behind them here. But this is always risky if you get spotted. Seos is not with them right now, though. So Shopify for now only have the 4 members, and Core now does reveal himself.
Yep, Core stepping out of the fog of war, gets spotted out. Seos seeing if there's an opportunity to punish the Team Liquid support, but no. Core can manage to exfiltrate in time. Now Fudge going to check into the brush. Core JJ goes in for the quickness, immediately finds the back line. Tons of pressure here on a contract already. Seos wants the pop blossom, but he's forced into the stasis. Zinni is already down. It's a disaster for Shopify. Team Liquid find exactly the angle. Core JJ instantly engages. It's a 3-0, and TL's looking to end the game.
Zinni was dead before it even started. Even with the stasis going off, that explosive engage from TL, they fully commit, and that should seal the deal.
Yeah, I don't really know how you stop this at this point. B-Boy's going to do whatever he can to try to slow it down, but Team Liquid have made their way onto the Nexus turrets, and those will both crumble before I can even finish my sentence. Seos falls here too. Jose Diodo just flashing over the wall to keep B-Boy busy, as Morgan and Quid will pad their stats with a little bit of extra minion kills. They're just making it painful at this point. It was a much closer game, but it's still a Team Liquid victory. 2-0. They'll take out Shopify Rebellion.
Dominant game 1, competitive game 2. But what a performance from Morgan. He was looking unstoppable on the Jace. Blind picks it, and Shopify did not have an answer. Zinni, I think, played quite a good game, but TL were so of one mind, it felt like, with those engages that as soon as they went, even if he was quite quick on the stasis, he was losing 80-90% of his health instantly at the start of every fight, it felt like.
Yeah, it makes it really tough. I think Zinni had a solid game overall. I was really impressed with contracts specifically on Shopify in this one, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough to overcome TL, to overcome the absolute raid boss that was this Jace. I feel like if you're not saying Morgan's the player of the game, you didn't watch the game. Lounge, how are we feeling?
We feel like if you don't say Morgan's player of the game, then you're fired.
Fortunately, we voting blocked Morgan before the casters.
How about Jan? No,
you
Morgan.
didn't.
Raz
You
is
liar.
fired. I'm calling up.
Wait a minute.
I'm just calling Raz as a liar. He definitely voted Morgan.
Yeah, I definitely voted Morgan. I don't know what I was saying. But yes, as you can see, we've got Jose Diodo coming in for that one. That one's
we also got to change our stock valuation.
Yeah,
we do.
Wait, we should
Up on that board. Honestly, well, you already put TL.
Hey!
Let's go.
We're doing stock evaluations. Do you agree with Team Liquid being the
our
highest
Team
in stocks?
Liquid
After
now.
this game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
TL to the moon. Who do you think is player of the game for that game?
I think it could be Morgan.
Morgan did some good carrying.
I think Morgan, when he escaped bot lane, that was like crazy play, and I think it broke their mental. You know?
Yeah.
So it was him, I think.
True. Also in game 1, that like entire sequence where he like took bot turret, then TP top, like everything was happening in game 1.
So what do you think about Shopify's current form this split, like compared to Lock-in tournament?
I think they're way better. I think their mid jungler improved a lot, like their synergy. So I thought it wouldn't be that easy as like last split. But yeah, I think they're better. I don't know how much better they are because I don't know. But I think they're better. Yeah, I can feel it when I'm playing.
Yeah.
That's fair. You've been on fire so far this split. Like last week, everyone was going crazy about your Lee Sin play. This series, you were going really well. So of course, what we want to talk about was this play coming up. You don't even have to. You just almost spoiled it.
I almost spoiled it. We'll run it.
We'll run it.
Talk us through.
Like if we end up getting it, but like.
Yeah, here we go. What happened? What happened here?
No. Okay, I said this doesn't happen that often in scrims because usually you're not in the spots that you flip the smites. But I told Dion after the play, I'm like, can you tell me when you're gonna use your E, like, so I can burst and everyone throw everything. I was like, damn, we don't have a smite, I guess. You know?
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to defend the junglers here. You know, Zion pullback does a lot of freaking damage, man.
That's why we gotta ask him questions. And you already said that you think Morgan takes player of the game for this one.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, you got
surprise.
it right. Yeah.
This actually might have been unanimous.
Yeah, I think
with
so.
the entire analyst casting team. It was.
It was, but we now got to check
know.
with the fans to see if it was truly unanimous to see what they're. Yeah, okay.
Oh, wow,
yeah,
okay.
That was
We got some loyal Jose voters.
Yeah, you got almost 10% of the vote. And then rip to Quid and Yawn for this game. One thing that I have also been impressed with is kind of your growing synergy with Quid. So I guess talk to me a little bit about the Quid Daejeon duo and how you guys have worked on your mid jungle.
Well, I mean, we speak a lot during scrims and how we want to like approach the scenarios and how we want to play the map in general. In the off season after we lost, we had a lot of like meetings and stuff for how we want to play through mid jungle, and I think it was really good overall. We came to a lot of agreements and like with certain champions. I think even in this game when we are missing like the 2v2s because they're also playing well, I think we still have like the right idea to play through mid, and I think if we keep improving on it, we will be better. And there is always room for improvement more. So I don't know.
Because I know you guys have been talking about being able to bring your aggressive skirmishy style from scrims to stage. I think game one shows that a lot, the first scuttle fight. Well, not even scuttle fight. It was like you were heavy invading, and then they're trying to push you back, but then you're getting like your 3-talent strike on scuttle crab and like really searching for that fight. Is that something that you are constantly now looking for, is trying to abuse and be one of the strongest early game team?
I think so. I will say our team is way better when we play aggressive and we have info on their jungler. I think last split what we missed, it was like sometimes we miss like jungle info, or like we don't know what he's doing, or we don't know what we're going through or what we're doing. And now that we're playing like this style, it's like, okay, now we're going for Grump, or we're going for this Scuttle, or we're going for Dragon, you know?
Yeah.
So there is always like a pace to follow, and it's way easier to everyone to adapt to it. And I think that's what we improve the most, and that's why the game looks better for me, because we play around like on my timers more.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we did a really good job over the season. And even like this game, when everything is wrong, we also improve a lot in fights and how we want to play two lanes.
Yeah.
Because before, when we were behind, we will instantly lost the game. So now it's like we also have the option to go behind and come back. So I think that's nice too.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Let's go. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, and congratulations on your win again. TL Stonks going
All
up.
the way up.
After the break, we'll find out whose stocks are going up between Dignitas and Lyon. That game is up next. I don't know if this is a spoiler for
Who's going to win?
All the way out. Dig or Lion?
You can know. Yeah?
No flash, no flash.
End the game.
We can end. You guys can end.
Oh!
Oh.
Can we kill this Nico?
Yeah, I want to kill. With my KD.
I'm fighting.
Oh,
fighting?
I'm killing.
I'm helping.
One person in.
No flash.
Who? You don't end.
Okay, don't end.
I don't want to die.
Okay, I wanna die.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Good job.
It's a tough game, but it's
Not just top game, but it's more fun. More fun, yeah.
It was Poppy stupid, man. Some fun.
Yeah, I didn't care about Poppy, Jose. Looks like you care.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here? Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T wireless and home internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T wireless and home internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Last time on Lyon versus Dignitas. Week 2 see the lock-in winners take on the North American hopefuls, but there's more to this battle in the LCS than meets the eye. Last time they met, 2 brand new teams were walking into the beginning of the LCS year, but one team just needed a little bit more time. Lyon spawned into the Rift with basically their intended roster, but for Dignitas they were hit with the affliction not uncommon among teams: visa problems. Without their veteran bot lane, the chances seem slim for Dignitas to topple the 2 LCS MVPs as AD carry mobility and support Breezy nobly stepped up. The expectations was a showdown that was set to be one-sided, and after the first bout, it seemed that the prophecy was coming true. But Dignitas fought back. In a duel for the ages, with 2 new warriors on their side, with 2 bottom lane substitutes, Lyon was pushed to the limit. In the end, while Lyon prevailed, uninjured Dignitas made them fight for it. Now that enough time has passed, and our 2 teams are taken to the arena once more, with their full teams, it's anyone's series to take. Find out who will triumph in this episode of LCS.
And there you have it. The stakes are laid. Dignitas versus Lyon. And you know what I always say, Jet? Super Saiyans get stronger every time they lose a fight. So Dignitas might have lost that first time around, but maybe they learned from it. And to help us talk about that, we have Tanner Time joining us on the cast today. How's it going, DeMonte?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing good?
I'm doing great.
I'm excited to watch League of Legends.
Thank you for joining us. I thought you were going to flame him with the losing, getting stronger because they were coming off a loss.
You know what? Are we getting stronger from the loss?
I mean, that game 2 from us did look stronger.
It looked better than the game 1. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, I think it is official. I need to stop ever saying nice things about Shopify Rebellion or believing in you.
I thought we figured that out already.
Yeah.
Are you still saying good things about us?
I got a short memory, you know?
right.
I remember like a goldfish, so.
I'll give you a sticky note on your
honestly, yeah.
desk.
Yeah, just wake up to it's like on my monitor.
But have you seen his sequence? He put you first in lock-in. You finished last. He put you last in spring. Then you're in first place. But then he wanted to show off that at one point he put you first, so he said you were good again. And then you lost immediately.
You're jumping ahead of things here.
Yeah, I know. Curse and Shopify Rebellion, but I don't believe the curse extends beyond your team right now, as it is Lyon up against Dignitas here. Lyon, I would say, are heavy favorites coming into this one. What are your thoughts, though, DeMonte, on this matchup? Because this is our first time getting to hear your thoughts. You were just able to take down Dignitas before. What do you think the odds are that we get a close series here?
I think the odds are pretty low for a close series. I think I've coached a lot of these guys in this game. I think 5 out of the 10. If I'm being honest, Dignitas is going to need a really good early game and their bot lane to be winning. And then I think that's their win condition. Where Lyon, if they just have a steady game with inspired shot calling and doing his thing around team fights, I think it should be a quick 2-0.
I want to list the players that you coached for the fans that don't know. It's been Dokla, Inspired, because of your time on FlyQuest.
Yep.
And then also Palafox, FBI, and Ignar.
Yep.
You haven't coached Saint, Berserker Isles, Photon, XU. Yep, okay.
No, they're all very different players. Very different personalities as well.
What do you think, you know, having experience coaching some of these players are like some of the standout players? Obviously, Inspired ones that we talk about a lot on the broadcast, but outside of Inspired, who do you think is going to have to step up on Dignitas' side to make this a close series?
So in my opinion, FBI and Ignar will need to duo step up in this series. I feel like Dignitas functions the best when these two have a winning lane, when they're ahead in the game and they can really dictate things. I think FBI is still a world-class player, but it's getting that team there and over the early game. I think if you go back to our series last week, Shopify against Dignitas, I think XU made a lot of mistakes in the early game. So it really hurt the chances that their bot lane had of carrying. So that's what I'm really watching out for.
Yeah, you say bot lane has the pressure on them, and I'm getting flashbacks. FBI and Ignar did not have a good time, specifically in Game 2 against you guys. So hopefully they're able to turn things around, and yes, XU impacting that as well. Let's catch up on some of the bans here so far. Is it Seraphine, Karma, J4 taking off on Lyon's side, Dignitas banning Varus, Pantheon, and LeBlanc, and first picking Orianna for Palafox.
Interesting that they banned LeBlanc to set up the Orianna, but that might be a bit of a response. I saw a ton of LeBlanc in LEC recently.
Usually it's a ban for a Azir first pick.
Yeah.
So this is a little interesting because I think Orianna is completely fine in that matchup, but maybe they expected Lyon to also ban Orianna and they just prioritized that over Azir.
And now we have, this is an inspired special. If it's a control mage mirror, he takes the Nocturne and then just ganks the other control mage the whole time. So with obviously the LeBlanc ban there, I kind of expect Saint to play Azir, but I've seen Ryze pretty frequently as an Orianna answer as well. What would you think that Saint's going to go for? It's Azir.
Yep, Azir. I mean, you kind of have to take away the Nocturne from the Orianna side once this trade starts going down. I think most teams consider it a little bit too powerful, the combo of Nocturne ult and Orianna ult. So this makes a lot of sense so far.
Yeah, and plus Azir, I mean, it still has a lot of engaged potential. The Nocturne can go in. Azir has some ability to follow that up as well onto the Orianna, or even set it up with the shuffle. So the Xin Zhao is going to be locked in for XU to help keep your mid laner safe, and also harder to ult onto that guy as the Nocturne. Gonna pair that with the Rumble. So double AP solo laners for Dignitas.
Yep, and we'll probably get a Ornn or a Cassante in the top lane here, maybe a Scion. I think these matchups are very common, works well with the Azir, and you can always neutralize the Rumble. So.
Which one? Flip a coin.
I'm going to say it's Ornn.
Yeah?
Yeah.
More engaged?
What about the sneaky Galio could slide in there? Maybe too many globals. Cassante for Dokla.
Yep,
He's back in his Rumble Cassante roots.
Yeah, they're all the same champs.
Yeah. I was looking at LCK draft last night, and I saw it working its way into LCS a little bit. Jace was actually the most picked top laner in LCK, which made me no surprise that Morgan wanted to play it. But then Rumble's been banned in all but one game of LCK so far in spring, so I'm a little surprised that it actually even got through draft, and then after getting through draft, fell this far here.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble's strength is super high. I feel like the champion it can play weak side, it can play strong side, it can clear waves from so far away. It's just, yeah, I mean, I'm always surprised when this champion priority goes down.
Yeah, and it's one of those champions, when I think of Photon as a player, Dignitas and how they've looked so far, when Photon has a lot of agency, I think that the team looks much better. When he can do things on his own, that's where things like the Gwen, like the Kled last year, I was like excited to see a player come in with that type of champ pool. When I think of Rumble, I think you do need to kind of synergize with your team a little more. Like, you can't do as much isolated. It is about these big team fight ultimates, and I haven't quite seen Dignitas have that level of coordination so far this year. So hopefully things work out a little better, because this is a draft that requires coordination. You have combos, things like the Orianna enabling the Xin Zhao, things like Rumble team fight as well.
I mean, Kang, it's at the end of the day, they didn't have their full roster for the first week of lock-in.
Yep.
Then FBI just gotten off a play in the second week of lock-in.
Sure.
Third week of lock-in, they actually win, lose a tiebreaker closely, and that's all we've seen them. And then we saw the one series against Shopify in spring, where I will say, I need to get your opinion on this, Demonte. Dignitas seemed super last place in that, since it was kind of a battle of the bottoms. But they lost by a lot. But I wonder, was that more you guys kind of finding some things, or was it Dignitas playing well under their level, do you think?
You know, I think the Shopify game, both of them, honestly, it's a reflection of the meta in a lot of ways, because I feel like the bot lane mages, it makes everything very volatile. And if the jungler messes up his early game pathing and the bot lane gets left on an island, so let's say one jungler paths down, another jungler is pathing up, and the team pathing down can figure that out, it's almost easy to 3v2 dive and go 1-for-1 on an AD carry.
Right.
And this will instantly, even though you go 1-for-1, the bot laner is going to lose a whole wave, and it snowballs real quick with the major matchups.
Yeah, and we did see that happen in your match against Dignitas just last week, as it's going to be Yanara locked in for Lyon, so Berserker gets his hyper carry, and FBI will lock in the Corki. Expecting something like a Nami to go along with this as the kind of popular pairings.
Corki, Nami, Yunara, Lulu.
Yeah. I love these bot lane combos. I feel like the meta right now is just like, it's not this, you know, creative, combine these different things together. It's always these 2v2 pairs put together. The Ezreal Karma, Corki, Nami. So, Iria, what do we think, Demonte? Who are we favoring in draft?
I want to say it's a 50-50 draft. I feel like it's very standard on both sides. Both teams want a team fight. I would give Dignitas maybe a tiny edge in the early game with the Rumble, and I think Nocturne's a little bit slow compared to Xin Zhao, but very, very even.
It seems like just a draft full of handshakes.
Yeah.
They handshake the Orianna to give over the Azir, but because they picked the Orianna, they get the Nocturne, and then because they prioritize the Azir early, they can get the Rumble afterwards, and then they didn't even ban out that many. Like, the fact that 2 bot lane pairs were left at the end, like, no one was trying to snipe the Enchantress supports. I'm a little surprised about that in phase 2 of bans with, you know, Bar, Nico, Caitlyn, Jhin, that, especially with Karma, Seraphine banned as, like, the 4 Enchanters, that one team didn't just ban one of the Enchanters to pinch. So it was just a huge handshake draft.
Yeah, we will have to watch bot lane a lot this game. One of the win conditions for Yunara Lulu is to all in, whereas Corki Nami can just more naturally push. And I would say Dignitas kind of has 3 pushing lanes this game, so I'm looking forward to see what XU can make out of this.
Eyes on bot lane, eyes on jungle for Dignitas and how he wants to play around it, as it's the rematch of Dignitas versus Lyon. Last split, it was not the full-strength Dignitas. It was not their full roster together. And now they get to show how much they've improved since the last time they faced off against the #1 team from last split.
So, DeMonte, what do you feel like is the focus here in the early game? We see a lot of early game posturing for wards often, like Inspired getting that ward. How important is that, do you think, to his game?
It's extremely important. I think there's a lot of level 1 jungle strategies right now that involve running into the enemy jungle before you even get level 3. So I think, Inspired is doing it as we speak. So jungle gets real crazy real quick in the early game, and you're going to see Inspired will likely do his topside camps and then try to cross back over around 2 minutes 30.
Yeah, this should be understood from XU, so now he can hopefully go for his own counter. But also interesting to see XU pathing top again anyway. When you're talking about how important bot lane is going to be, I would immediately think that means the top to bot pathing. XU will be down there, but not right now.
You need to watch out for what he does after blue buff here, though, because we could end up in a split map position depending on how these lanes go. Yeah, he's going to run straight into the red side here.
Yeah, and he will get spotted by that ward on the bot side. So Inspired knows he's entered, but now they've lost vision of him. Man, jungling is so crazy. I feel like this started happening way more at first stand because we went through a lock-in of mostly kind of full clearing playing around bot, and now it seems like almost every game Inspired is trying to make something funny happen.
Yeah, and Inspired is so good at this type of League of Legends. When it isn't just the full clear from both sides, it gets a little funky. I feel like he's so much better at just freestyling in these jungle positions. And XU's not going to go for the buff steal. He's just going to take the Krugs and head towards his own jungle again.
I think what we'll watch out for now is bot priority, because there's a world where Inspired can run into the Wolf or Gromp area after this, but you know, he's checking his Gromp, seeing what's going on, so he might be running out of time here.
I mean, it's a situation where both junglers are just heavily delayed because Inspired has spent the majority of the game pathing, and so has XU. Like, look at the path so far. It's been Raptors into blue, into check your bot side, and then Xin has done blue into Krugs, into back to Gromp. That's incredibly inefficient from a full clear perspective.
Yeah, they're just really trying to make sure they don't make a big blunder, I would say, in the jungle and fall behind too many camps. So that's why they spend so much time looking around.
And again, Inspired will be spotted on this red buff, so XU now knows where he is. And to your point earlier about kind of expecting Dignitas to have shove in their lanes, right now their bot lane is shoved in. Top lane has also had prio for Dokla, so XU has been playing with the top and the bottom of the map not to his advantage. Palafox now could have some parties happening here. Inspired's coming around. Flash is available on the Orianna. He's got XU behind him. Saint's just getting some autos in, and now they turn the play back onto Saint. Flash out from the Azir early as Inspired now in a 1v2. Saint's trying to get some damage onto Palafox. Does have the soldiers, but nobody goes down on either side.
Yeah, nothing really happening here, but I will say XU is getting a bit better of Inspired in this early game. He definitely is up-tempo, and he could even get 2 crabs here.
Yeah, I completely agree. Winning that little skirmish, mainly because Saint had to flash out early once XU was in that bush. I am a little interested in Inspired choosing to cross there with his mid not having prio. I know that he did have top push, but that's so far away from the fight, and it definitely delays him a little bit, but it does mean that he's still going to be able to go bot side and clear his camps. Like, in some instances, when you lose the crab, you have nothing left to farm, but I feel like because the early game was so inefficient, so to speak, even after losing that, he still gets to full clear, reset, and then his Krugs will be up. So I think Inspired won't be hurt too much, even if he gets double crabbed.
Something to watch out for here, if you guys notice, the bot crab is still up.
Yeah.
A lot of junglers have been doing this intentionally lately to avoid the 5-minute 30 scuttle respawn. So if they think their team is a bit weaker around this level 5, level 6 timer, they will leave the second scuttle crab up and try and take it later, so that way the 5-minute 30 classic scuttle crab fight usually happens around maybe 7 minutes or 6 minutes 30.
Interesting, and it's going to be very delayed because XU went for his full top clear after that. He didn't go for the double scuttle. He's opting more for an efficient clear here, as Inspired will be down a camp right now. And if he doesn't read that bottom scuttle was not taken, he's just going to go back to his Raptors, and that's what he's doing currently.
In this game, who do you feel like that would be better for to avoid the level 6 flip?
I think it's better for Lyon, and I think Inspired is doing it very intentionally.
Yeah, if you're able to get to level 6 on Nocturne earlier, you're not going to be contesting that Xin Zhao for that earlier scuttle, as XU will head down towards that bottom scuttle crab and eventually take it. So yes, it is a delayed second scuttle take, and Inspired is just going to keep pathing himself. He doesn't have a lot to take on the Rift right now, though. It's a 2v2 in the bot lane. Polymorph goes out onto FBI. We'll get his barrier, and just a health bar trade in favor of Lion's bot lane.
Really slow early game so far, mostly about the jungle posturing, but to your point with Dignitas having a lot of pushing lanes, the Saint doesn't even get the flash there, actually, so that's going to hurt that lane.
Yeah, I imagine, unless it's like a visual bug, but it looks like Palafox flash is still up, and Inspired is here. He has nothing to clear currently, so he could look for a gank. He's going to wait for the minions to path away. Now Palafox is going to realize that he is not alone in this 1v1. But with his flash available, really no chance of Inspired threatening a kill there. Palafox will even get the wave back in.
Yeah, I think Dignitas are playing to their win conditions, I said in the champion select here. I feel like XU's pathing very well. Bot lane's doing pretty 50-50 so far, so great first 6 minutes out of them. I'm
going to double down. I'm going to say XU's pathing fantastic. Like, he is 3 camps up over Inspired, the MVP of all of last year. And Jad, I know that we kind of made a joke, or I made a joke earlier in the week of like, you know, Inspired versus XU is an interesting matchup because I feel like Inspired's never going to know what XU's planning. Because, like, Inspired likes to read enemy junglers and get in their heads, and, like, the Griffin matchups and stuff. It's another 2v2 bot side, actually. FBI's got a Valkyrie away. Heal used from Isles. Just
keep going through flame.
The talk about the jungle is that I feel like XU's the guy. He's, like, the perfect jungler to send in against Inspired, because how's Inspired going to know what XU's doing?
I can't tell if, like, that's a good thing or a bad thing of what you're saying right now.
No, I think it's massive flame, because the whole thing was Inspired always said he did so well against Griffin and Krywer because, oh, they try to play like me, right? He would say that. But XU definitely doesn't try and play like Inspired is what he's saying.
Yeah.
But the assumption is Inspired is the best. So
well,
you're
there's two sides to a
insinuating
pendulum.
that XU is bad.
Well, okay, but sometimes you just need to have a wild card, Jad.
Okay.
Sometimes you got to predict the team to go undefeated for the rest of the split.
True.
Sometimes you got to live a little, Josh. All right, Dragon Shard up by XU right
Steve.
now. He's level 6. Inspired yet to hit it, so no contest. Dignitas' jungler will continue to win the early game jungle matchup.
Yeah, I think this is they're getting the reward of the early game right here is this first Dragon. I think XU's having a great first part of the game.
Yeah, I completely agree. He's going to be able to move up to Sundered Sky pretty quick. Ocean Drake being the first Drake as well can help Dignitas continue to play these lanes aggressively. So it's hard to call a Nocturne team out when they're 200 gold down by the time Nocturne hits level 6. So Inspired is definitely going to look to attack, but I'd say this mid lane is going poorly.
Saint has no flash from the earlier play, but he's not actually punished. Actually didn't want to pull the trigger.
Yeah, but so much of what Nocturne wants to do is punish people without flash. And in an ideal world, the lanes are able to burn flashes organically. You hate to use your first Nocturne ult to get the flash because then your second Nocturne ult is the one that's going to have payoff later. So that's why Palafox not burning flash in any of those early skirmishes is really huge for Dignitas to maintain this lead in the game.
Yeah, we didn't get a replay of what happened when Saint went for the Emperor's Divide earlier, but him not being able to hit it, definitely not ideal, as now XU's invading Inspired here. His bot lane had a bit of a timer to roam up and back him up, so Ignar makes sure that he can get the red buff, and Inspired is pinging the grubs. Actually, no, that is Dignitas pinging the Inspired's probably on those grubs.
Yep, XU stole their red buff, so now he's pinging his own camps. Don't let this guy come and get these. I'm so far ahead, and Inspired just going to look to snag the free grubs because they knew that the Xin Zhao was on his red buff.
Yeah, I mean, that bot lane is also lit up like a Christmas tree. So many wards from Dignitas. There's nothing to take down there anymore, so XU should know exactly where Inspired is on the top half of the map right now. And because it's not on the Raptors, and there we go. Void Grubs gives it away.
I will say that taking the red buff there, I think is a little bit greedy from XU. I feel like they could look for a fight around this grubs here, and just letting Inspired get all 3 of them there. He's kind of back to being even XP. I think he might even be a little bit ahead.
And also Inspired hasn't purchased in a while, so if XU had gone for the contest, would have had the stat advantage as well on top of it.
Yeah, might be going for a return bot lane invade, though. They already have 2 control wards set up. After this Gromp, I'd expect them to path bottom.
Good look at the Krugs as Berserker pops the ultimate. FBI trading damage back. Aqua Prison will not land, but Berserker's not going to go for much more there. Paranoia is not in range yet for Inspired, but he is heading towards that bottom side. XU's already here on the control ward.
Almost like he's trying to counter gank a Nocturne ultimate.
Yeah.
And isn't willing to go in himself.
As now he's looking at Saint, so Lions see the jungler in the bottom river. Inspired will now know that XU's towards his Raptors as he's just taking away the Krugs. So Photon's trying to get this top wave in as let's see if XU can actually take these. That's a back and a TP in from Palafox, backing up XU. I love this from Dignitas, backing up their young jungler to make sure that he can pull off these invades.
So, Tanner, feel free to have no comment here, but you coach so many of these players.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of discussion before the year and even after first stand of like how Inspired and Saint and the big personalities are going to be able to interact with each other. Especially with Palafox doing so well in this game. Like, how would a team with Inspired and Palafox work?
Ooh.
I would pay to see that. Honestly, I would love that. I think they would have some great discussions, honestly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I imagine.
It would be very spicy. It would be pretty fun to watch.
I'd love to sit in on those.
I mean, they're both very blunt people, so maybe they would get along well. Like when I was working with Inspired and Whippo, they had a lot of mutual respect for each other because they would just tell each other exactly how it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, I could see it being a nice little combo.
You know, as long as players are honest with each other. Yeah. As right there is Inspired going for an invade onto the Krugs and a lane swap as Berserker and Isles headed top side. Now answered by Dignitas, but then they're going to go for a reset here. It's just ignore the headed up. It's actually FBI still in this bottom lane, so he'll still be getting that bot lane experience towards the little mini game of the boots.
And we missed the whole Rumble versus Cassante laning phase, but I feel like now that he's gone to Kanik, especially up against the Orianna, Dokla's really in a fine spot in this lane. And that was a really interesting swap to me that it happened so quickly before role quest completion. But I do feel like that swap has really flipped the tempo where it feels like Lyon is the one dictating right now.
Yeah, they got bot priority, and they choose to swap into topside, where Rumble is a squishier champion than Cassante. So I think generally that's always going to be a nice little play if you can get bot priority. And interesting thing, I think more teams are starting to experiment with this, is you kind of ignore the quests a little bit, and you'll swap for maybe 1 to 2 waves from bot lane if you have tempo. And I think you'll start seeing this a lot more, especially in tank versus carry matchups.
Yeah, and I feel like no matter how much you swap around, you're going to get the quest eventually anyway. So it hurts a tiny little bit in the short term, maybe with your power spikes, but ultimately, in the grand scheme of the game, you can often gain more from trading than delaying your quest, which is fun.
And as of right now, it's actually Berserker with a slight gold lead after going for that lane swap. Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds as XU is just going to take another rotation here of the Raptors. Saint's going to walk up and witness that happening. Can't stop it, though, as Dragon in 5 seconds. Let's see if either of these teams want to pull the trigger right away. Inspired still hasn't used a Paranoia. He has the completed Hexplate now, so he's got that first item power spike to match XU's. So the kind of early game weakness of Nocturne was never fully exploited here, as he's only down a couple of camps.
Okay, DeMonte, who do you want to see stepping up at this Dragon right now?
I think Lyon is much stronger. They have a full item completed on their AD carry, where FBI doesn't have one at all. So this is really the early game that I would say Inspired is playing for, waiting for this first item. Corki's Triforce is more expensive than the Kraken on Yunara, so I wouldn't be surprised if Dignitas just dropped this, and I think that would be the better decision.
Even Palafox didn't have a first item completed. Saint had the Gnasher's Tooth, so Lyon with the priority in mid and bot side will take the second Drake, deny the stacking from Dignitas, and pick up their first of the game.
Maybe Inspired and Palafox are on the same page, right? Like Inspired knows he's stronger, so he takes Drake, and Palafox like, we don't have our items yet. We need to wait, give this Dragon away. It's not this mindless fighting that these other teams do.
I'm loving this like alternate universe that Jad's building up here. Like, just what if?
They're the 2 most successful international NA players of the last 3 years. They should team up.
The genius jungle fielder and the genius midfielder coming together.
Now I'm thinking of other combinations, like Palafox and Canyon. You know, just what happens. Yeah.
You're going international.
Yeah, you know. And I'm assuming, of course, Palafox is going to LCK.
Yeah, Palafox traditionally clutch, Canyon not so. Yeah. So he can bring him up a level. And
they even out.
It'll be amazing.
They even out. They make each other better. You know, it's about, you know, synergy. Well, currently, though, it is still a slow early game here. We're approaching the 14-minute mark with no kills on either side. And nice with Photon there, not stopping the back as Dokla walked up.
This is another reason I didn't want to put any Lion players on my fantasy team this week. Because even if they win, it's going to be this slow, plodding game state.
Yeah, you had mentioned that. Because we had a conversation of, like, what are the obvious, you know, one-sided matchup? Theoretically, Lyon, everyone's going to say, is going to 2-0 Dignitas. But yeah, Jet, that's an interesting point. That doesn't mean that they get a lot of fantasy points.
Definitely not. And DeMonte, I want your opinion on this too. Lyon did lose their game last week and throughout a lot of lock-in. There's an invade. They might fight finally.
XU's going for another Raptor as Inspired pops a Paranoia, Tidal Wave will land, and it's just a disengage from both sides.
Alt for Flash and Nami Wave seems like a fair trade.
Man, it's a good play out of Dignitas. I think Exu should just stick to his guns a little bit more.
Yeah,
that
just
Flash
stay in.
was very, very defensive.
Yeah, had the Crescent Guard available, could have just traded ults. But, end of the day, he's able to walk away, and still a slower paced game here.
Where do you see the scaling going here, DeMonte, in this matchup?
I would probably give it to Lyon. I think Azir generally is always one of these champions that can win any game once it's past 25 minutes. Also, the Baron threat that you have on this champion is massive. And Yunara Lulu, I would say scales just better than Corki Nami.
Yeah, also the fact that they have a dedicated front line. Like, Dokla will be able to tank up and soak up a lot of damage. Dignitas, I mean, they got the Crescent Guard on the Xin Zhao, but that's about it. So I'll always favor in late game team fights the team that has the tank. And you'd also mentioned, DeMonte, that like Dignitas, one of their win conditions is going to be through bot lane here. How do you feel that like the bot lane has gone? Is this to your expectations? Because I feel like we haven't actually seen XU play towards them very much.
So I would say this is not really towards my expectations. I would say a lot of this kind of shows how Lyon is just a better team. We talked about the swap that they did earlier, and then they finished their first item first. They secured the second dragon. It feels like Lyon's bot lane is really playing around their power spikes well.
Yeah, a lot of times winning isn't necessarily flashy solo kills or giant team fights, but even when things aren't going well, because I'd say like the mid lane 2v2 early on in the game went poorly, Saint not being able to get Palafox's flash, another thing that went poorly, but then they're still trying to find all these small things within the game to at least make sure the Drakes are equal and at least be in a
That's one of the most fun parts about League is you don't getting wave priority is you playing well. You don't need to be killing the enemies to like get an advantage. If you get priority in your base first, you got tempo, you can get on the map on the next round.
That is the most coach answer I've ever heard. His Paranoia's popped, Flash to follow, and he spell shields the Shockwave. Inspired committing for first blood and doesn't even trade his life. Will eventually fall now in the mid lane. Berserker goes down to FBI and Ignar in the 2v2, so Dignitas actually trading up in kills.
I mean, that's what Inspired always wants to do. He always wants to gank the control mage side. Very close. It actually does trade the kill over onto Inspired, and they get the kill onto Berserker, so they'll lose gold to Azir because he's free hitting the turret, but I think that's still a positive play for Dig.
Yeah, I think Berserker got a little bit too saucy there. He was trying to flash predict or W predict the FBI flash, so. Man, this was really close.
Taking a look at exactly what happened. Yeah, Berserker kind of gets hit by everything.
Oh. See the flash there?
I did.
Yeah. I guess.
But he still didn't have damage. I agree with you.
Yeah, if he angles it differently, I could also imagine he's trying to dodge like the rockets or the phosphorus bombs, but either way, the damage comes through and FBI picks up a kill. So first turret picked up by Saint in that bottom lane. Answered as the more kills went over to Dignitas. So still a very even gold game.
But also another Raptor camp stolen by XU. 152 to 120 in the jungle CS.
I'm telling you, Inspired does not know what XU is going to do next. Is he going to hop in here? Is he going to take the... No.
Palafox is, obviously.
Yeah. And it's going to charge in. Looks like Dignitas want to take their first turret of the game, but don't have quite enough damage off of just that. FBI will walk up and does not get the auto on the turret, actually. So looks like
losing
Lyon
a lot of minion waves on bot lane right now.
Yeah. Photon a little late to be able to cover that wave. Do you think there's any level of being able to get inside Inspire's head? I know some junglers get really emotional around getting their camp stolen. Is there any level of that, do you think, that could happen with Lyon?
I think the way to get inside of Inspired's head...
I think we have a fight happening right here. The Paranoia straight in onto the back line. Shockwave only lands onto one as Crescent Guard's trying to keep XU alive. Palafox the first kill, answered back as Dokla flies right in onto the Orianna. But Dignitas are winning the health bar trade in the tail end of the 4v4. Flash forward from Photon. They want to continue the chase onto Dokla. The harpoon will land, and he's roasting down Cassante. Photon will find a second kill for Dignitas.
Big fight there for Dig. Inspired and Palafox go down right at the start, but then when Rumble arrives and Corki does damage at the end, they'll win the fight and take the Drake afterwards.
Man, Dignitas is doing it. Playing pretty good here.
By a ton of time with the stopwatch for Palafox. Yes, he falls, but Inspired is down as well. And then with that equalizer, it pushes Saint and Berserker completely outside of the fight, so it gives them time to free hit Dokla. And then they'll have the confidence, not only can they chase in this 3v2, but XU gets to start up the Drake, so it's an efficient end to the fight as well. Okay,
Not bad. Dignitas. I mean, and that was another instance. Both teams were jockeying for that line brush, but the fact that Inspired used the paranoia and they try and fly in to get onto, I believe that was Palafox that they full sent it on, but he's got the stasis and he's able to survive long enough that the rest of Dignitas can punish. And now 2 dragons plus a 2K gold lead. The first time we've seen a substantial gold lead, I'll call it, in this game.
And what's interesting about this is it did feel like it was going to be super one-sided. It felt like it was going to be super one-sided last time, but if we remember back to that game they had in lock-in, Photon's Kennen actually had a bunch of massive flanks. He had a really strong game, made this really close, and this was with a sub-bot lane. So something that worked aside from the Kennen and these great team fights was Palafox XU actually had a pretty good game against Inspired Saint as well. And a lot of that we kind of chalked up to maybe luck or early season success, but now Dignitas kind of running it back and does seem to play Lyon pretty well on stage.
Yeah, they're not faltering at all to the Nocturne, and it's really nice to see. They found a full 5v5 without Nocturne picking anyone off, so credit to them.
Yeah. And man, some of these replays, you can just see the impact that Photon was able to have. And again, I love him on these champions that can find these types of moments. Rumble's more so just pure damage. You know, you're not going to be going for this big engage, but still he's playing it well in these fights, flashing to follow up on Dokla there and make sure he picks up another kill. And Photon, his story's been fun to follow, you know, joining Dig very late last year when they were making some like summer last-minute roster changes, sticking around for this year, and has had a great start to his 2026.
He really has, and I mean, after that team fight, when Dignitas is trying to accelerate the game a little bit, there's always these small windows after team fights where you don't have to be as fearful of the Nocturne ultimates, but now at this point, you can see Palafox in the top lane there has the Xin kind of in his back pocket. That's the only way he's going to be able to push that side lane safe, and they go mid instead.
Paranoia here onto Ignar, flash
nice.
And heal used, so 2 summoner spells burned, Inspired with a high-value ult.
I think just watch what Rumble's doing here. He's coming mid to help defend the play. I think it's just a little bit too slow, though. This is where I would say, once again, you can still tell that Lyon just has a better pace to the game, and they understand when their strength timers are.
Yeah.
Rumble is catching bot wave on bot tier 2. Dokla runs all the way up the river, and they Nocturnal and find themselves in a 4v2. So they get to burn the Nami flash, and this will increase the strength for the next round.
And I mean, because Photon walked all the way up, again, he's kind of losing waves bot side. It's basically frozen close to the middle, so you could say the argument's same for Dokla, but he pathed towards the top side, then Palafox heads up there, so Photon just has to go for the reset and will now get back to this bottom wave and start CSing.
Yeah, and even FBI and Ignar are in a pretty good state in this game against Berserker Isles, and it wouldn't seem so with Dignitas versus Lyon, but if you just look at the actual players, right, like FBI and Ignar do have a history over Berserker. I know we're pulling back 3 years at this point, but you remember that type of stuff as players, right? Like,
you were
we've
there,
beaten
Dan.
this guy before,
Yeah.
we've dominated them in the past, and they're playing with a lot of confidence here.
That's why I said, like, you can never discount FBI and Ignar. These guys are good players.
And even if they're not given the early game resources, XU was not pathing towards that bot side. He was not heavily influencing the 2v2. It was more so going for invades and Ignar backing him up. FBI and Ignar can still show up later in the game here, even on the Corki Nami. But the big standout still has been mostly Photon. He's the one with the biggest gold lead. It was a 1.2K, and now Dokla walking this wave in, getting the plate will actually make that only a 600 currently. So Photon losing some of that, but still, like, as an individual performer, he's the one that had the most resources in his pocket. But you can make that argument for pretty much everybody at this point. It's only Saint with a slight lead for Lyon.
Yeah, but I'd also say Inspired being, it feels like he's down in this game. The gold only says minus 322 to XU, but just the normal power of Inspired Nocturne, at this stage in the game, I see him solo killing control mages the other times he's played it, because he's usually got 3 or 4 kills under his belt.
Well, maybe he's going to find one right here as the tidal wave will go out, but the Fear Tether lands, and Berserker with the kill credit there. First ult, Jet, you get the flash. Second ult, you get the kill.
Well, he's taking, instead of control mages, he's going for supports, but he's still found the windows there.
And that wasn't a 1v1, but you know what? I'll still give it to you. I'll still give it to you. It works. Yeah. So Lyon do find a play right there. Now Dokla's just going to go for a dive onto FBI. Flash out, flash follow. Valkyrie to safety as Dokla will take a few turret shots. The equalizer slowing him down, roasting him up. Photon looks to continue the chase. Dokla has the TP. No CC on Photon, but he's just got the damage. Overheats and autos him to death.
Damn, he's packing a punch right now. It will still likely buy Lyon time to do this Drake. Palafox finished the turret top lane. Gold is going to stay pretty close. Actually, might try to make a play here.
Yeah, we do have a small window while the rest of Lyon are on the Dragon, but Dragon secured. and they get their mid laner out of there. Go for a TP, but it is, or rather a back. It's canceled as XU straight in onto him. Emperor's Divide flash from XU's got the Crescent Guard, so the damage is not following up, and he takes down Saint. Dignitas find another play.
Oh man, Inspired is going to be in his teammates' ears about this play right here. I feel like what Dokla did was really bad. It was really funny watching Dokla do that on mid-tier 2 while Inspired runs straight to the Dragon. He says, I'm doing this no matter what.
Yep.
And then afterwards, they catch Saint on a late recall. Now, they likely just have to give this Dragon away. Dokla no TP. Inspired actually getting pushed off his blue buff by Palafox. Two jobs here. Burns the smite, pushes him back, and also makes sure there's no smite steal to stop the Baron.
Yeah.
Dignitas is making plays when they need to.
Palafox didn't even use his shockwave earlier there, so he's just threatening back Inspired. That's Baron picked up by Dignitas with a 3,000 gold lead. So Lyon are able to delay the game a bit by taking that next Dragon. Dignitas could have been a Dragon Soul point if they had secured that, but still, the Red Bull Baron power play could get Dignitas an even bigger gold lead.
Now let's watch how Dignitas opens up with this Baron. They don't have flash on Quirky, they don't have flash on Zinzao or on Rumble, so they need to make sure they play really well around this open and Nocturne can't catch them out before anything happens.
Yeah, because a lot of times with Baron, you're tempted to push multiple lanes at once. What would you want ideally them to do? Should they all just overload a lane and try and get as much gold as possible?
So you see they opened up 3 lanes. They all pushed that first wave out. Photon instantly based, and now they're most likely to play mid-bot. Because there's standing gold on the map on the bot tier 1 still, and Dragon is in 3 minutes, so that's not a big deal, but yeah, this mid-bot open is very good.
And they're actually sending Palafox down there, the only one with flash right now. If the Nocturne wants to use Paranoia, at least Palafox has some way to get out of there, but they're not actually having him show on the wave.
Yeah, I do feel like you're still a little bit exposed when you're trying to play 2 lanes at once even, if Lyon isn't willing to show. And Saint getting that deep push on bottom means they now have to load 4, at least in the mid lane, but it's just difficult to play against this Nocturne and the Azir with how much they can reach you.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Jet, you had made a point while we were watching the last series together in the green room that, yeah, sometimes the Baron, it just doesn't get you much. The raw gold you pick up, the XP you pick up, it's all been nerfed, so you got to use it. You actually have to hit turrets, push waves, and so far they have not been able to do that.
Yeah, the most available standing gold is this outer turret on the bot side, and they had to do a few up downs to make sure they could push Inspired out of his jungle and could safely approach this. And I do actually like how they're giving so much of this gold to Palafox.
But Saint's going to answer on the top half. You have to imagine that turret's going down. So that's a trade against the Baron buff. And Inspired's here to hover and make sure that Saint's safe. Even takes away some Krug. So I think Lyon have actually played this very well. Dignitas will continue the siege, pushing on a tier 2 turret on the bot side. If they can get this, that's where the advantage of the Baron starts to materialize.
Yeah, they're going to get the majority of that turret, but Saint's still going to be able to touch this and get a couple of plates. The raw engage from Dignitas is actually not that high, so they need to be able to group up around objectives and slow play this game, which means they have to play very clean in between the objectives to not get picked off by Nocturne.
So DeMonte, as a coach, when you're looking at a situation like this with these comps, do you feel like Dignitas approached this the correct way, or do you think that there was some more min-maxing they could have done with that Baron?
I think Dignitas did great. I think they're going to come out ahead of this, maybe 1.5k gold. I know we used to have that graphic of the Baron thing.
It's up top right here, so it's 1.3k.
Oh, nice. I was close. Yeah, I mean, they did well. I think the scariest part is the first 3 waves of Nash, especially against Nocturne. And I think, like Jazz said, they put Orion on a bot with who had flash, so she was able to farm safely one time, and then they played around mid-bot, got full bot tier 2, and 3 plates on mid.
And now we have Dragon in 1 minute and 15 seconds. If Palafox can get to the Rabadons, he actually just goes to the Shockwave on Isles, now gets engaged himself, goes into the stasis of the Zonias. Saint's trying to go in for his own play, finds the shuffle as Palafox goes down, but it's answered right back. FBI has the damage, Photon's got the damage, Dignitas got the team fight! A double kill to FBI as Dokla will go all out, pulling XU over the wall, but that's a one-way journey. Triple kill to FBI, Dignitas win the team fight.
I mean, they've got a wave mid and 4 dead. Let's see how much they can get with this, DeMonte.
Man, could this... I think they're at least getting the inhibitor. I don't think the game ends here, though.
It feels close to an end. If they could have killed Berserker and didn't take that long to finish Dokla, I was thinking end. Photon has no TP and he's resetting, which tells me they're not calling the end. They're calling the Hibben back.
What a crazy turnaround, though. Dignitas had a gold lead, but I didn't think that they'd be able to win a team fight that handedly. Let's get a replay of that, because Palafox starts it off, doesn't even kill Isles with this.
He still takes the blue out of the fight, though, and then that is what starts the fight. He buys the time with the stopwatch, and then everyone else flies in. By the time he dies, Inspired's burned everything, Isles has burned everything, and FBI, importantly, is free hitting in every single one of these fights.
Our boy Palafox getting in there and getting things started.
He is.
Yeah, and Berserker on the side here, he was pretty much focused on Photon the entire time. He was trying to auto-attack the Rumble.
Oh, yeah.
Cheeky smile right there.
Yeah, you
Yes,
never know if they're going to have a funny quote in those moments. But yeah, I mean, great for Dignitas. They win the team fight. Huge injection of gold with a 6.6K gold lead now, and they get the third dragon.
Demonte, you know how much swagger Palafox is going to walk around with if he beats Lyon in this
The game is
season.
going really well for us.
Oh, yeah, it is Palafox.
It did. It did go very well for them.
Nice.
Yeah. As now they have their eyes set on him. He's got the flash, but he's polymorphed, and he's down. Inspired will find a kill. Palafox can have slightly less swagger now walking around.
Oh, no.
Time to adjust in the seat again. The classic Palafox post-death. Switch the legs.
Yep.
That was an unlucky position. I gotta go right leg over left.
Okay, while we have a minute right now, with Baron being up in 40 seconds and Palafox being dead, Demonte, as a former mid laner, talk to me about this Proto Belt hysteria.
Yeah.
Ever since Chovy built Proto Belt Azir, everyone else started doing it, and now we're seeing it on all the control mages. What is your stance on Proto Belt?
Well, the stats on the item are good. You know, you get HP and you get AP.
Yeah.
And then you also get a little movement spell, which actually has... It's definitely some dopamine effect where these players want to build it because, oh, look at me, I get a Proto Belt and make some plays. But it can make a difference a lot of the time. If a Rumble is going to land a Harpoon on you, you could Proto Belt away, maybe Nami ult, these things. I personally am a fan.
Okay.
Yeah, you also get a little ability haste, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheap as well, so it's a quick power spike. You'll hit that faster than other people going for 2 or 3 more expensive items. It's just so funny that Chovy built it, and then everyone had the ability to try it.
Everyone's got to follow it up. As let's see if he's able to find that big play, because it helps you find more engage options as the Azir. So far, Lyon have just been throwing the Nocturne in and then pairing it with the Wild Growth from Isles. But Saint can always go in and find his own play, as the next play could be at this Baron. We have 3 minutes till the Dragon Soul fight, so Baron is that next big objective to pull action towards it. XU has his Guardian Angel completed, so he's ready to scrap. Inspired does not quite have his. Isles takes a huge chunk right there. Berserker also taking some damage, and in goes. Actually, with the flash, they go on to Saint. He shuffles back. They got FBI, but not fast enough. Trade of 1 for 2 as Dignitas trade up in the fight right now. Berserker's trying his best to kite back. XU lands the knockout. XU takes him down. Berserker's out of there. Lyon do not have the carries, as it's Dokla and Isles retreating on opposite sides of Summoner's Rift. Dignitas find another team fight.
I mean, that looked like a scary start because FBI got shuffled and died early, but then XU just went Super Saiyan and ran down Berserker by himself.
Let's go, XU. I'm loving this game.
206, 30 CS up on Inspired, and this time, with these 3 dead, they might be able to push for the win. Let's see.
Who needs a Dragon Soul when you have a 1-team fight? It's just Dokla and Isles trying to clear out the minions, but Dignitas have 4 members strong. They're not even looking at Dokla. They're just hitting the structures. Dignitas with a Game 1 upset will start this series off strong versus Lyon.
Major shout out to XU and major shout out to the bot lane of Dignitas. I think they played to their win conditions very well.
My God, so the team that had more players formerly coached by Demonte won.
Oh, that's a good point.
They remembered everything I've ever said.
Also, you know what's bad for fantasy points, Jet? Losing games here as Lyon down 0-1 of the series. Let's hear what the desk has to say about that.
Yeah, this game was also not good for my fantasy points, especially after I swapped to Reignover as my coach.
But it's great for the Dig believers. Let's go, Dignitas!
And also, none of us had picked Dig to even take a game. I'm going to go through a team fight kind of in the big game that led to third Drake for Dignitas, their second, and then mid-tier 1, which kind of like set them in a position where they had the tempo to win. So as we start looking at this, we are going to take a look at the map right here with Photon pushing in as Rumble on this top side turret. You can already see the massive amount of pings just going down on everyone across this fight. But another thing to point out is that Photon is going to be coming in on a ward right in there as we play this through. A few key things are going to happen in Dig's favor for this fight. As soon as the lights go out, right, Palafox right here actually goes into stasis, and it means that when he comes out of it, his Ori ball is actually going to match up really well to Photon coming in here and laying down this equalizer, which allows them to finish off Inspired. And then they do kind of chase Dokla for a little bit of a long time. I thought this might have gotten a bit dicey, but they do get the kill onto him. And more importantly, XU is already on this Drake, right? And then additionally, this tier 1 turret is going to go down to FBI immediately after this. And this was kind of the play that set in motion the Dignitas win. Let's go, Pound Fox! He's right behind us.
That last performance, you got something to say?
I went 2 and 4 with 100.
It's GG's. Dignitas
Right,
stocks,
Kobe,
man.
yeah, Kobe, where are you?
How are
You gotta
Dignitas
put him over
stocks? We're at an
Shopify.
all-time
Shopify
low.
didn't even get a game. You gotta put him above Shopify.
Dignitas stocks were at an all-time low. They bottomed out, Raz.
That's true.
How high?
Oh, all the way up.
Whoa, okay,
First place,
Raz, what
Lions,
the?
fake head. First Dignitas on top of
First place, all right. All the way up, all right, Raz.
All the
There you
way
go.
up.
Taking your seat, Raz.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
One thing I will say that Ignar brought up on pros, he's like, sometimes it's a good mood day.
Okay.
Which just means anyone can win on the day if it's a good mood day or a good mood weekend.
Last week they were just in
So,
a bad mood. and
I
now they're in a good mood.
guess
That's how
so.
it is. No, like I feel like everything that we got to see from this team was miles better from last week's performance. You're right. You already like focused on what they got out of team fights. Their team fighting was excellent. Like Photon, we can sing his praises on like every iteration of teams that he's been on. But like if you're on a positive winning team, and like Photon has been doing well every laning phase, and I feel like Rumble is his best champion. You get to see team fights like that, and it's beautiful. So it's crazy to see this level of Dignitas. Will it happen again? I don't know. I'm not betting.
Yeah,
you know what?
You don't think it's a good mood weekend?
You
I'm
just had
down
me
for
put
it.
Dignitas stocks at the top of the
Yeah,
chart.
what?
Yeah, what am I doing
anyway.
doubting now? If I'm doubting now, I'm a
The
fake.
player of the game, it's already spoiled in our thing, but it's XU, who I think was a huge difference maker here on this Xin Zhao. And in particular, it was night and day compared to his performance in their first series.
People were looking at the first series and saying, this is the worst League of Legends I've seen, period. And and then you see this, and it is a literal direct opposite.
Hey, great cast, DeMonte.
Hey, great job.
Great
Well done,
job.
well
Let's
done.
go.
Come up to the mic. Come up to the
get over
mic.
here.
Give us some words.
More
On the mic.
Tanner time on the mic, baby.
Yeah.
Okay, how good are Dignitas? Raz had me put their stocks at the top
All
of
the
the
way
chart.
up.
Yeah, where would you put him?
Oh yeah, like -15 way up there.
But you guys beat them, so now Shopify are the
-30.
Oh my gosh. Great cast. Thank you so much. You don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. So check that out. The shop is open right now. We currently are headed to a short break, but first, check out this clip from LCS's newest series, Missing Ping. It's a fun one.
Bro, we are so cooked, bro.
Oh, why? It's bug. I feel like we need to test stuff before we lock in a strategy.
Hurry up, hurry up. This is impossible. There's a lot of dumb people in LCS. I think we might be good.
Oh my god, bro, never make the look.
I think we might be the dumb ones.
We're gonna be last place for sure.
This is Missing Ping, a League of Legends challenge show where professional gamers try and solve problems that shouldn't exist that they've never seen before. The challenge is simple. Read the note, hop into game, and try and solve whatever is put in front of you as efficiently and creatively as you can. Which pro will push the limits of their league IQ, and who's getting hit with the ping? Let's find out.
What do we have here?
Starting at the blue fountain, get your teammate to the red fountain as fast as you can.
You may pick any champion you want, but the teammate who you're taking to the fountain is permanently under the rooted status.
You have unlimited cooldowns and mana, but your XP is locked at level 3.
You may not use any other practice tool features.
Your time ends when the permanently snared person is felled.
Your time starts now.
No, we gotta go now.
Okay.
I don't understand, but it's fine.
We gotta go Thresh. I'm gonna be Camille.
Oh, okay.
Or Bard.
Okay,
Camille or
okay.
Bard.
I'll play Ali.
Camille or Bard.
You can't, you're rooted, so you can't take the portal.
You can still E, no?
You can't, well, you can't go in the portal, is the problem.
Oh, Bard, you can push me in. No?
No, you need to click the portal to go in.
Really?
You can't get docked into the portal.
Can I E as Camille?
Yeah, you can E. Yeah, I think Camille is good.
Okay.
It's the best. I'm coming.
I've made my way slightly closer.
Yeah. Wait, where do you want to meet?
I can't move, bro.
I thought you could eat. No, where are you going, bro? I gotta dodge the towers.
I'm Spider-Man, man.
Yo, I can't go through this tower.
Flash over the wall. I can move.
Go.
I can move myself.
All right, eat this way. Eat to me.
Dude, what do you mean eat to you? I need to hit the wall.
Wait, yeah, aren't you here? Eat. Wait, what? I'm confused. Why can't you use your second part of the eat?
Cause I'm rooted, man.
Oh, GG. All right. This is good.
Yeah,
this is actually good.
Okay.
We're on pace now. I might kill you, no? This is a problem.
Wait, let me start eating a bit. Okay, can you knock me now?
You're gonna die.
I mean, maybe. I think we literally can't do this correctly because I don't have enough health.
No, I think we can. I think we just have to wait.
Oh, the creeps.
No!
All right, just
try
restart,
again. Just try again.
All right.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Don't adjust your screens. It is not lying to you. Dignitas are indeed up 1-0 against Lyon, the defending champions from last split, as they were able to find their upset victory, Jad. And you've been looking at something over there on your screen. What do you want to share with everybody?
So the producers told us that the last time Inspired lost to Dignitas was 2023.
Yep, in spring.
So I had to go find the game, February of 2023. And it actually is a time that I, for some reason, don't remember. So listen to these rosters, man. The EG team at the time was Someday Top, Inspired JoJo, and then FBI Vulcan.
Yep.
So it was so far removed from the championship, EG, but still had inspired JoJo. And then the Dig team blew my mind even more. Armut, Santorin Jensen, Tomo, and Ignar.
Yep.
So many players from that game still in this game, but it's been that long. 3+ years since Inspired has lost a game to Dignitas.
You've been talking so much about Palafox and Inspired. What would that look
Or
like?
rather a series to Dignitas, because this was best of one.
This was best
We
of
were
one.
on during
Still counts.
weekdays. Man, I was looking at the item builds. Inspired's Maokai build was Radiant Virtue, Demonic Embrace, a Broken Stopwatch, a Fiendish Kodak,
League
and a
of
Dark Seal.
Stopwatch. I forgot. That was a dark time back then when everybody picked up Stopwatch.
This just blows
But
my
again, I'm
mind.
just going to say, Jet, it's Ignar. I think Ignar is the kryptonite of Inspired. That's what we're
Maybe.
actually learning here, as he wasn't on Dignitas in Split 1 when they matched up, as Mobility and Breezy were subbing in because of the visa issues of FBI Ignar, and this time around, Dignitas looks so much better with this bot lane to step up in these big moments. And also, XU had a great game 1. I want to give a lot
played
of props
so
to
well,
XU.
man. He responded to the early jungle invade from Inspired extremely well. He gained a 2 or 3 camp advantage early. He then snowballed that into a 30 or 40 CS lead.
Yep.
I'd also say XU's team played very well to not let Inspired get many picks. And then most importantly, the last team fight, XU goes for a Zinsec onto Saint, kind of gets it. It's what starts the fight, and then just mauls Berserker's 3.5 item Yunara as the 3 items in towards the end of the fight. So he played with so much confidence, and that's really hard to do after how abysmal his week 1 was. So if you're gonna cut him down for his bad week 1, you have to build him up for this big game 1 of week 2.
Just out-jungling Inspired in the early game, having these high-impact plays as well. Let's see if we can do it again, because now it's time for game number 2. It's Nico early lock-in for Dignitas, and Rise plus Vi locked in for Lyon. So Inspired's going for the classic point-and-click hard-engaged jungler. And all right, we're getting the Anivia matchup of classic counter into the Rise. We've seen this a lot.
Yep, Inspired's going to want to play heavy towards side lanes with the Vi. The Rise plays very well into that. It's a massive power pick. I think Saint's really good at it, but we'll see how much Palafox can control this, because he's now, with 3-game sample size, played very well against Saint so far in 2026.
Yep.
Did really well in the Orianna Azir matchup there in game 1, and now almost certainly we're not seeing that Anivia fly top lane.
No, almost 0% chance.
Wonder is not here.
No, I thank you for bringing it up. I was gonna reference, because you mentioned the side laning of Rise. If you watch LEC and you watch SK games, not always advised.
Bro.
But if you watch Wonder, he kind of plays Anivia like a split pusher. So you know, there's an argument. Palafox can answer that in the side. Your wave clear is just crazy. It's almost impossible to dive you with your egg form as well. So you can just kind of hold that lane. Jace now locked in for Lyon. So when I see Jace plus Rise plus Vi, I'm thinking this is more of like that 1-3-1 type of composition already they're building.
Definitely feels like it. And Dokla is actually a historically big Jace player. He really loves playing it, even though he hasn't been able to play it that much in recent years. You brought up SK, so I apologize. You have to be such a sicko if you watch SK games and then you're also watching Dignitas versus Lyon. So there's so
that's
few
just
people
a
that
true
can get
fan,
this.
Jet. I'm gonna take the positive.
Get this reference, but like, I was watching SK today, man, and they just. I'm sad we don't have an SK type team in LCS.
Yeah.
1, because it inflates everyone else's records.
Sure.
They lose all the time. But 2, like, they are so close to cracking the code. Like today, they played Seraphine Nautilus bot.
I got him on a tangent.
Into Karma Ezreal. And this reinforces a meta point as to why the meta is stuck with 80 junglers. Or even mage bot lanes, because we see these bot lane pairs. This is going to become a real point.
Okay. I'm ready for it.
We're kind of stuck in this meta of everyone playing, we'll do Seraphine Ashe, or we'll do Karma Ezreal, or we'll do Yunara Lulu, or we'll do Corki Nami.
The pairings.
They're just these Enchanter 80 carry pairings. And one of the most powerful pairings is Karma Ezreal. Honestly, Nautilus Seraphine crushed it in lane. Totally dominated. But the rest of the comp can't make sense if you have a mage bot lane, because it's so impossible to have an AD mid nowadays.
Yeah.
They
You just do no damage lane.
They tried to play frickin' Aurelia, man, and it was atrocious. And they've tried Yasuo, they've tried Yone, they've tried Zed, they tried all this stuff. And none of it works, and if they can't make it work, then clearly no one can.
This is one of my favorite things now, is just, rage baiting Jet to start talking about random tangents.
Well, it's the meta. Like, why are we always seeing these Sundered Sky, Black Cleaver, GA junglers? It's in part because they're strong, but it's also because you can only play mages mid lane.
Yeah, pretty much. But I will say, when you talk about these pairings and you look at the Caitlyn, I've seen Caitlyn with Nico and Bard. I haven't seen her with a lot of other stuff, so I'm wondering what Lion's actually going to go for. Because Dig already picked the Nico, they banned the Bard out, they banned the Nautilus, and now they're going to lock in Ambessa. I'm assuming that's top lane with the Poppy jungle, but theoretically they could swap that around if they want to. So yeah, what's the support going to be for Isles here?
Well, Bard is banned for the Caitlyn.
Again, like Bard and Nico are all I've seen.
I mean, this would be a classic pair, the Caitlyn Lux. All these bot lanes have, like, they come in pairs now.
Yeah.
If you don't have a known pair, you're doing something wrong.
It's like duos in Pokemon BGC. You know, you always have to have a pair together.
How did I not think of that?
Yeah.
What's
Clearly,
the
you're
Yu-Gi-Oh
caught up on
analogy
your,
of this as well?
The Yu-Gi-Oh analogy. There's not a lot of duo in Yu-Gi-Oh,
Great.
I guess.
Perfect. We can
It's
move
like,
on.
It's like the Sprite deck. You know, it's level 2 monsters. You pair them together. I'm sure I'm grasping for straws right now.
Yeah. Okay, so Caitlyn Lux really lane dominant. I think it's going to be difficult for Ezreal Nico to play against that. But at the same time, if you fall behind on that lane, the Ezreal can still land a decent amount of poke because the Mystic Shot is such long range. And I'm very curious to see the Anivia Poppy and how well XU and Palafox can create picks with this.
Production is just telling me that the actual answer was Time Wizard and Baby Dragon. Do you know what that means, Jet? Is this before your time?
For Yu-Gi-Oh?
Well, I'm not going to tell you because I'm asking if you know what that reference is.
No,
Time Wizard and Baby Dragon. What do you think that reference is? As we're getting in for Lion versus Dignitas, game number 2. Again, Dignitas making things interesting today. Starting off with a win in game number 1. Lion with their backs against the wall. Do not want to go 0-2 to start their spring split. And against Dignitas, I think that would be a shocker for a lot of us. Are you Googling Time Wizard Baby Dragon?
I'm trying to get into our chat because I feel like someone would have answered, and then I can pretend that I knew the whole time.
I guarantee you chat is more hip than you, Jet.
Yeah.
And also, I don't think that's a hip reference at this point. That is definitely an old man reference. So
I mean, chat could be behind. They're saying it's Yu-Gi-Oh.
It is Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay,
yes.
good.
Yes,
good.
Also, Big G, our producer's telling me it's a hip replacement reference, not a hip reference. So just want to shout out producers when they're funny. All right, game number 2 here, Jed. I want to set some expectations early on because we talk about Caitlyn Lux. When I see this lane, I think it's going to have a lot of prio, but you were also highlighting that, like, Ezreal can kind of match the range, and Nico also is pretty strong. So do we think that this is going to favor either side, or is bot lane not going to be the focus?
No, I mean, I honestly think you can see FBI Mystic shotting that first wave, and also Nico just has so much additional wave clear. I think the Ezreal Nico can probably get push here.
Okay.
You can see Caitlyn just trying to use the Q on the waves early, so I don't necessarily think this is a dominant Caitlyn lane. If you do start landing some roots, you can obviously chain it with traps and get some big chunks, but I don't necessarily feel like the outpush, but it's going to be a fist fight to try and get level 2 first.
Yeah, the early barrier to try and get that push. It's only damage rate onto Isles. Berserker's actually full health here, so I think in general you're always happy if the enemy AD carries trading their health bar for your support, because if Isles needs to go for reset, not that big of a deal.
Yeah, FBI traded his barrier for that first push though, so he's going to be down a barrier if they're able to land a root on him. But yeah, they hit level 2 at exactly the same time, so that's part of the Ezreal, just trying to get his passive up, and then if he starts fighting, he'd also have the lethal tempo, and you win a lot of early trades as Ezreal, just with the raw attack speed you can generate on the kit.
But Dokla's getting pushed topside for Lion. Mid's about a standstill here. You kind of expect that with Rise versus Nivea in the early levels. So Dokla really the one on Lion's side getting that early push advantage, as both junglers are pathing bots. We see that Inspired's able to get down a little faster as the Vi. XU's now going to be close towards his Raptors.
Yes, sir. We'll see if they end up fistfighting over the bot crab as well, since they're both on a collision course to find each other. Vi's going to clear a little bit faster than the Poppy, though, so bot lane's going to have to be cognizant of that, since we didn't see any jungle shenanigans early. And FBI Ignar, their jungler's going to be really far behind, actually. So XU didn't go red Krugs. He's going to be even slower, which tells me he's actually not even going to do bot crab. So this path is just slightly better if you're planning on going top crab, because it means all of your small camps are going to respawn in sequence, so his Krugs will come up a little bit faster. He'll still hit level 4 off of this full clear, and then would just be like kind of late to top grab, but as you can see, he'd probably lose. There's no way he gets this bot crab with the way the bot lane is right now, so he's going to either run up and get this crab or maybe just forego the crab, but most likely walk all the way up, kill the crab, and then reset for a second full.
But it shows intention, which I do like to see from junglers, is as he's already pathing up there. Inspired will Vault Breaker over the wall, and now see, yep, these jungle camps are taken. Drop a ward down, go for a reset. Root lands here onto Ignar. Chain CC, Berserker with first blood.
Ooh, Ignar's going to want that one back because now Berserker's going to have a faster first buy, but that is the combo. Ignar was just trying to hold the wave for FBI, trying to not lose the small margin, save a few CS, ends up giving away a big pot of gold to Berserker.
It's always scary to do that against the Lux lane, as we see the replay
Try
here.
to interrupt the recall as well.
It's just the light binding.
That was the thing.
Tough angle to hit that light binding, so well played by Isles, who I think has actually been having a fantastic year so far. Isles, I mean, you look at first stand, you look at the start here of 2026. Ignar lets out a big sigh right there.
That sucks.
Yeah.
It would have been really good though if you're able to interrupt that recall. They would have gained tempo from that. Then Ignar could have looked to roam, because part of what he wants to do in this game on the Nico is impact other lanes, use his clone for vision, do all the BS Nico things that you're allowed to do. But giving that over to Berserker, and now Berserker having early Berserker Greaves is pretty big.
Oh, thematic. As he's able to pick up the namesake boots early on. Battle box.
True. Signature.
You didn't even try that, did you?
No. Do you remember the Sven signature Berserker story?
No.
He'd always build exactly the same 2 items on Lucian, like RFC second in every single game.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever Sven said you should build something else, Berserker would say, I can't, this is my signature. Like, these are my
brand.
signature items.
Yeah, it's good to have a brand, everybody.
Yeah.
Got to build up the players in that way. As bot side there again, trades going in the way of Lyon mid lane. Saint pushes out Palafox, who doesn't have the TP. So Palafox actually wants to stick around, hit level 6, and try and take this cannon at the very least. He's so close to 6. Once you hit it, you just kind of drop it down on the wave. There it is. Now he's trying to punish Saint, who's hovering right on the edge.
I want Saint to get 6.
I mean, Saint has the flash, so like if he finds the angle to get in and just pop Palafox, maybe he kills him, but Palafox will back off.
It's the art of using your egg for tempo. Like, if he can egg himself in the turret as they're trying to contest this Drake a little bit, there's no way they get through the Lux.
Yeah, another light binding there onto XU to deny the approach, and the Caitlyn traps as well.
Yeah, and this bot lane now does seem to be in the control of Lyon with Berserker and Isles, and I do want to shout out Isles a little bit. He's been playing well, I'd say, even since first stand. Just last week, his Nico, even though it's been denied in this game, found some insane team fight engages. So Isles has been making some really big plays for Lyon, and we'll see if he can continue to do it, even though he hasn't had flashy characters so far, right? He's played Lulu into Lux, but already is the reason they were able to create that first blood in this game.
Well, I'd say Lux, in lore accurate-wise, pretty flashy. He's pretty bright here. Another trade from...
Yes, good job.
More health bar trades here between Palafox and Saint. Now XU's coming in. Haven't highlighted it yet, but the potential actually, I'll get back to that. Dokla in a 1v1 here, going on the Photon public execution to try and get away. Dokla does not land that final shock blast, and Photon's fine. But the potential of the Anivia wall plus the Poppy, you gotta keep your eyes on that, because that always could be just an instant kill for Dignitas if they pull it off.
Definitely can be. I don't know if they have enough damage yet, but once you get like a Sundered Sky, definitely able to pull that off. Want to watch how that lane continues to go. The top lane with Grasp Jace, we haven't been able to talk about that much. This is what we saw Morgan go as well. Going to be stronger in lane. Doesn't scale as well, but the way Morgan scaled well with it, he then got a 5,000 gold lead. So it didn't matter that he didn't have Conqueror.
It kind of equals out, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Doku's going to try and do something similar.
Oh, nice little single barb onto Isles, but no follow-up from FBI. So Isles is able to get away just fine. Now ace in the hole. Hey, nice. I don't know if that was good guy support or scumbag FBI, actually, as he's on the arcane shift to do it. Yeah.
You know, they're in for a little bit of pain currently with Berserker. Having his upgraded boots already makes it a lot easier to sidestep anything that Dignitas try and poke back with. Not to mention, it's just like whoever can hit the wave first is having a good time in this matchup. So good vision control, good shove, and they'll likely just go for another base right now.
And they will go for that reset as you're talking about it here. No one going for the early Cole, so it's only that tier that's stacking up for FBI for the pretty slow bot lane. Now, that first blood did come through in the 2v1 down there, but outside of that, it's kind of reminiscent of the last game where it's come down to just a lot of, slow scaling play for the lane push and then play for your better resets here.
Yeah.
And also the junglers aren't even going for that many invades, as Inspired will go for these grubs. They got that early dragon, and now they're looking at the second neutral.
In this game, though, Lyon is just having lanes go a lot better than in the last game. Because I'd say last game they were a little bit on the back foot in the jungle, but then also from the draft, Demonte was pointing out how he felt like Dignitas had the winning lanes kind of across the board. And even though Anivia is a bit of a team fight counter to Ryze, I don't necessarily feel like it can punish Ryze too hard in the early laning phase. Jace as well is going to bully pretty much everything. And then the bot lane, self-explanatory, already being able to get the kill. So lanes across the board are winning, and that just allows Inspired to take whatever camps he wants and continue the full clear.
Yeah, that second neutral objective is secured, and he is not falling behind XU twice in a row. That definitely was a big point of Dignitas' strength last time, is the fact that XU had stepped up big in the matchup, as now Saint and Inspired are going to go for a dive under top turret onto Photon. No TP to back him up. It is just a kill to Dokla.
Palafox started that TP, but it was very slow TP.
Yeah.
I saw the TP before I saw the Realm Warp. I'm like, oh, Palafox sees the play. He's ahead of it.
I guess he just didn't TP to the turret, though. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And it was slow,
Yeah.
I think.
Until you get that upgrade.
He gets the wave.
Okay. Oh, XU not going to be able to stop that reset, so Saint does get back. And now it's going from bad to worse for Photon topside, because Dokla is the one that got the kill, Jet. He already had the CS advantage. He had multiple plates that he just got on his own. Now there are 2 plates left, plus he gets the kill gold. So Dokla's got a poise to take over. The Flash Pop Blossom from Ignar. Follow up with the Tingle Barbs onto Berserker, but FBI just can't quite get the damage in. Flash from Isles sets up Berserker for the takedown. 3-0 kill score as Lions bot lane do it again.
Isles Berserker with the Caitlyn Lux, the flashy binding from Isles into just an ultimate straight to the face. You would hope that it actually does more damage if you're that close.
That was a flashy play there, Jed.
Yeah. You would hope that the Lux ultimate, they've changed the name to Final Spark, would do extra damage this up close. It doesn't, but it's still enough for the kill. Gives it over to Berserker. And this is after they've been playing around Dokla, so best of both worlds. Another big sigh from Ignar.
Yeah.
Best of both worlds on the side of Lyon, where they're able to help the Jace for the kill, and bot lane is organically getting 2 kills of their own.
11-2 all-time record for Isles on Lux. That's a fantastic find from our stats right there. Shout out Leo. I'm just going to give credit to Leo. I'm assuming it's him that's pulling that one up for us. And he's showing us why. I mean, this is now back-to-back. That was Ignar starting the play. FBI just wasn't quite able to get the damage off. Like, ideally, you want that Arcane Shift plus the Essence Flux, plus the Auto, and then the Q to come in. But he just like didn't chain it correctly with the flash from the Poppy, or the Nico rather.
Yeah, definitely not. Also, Mastercard Power Spike items, Sundered Sky completed for Inspired, just as the second Drake is up, so they can continue to push this bottom lane with the Caitlyn Lux. And if anyone wants to help out, Inspired's going to kill you.
Also, if FBI's alone, he's probably going to die. He doesn't have the flash
Watch
available.
the counter gank, though. Nice play by XU.
Topside, Dokla's the target for Dignitas. He flashes towards his turret, but Photon's looking for the damage. XU finds a headbutt. Photon with the shutdown.
Honestly, that can't get much better for Dig considering the circumstances. A lot of credit will go to that ward you see in the Drake pit to really guarantee that Inspired is there. Dokla needed to be playing weak side right there, but was feeling extra confident, ends up losing his flash, and then the kill also going over to Photon is going to help Photon get to that Eclipse where he's going to be able to stand and fight in that lane.
It's still a 300 gold lead for Dokla, but Photon will go for the reset. And let's see if he's got it yet. There it is. Eclipse already picked up, plus even some components on top of it, so some more health. He's got the boots. Photon is ready to actually survive this lane a little better here. As, again, it was still the second dragon picked up for Lyon, so they are stacking these up. I think they're in a fine spot, but this is signs of life for Dignitas in the game that was getting kind of out of control for them.
For sure. Lyon is well on their way to a game 3. Dignitas also well on their way to a game 3. So I didn't need to correct
It would have worked either way.
Yeah, it would have worked either way.
Yeah.
Gotta trust your gut.
instincts. Yeah, there you go.
Or
Gut
instincts both work.
They're the same thing, really, right? Kind of like saying Dignitas and Lyon are both on the way to game 3.
A lot of replaceable words. Replace Palafox and Saint, similar. Mid laners, they both play the mid lane.
True?
Yep.
Indistinguishable, essentially. As Ignar's going for a roam up to the top side, will spot Inspired, and that means Inspired knows, yeah, there's a ward there. Not going to go for the dive, but Photon could have been in some danger. Now we'll catch that wave, and there's one plate left on that top turret. Flash from Saint straight in to the mid lane. It's on FBI, and he's locked down. Berserker on a killing spree, 3-0 on the Caitlyn.
I mean, Berserker's getting the kills, but Isles is styling on this Lux.
Yeah.
Setting everything up, so Berserker just traps and shoots. Hex Optics completed. He's going to be very difficult to reach in these team fights.
Yeah, I want to get another look at the replay of that one, because Isles using the Shirelias, Saint flashing forward to guarantee the initial route. Let's see that one. Yeah, FBI just thinks he's safe as the Ezreal.
Yeah, Saint Isles. Let's see, maybe this was all Saint, because he gets the route.
It's followed up by Isles. Yeah.
I mean, he delayed it really well.
Yeah.
You could have early chained, and maybe he's able to get out of there, but just another unlucky death for the Dig bot lane.
Yeah, sometimes as Ezreal, I feel like players just get a little too confident, as actually Fox stopping the back of Saint right there, has XU nearby, but Saint should be just fine. But yeah, as Ezreal, you just have so much, ability to kite away and get out of bad spots that sometimes you just don't realize that you're in danger. XU didn't quite find the angle on the wall, and now he could be in danger as Inspired and Isles both coming down. Sharks in the water as Lyon are looking for it. Nice little frostbite there onto Inspired, and now the Keeper's Verdict, and that just means that they turned the attention on to Saint, who thought his jungler would have his back. XU with the outplay, knocking Inspired away.
There we go, Palafox and XU. So first off, Palafox landing his Anivia Q right as Inspired started charging the Vault Breaker to prevent the hard engaged chain. And then as soon as XU headshot Inspired with the Poppy ultimate, they turn on to Saint. Really well played retreat there by the Poppy and Anivia. So to see it one more time, they look dead to rights here, especially with Lux on the way. But that stops the Inspired engage, and then Saint says clearly he really wants to go in. And then right here, Saint's like, oh, I've gone too far.
Yep.
It is far too late.
Walking out of that brush was a bad call, I'll say. As XU is able to find the angle and able to find the kill for the team. Dignitas still behind in gold, but they're finding these little moments, whether it's on the top half, whether it's on the bot half there. They're not just giving up and letting Lyon play the Lyon game, which is just, keep pushing these waves and keep finding these advantages. They are pushing Lyon to actually making some misplays here.
Yep.
And Dignitas are benefiting from it.
Still a very winnable game for Dignitas, but at the same time, there is a Caitlyn on our screen with a 1,500 gold lead. So Berserker's going to continue to scale pretty well in this one. No super tanks that he's going to need to cut through either.
What was that last week's stat of like the biggest ever? Okay, we'll get back to that. Pop Blossom here on the top side, plus the public execution setting it up to knock down Dokla. Has to get Flash out of Photon, and it's Ignore with the kill, but Dignitas find their man.
Yeah, Berserker killed the turret, but the more they can start hunting down Dokla, the harder it is to play this game. So now that Photon is completely even in this lane that had been going pretty poorly, it's going to give them something to play through. So Ambessa can absolutely threaten the Jace now. Anivia can keep matching the Rise, and if Poppy arrives, they'll win that 2v2. So Dignitas definitely has ways to stall this game now that Photon has been able to pull himself back in this game.
He's going to get full turret here. Yeah. You have to imagine if he sticks around, nobody from Lyon are coming to stop this. Photon doesn't get the kill, but he does get a lot of gold still injected into him now with a 350 gold lead for himself. So big comeback as Lyon will start up their third dragon. This puts them on soul point and does not look like Dignitas will contest. Yeah. So while that's happening, a reminder for everybody, it was announced earlier today. Check out our socials. Check that out on your screen right there. Spring Finals. Jat, we got a live finals again.
The Mullet Arena.
The Mullet Arena. June 13th and 14th. Set your calendars, everybody. Set your clocks. Write it on your calendars. Mark it.
Yeah. Set the reminder
to put it on your calendar.
Google Calendar app.
Do you think anybody still these days has like a paper calendar?
Yeah.
That like writes with a pen? Do you?
I think more likely you have that thing on your fridge that you use a Sharpie on.
I think more likely right now Saint is going to die again. He walked up and Dignitas had the trap laid and they spring it for another kill. Saint's going to have to write down something as a reminder to not, walk up when he doesn't see the enemy Poppy. I think he's got a target on his back right now.
Mark your calendar. Dig's going to keep finding picks. Just every time. Yeah. My goodness, look at that. So they've shut down Dokla twice now. They've shut down Saint twice now. The objectives have been completely given over, so still a winning position for Lyon in this game, but Dig is making it very hard for them to be able to win this. And remember, Dig did win the game 1 unexpectedly, so a couple more things go well for Dig, and they could walk away with the surprise series win, and that would make Lyon 0-2 on the year.
Not
I know
the
I just made
start.
a lot of assumptions.
Yeah.
Because Lyon is actually winning this game.
It feels like you're trying to reverse cast or curse right now, Jed.
I mean, we just need to call out the fact that Dignitas is playing so much better than they did in week 1, but then also you have to call into question the flaws of this Lyon roster, because in so much of lock-in, they looked a little questionable. They fell to the lower bracket and then weren't predicted by that many people to win. They pulled everything together in the playoffs, but then showed some of the same weaknesses at first stand and then in week 1. So they're still clearly scaling as a team, which we can't forget. We're still very early on into the year. April 11th for these teams that are trying to build up towards the World Championship eventually. But you're seeing the issues that lie, and they're by no means a finished product.
I mean, you can say that, but when you do the math, we're at essentially the weekend that usually spring finals would have been. Spring finals would have been like last weekend or this weekend.
Yeah.
So you can still make the argument, even in the 2-split format of ages past, this is basically the halfway point for the team. As now Dignitas will drop the Herald here and go for a charge in. Berserker's going to clear out a lot of that wave, and the turret will stand, so no actual break for Dignitas.
Yeah, we're not the halfway point. You're making me doing finger math. So January, February, March.
April.
Now we're partway through April. That's 3 months and a couple weeks.
LCS finals in Raleigh was on Easter weekend.
Yeah, but we're going to have summer finals later. Like we're like 3/8,
I'm
3/9
saying in like
through the year,
old
3/10.
times. Okay, fair.
Yeah, old times. If we had played more games, we'd be halfway through. But we haven't played that many games.
Yeah, Dignitas especially have not played that many games.
Like
Lyon
10 games.
have probably played like twice as many as them.
Way
in that
more.
First split.
Lyon
Way more,
actually
yeah.
played. Lyon actually played more games in lock-in than Genji played in LCK Cup.
Wow,
that's crazy, right?
That is kind of crazy, actually.
Yeah, that's why Genji lost. They didn't play enough games.
I mean, it's kind of a meme, but also there is like some real truth to that just having more stage games and more experience will set up the team for more success. But that only reinforces how impressive this is from Dignitas, because they haven't had as many stage games, and they are making Lyon work for it. Game 1 was a win, and it looked like a clean win. Game 2 here, Lyon are on Dragon Soul Point in 1.5 minutes time. That is where the game could just be decided. They still have a lead. But will Dignitas find some way to wrestle that back?
Ah, geez, it's gonna be difficult. They really need to get probably bot lane pushed. I'd like to see Dignitas kind of overload the bot lane and kill that outer turret that just has one plating left, because if they're trying to enter, let's say through mid lane, and Lyon is first to the spot, I can easily see Berserker just laying 5 Caitlyn traps down in the river, and then Dig doesn't have a good way to enter. But if they are able to kill that turret and gain access to the blue side jungle of Lyon, they can't get cut off as easily by Caitlyn traps and might actually have a fight. Because if they're just trying to walk straight in to like Jace, Caitlyn, Lux, I don't think they're going to be able to contest this. But if they find a flank, they'll obviously have a chance.
I'll always favor red side at these big dragon setups, though, just because they have the easier approach to the banana brush. If they get a control ward down there, so easy to control the river vision at that point. So Dignitas are going to have to find some way in. Poppy Ultimate's a great tool for moments like this, because if you can just like knock away Inspired, or even somebody like Saint, and just be like, okay, half their damage is gone.
Yeah.
Then that can immediately turn a fight in your favor, but it's going to take some creativity and some execution on Dignitas' side, because Lyon have the control. 15 seconds, they got their wards down, and they're making sure that Dignitas do not have an easy approach in.
I mean, it's looking hard. They're trying to overload mid just to get a little bit of mid push, but they're going to try and walk in with no vision and no flank at the moment.
Yeah. Saint used the Realm Warp to try and link up with the rest of the team, as now Dignitas have brute forced away and using the Nico clone. There's the traps you're talking about.
Yep.
Berserker's just trying to deny the approach for Dignitas, as Saint has kind of an annoying flank angle right now that Dig have to watch out for. Dragon is getting peppered down, as Dignitas, XU's gonna have to walk up and tank the first trap right there. Dodges the light binding.
Oh, it's bad.
And another trap just gets placed. Photon doesn't have the flank threatened yet. As the Dragon's on to half health, we're gonna have to look for something here. Keeper's Verdict will swing and miss. Ignar not able to find the Paul Blossom either, but they do get the Dragon steal, as XU now lands the engage onto Inspired. Flash over the wall, as Lyon, they still have the traps down, but they're actually the ones getting hunted. As Dig walk up, Saint with the Ghost Pop is trying to get some damage down for the team. As Dignitas are out of there, they get the Dragon, they get out.
Oh, just like they drew it up.
Yeah.
We're going to go face first through Caitlyn, and then our Nico's going to steal it.
Yeah.
I believe
All according to
Inspired
plan.
smote at like 1,500 and the Nico ult stole it, unless he smote a champion. He did this last week on Baron. So let's see what happened with Inspired Smite, because XU actually can't get in. So Inspired Smite's at 1540. He was trying to Q Smite it, but he missed his Q. Ooh. Inspired, my man.
Ooh. Well, you also, I think he's trying to Q away from the Pop Blossom to not get hit by that.
Maybe it was like a wall that moved him.
You give your life also for that Dragon Soul like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that again. I want to make sure I'm not giving Inspired unnecessary flame. Because maybe the Anivia wall knocked him out.
We're taking a look at it. No,
No. Maybe he wasn't even trying to Q it.
I think he was trying to Q away from the Pop Blossom. That's what it
just to
looked
get
like
in
me.
range.
And yeah, it was close, but even XC was like close enough to threaten
Unless
the
you
Smite
see the
steal.
health bar, I got it.
Yeah, it's maybe we can ask him later if we get a chance to interview Inspired or anybody on the side of Lyon. Either way, Dignitas have stalled the game. That's the takeaway here. Lions still have control. They still got the 2.5K gold lead, but the later the game goes, the less that is going to matter. It's not like a game-winning gold lead by any stretch. And a lot of it is just on one member, Berserker. 3-item Caitlyn is very scary, but like if you're able to lock her down, Public Execution, Pop Blossom, Berserker dead just means that now Dignitas, that gold lead is essentially gone.
For sure. I mean, not very inspiring to me the way they found their way into that Dragon Pit. You can see how difficult it is to walk through. I would like to once again say they should try and play through bot lane, but that's a discussion for the review. Because in game, Dignitas has decided mid is the best. So I believe we're going to continue to go through mid.
We'll talk to assistant coach Emmy about that, as we've got some coach react cams from him so far about how they were able to go in there. Because even XU wasn't able to land his keeper's verdict onto anybody. So Dig just kind of found a miracle, and it will delay this game longer. 2.5 minutes for the next Dragon Soul attempt for Lyon. But the longer this game goes for Dig, the more items they get on Anivia. The more, tanky XU's going to get. He now has 2 items completed. And also the harder it can be for Dokla in the side lane against Ambessa, who, if she finds that right angle, can try and 100-0 you.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be able to get some standing gold onto the Ambessa in the bottom lane as well. I think they're just trying to catch up in items a little bit. And there's no way they can really brute force their way onto Caitlyn Lux, who have perma mid-prio this game. And really not good ways of burning flashes either on the side of Dignitas. I think they're just hoping for small miracles in this game, which is not a bad strategy. When you're slightly behind, rather than full sending it and just running it down, just making the game as hard as possible and waiting for the objective fights when the other team needs to make something happen can be a window back into this game. One good wall stun in a fight onto, as you mentioned, Saint, Dokla, or Berserker can lead to a pretty good fight.
I feel like Berserker is the big hit. If they're able to take down this Caitlyn, you look at the gold, it's 3.1K. You look at Berserker, it's 2.1K. So killing that Caitlyn means that essentially that gold lead is gone. And also you get a big shutdown for it. Now, is it going to be easy? I don't think so. Caitlyn's got some big range, especially with the rapid fire cannon completed. So work's cut out for Dignitas. Lyon, I mean, it's interesting to see the highs and lows of this team, just like big picture-wise. Because you talked about their journey last split. They weren't really favorites going into that finals. A lot of people had C9 3-0, but Lyon were able to get it done.
Yeah.
And now I think we're seeing them regress a little bit back towards their regular season of Split 1 performance.
A little. They still find ways. Like, I feel like they played a really good game here. And if not for a missed smite that gets stolen by a normal ability, they have Soul, and they're probably threatening Baron and moving on to a game 3. So their macro, there was an interview from ThinkCard, I believe, on NAMN, where ThinkCard was saying, no, Lyon just have some of the best macro in the world, he said. And I think there were instances where that is true. Even in First Stand, when they were losing, they found really creative ways in to contest Dragon Soul or to contest Elder. And they find ways to have punchers' chances in games that they're even losing. But what they're not amazing at is blowing people out. They're not amazing at, let's just watch Saint, Berserker, and Dokla solo kill people all game. That just doesn't happen with Lions. So
or
they
even
have
like
to win games in slow ways.
Pushing a big lead either. As, next Dragon's coming up at 5 seconds. Inspired almost got walled out right there. Is able to wall breaker away. And now we have another round of the Dragon Steal attempt.
They went
Dignitas
through
this time
bot.
approaching from the bottom side.
Yeah, and now Photon has access to the jungle, which I think is a better flank angle.
And Dignitas, they have all the traps from Caitlyn on the top half there, so yeah, they can just walk in. Ignar's threatening the flank as the Poppy, and that's flash out from Saint. Almost got picked off from Palafox, as now they turn on to Inspired. Vault Breaker away, half health on the Vi, but a huge chunk onto XU, as Dokla is able to land the Shock Blast. So low health bars on both junglers means that it's kind of an awkward little dance here.
Really awkward. Inspired's able to pick up the fruits. I don't believe XU was as lucky.
Dokla not landing that empowered Shock Blast. Ignar's able to sidestep as Palafox throwing out the ultimate just to get some vision down. Gets hit by the light binding, and everyone's sending it onto the Anivia. So Ignar just looks for the backline. XU as well, flash away from Inspired. Palafox gets out of there, and nobody dies on either side.
Right, Inspired has about 1,000 health. XU's also the same.
Low health bars on both junglers means that the 50-50 flip is going to get very exciting. Right now, Lyon are still focusing it down. Saint's going for it. Berserker as well. XU looks for the steal, and he does not get it. Inspired lands that smite. Dragon Soul to Lyon, plus a pick or a kill onto XU. Palafox has to flash over the back of the Dragon Pit wall. That is Lyon's Dragon Soul.
Yeah, so Dig was trying to be cute there. Everyone was low, so they tried to double base, double TP, and then win a fight. But it seems like Lyon called them on their bluff, and while both the Soul Laners were in base, they just burst out the Drake, and even though XU could go for a steal, it was unlikely with the 5v1. Everyone balled up around the Draken as well, so harder to actually click the smite on the right thing, and with XU down, Soul, Baron, likely game to Lyon.
Let's get another look at that, because this was such a weird setup from both sides. Like,
yeah, not a lot of engage tools on either side. And then Ignar saw this big play. I just don't ever see how you can get through the team to actually follow up on that. And then both teams just dump so much damage onto Drake. Looks like we're going to see, as they try and teleport back in, XU Hex Flash over the wall. So hard to get that smite.
Yeah.
Inspired gets it this time.
Nice attempt. As we see the player not quite able to find the angle he's looking for. Coach is reacting as well right there. Dignitas, it felt like they had something in them, but end of the day, they'll get this tier 2 turret. So get some gold for that as the objective bounty has been claimed. But Lyon, actually now, that was a negative Red Bull Baron power play for one moment there. They actually have not got a lot.
Objective bounty is big. Baron only gives about 1,500 gold itself, so you take an objective bounty turret, you're going to make Lyon need to do something with this Baron. I think larger scale, though, just with Ezreal and Anivia being kind of poke heavy, and then the Ocean Soul, it's going to make it very difficult for Dig to win Wars of Attrition. But there's a chance this does go to Elder unless Dig tries to send it.
Yeah. Lyon right now, they get their tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Another wall out onto Inspired, but they haven't quite found those super impactful ones. Plus, he always has the Q Vault Breaker to get away. But Dignitas have wave clear with the Anivia. They're going to try and utilize it here in the top side, as Berserker actually takes a big Mystic shot there before the shield from Lux comes out, as they're shoving in that mid lane. Siege continues. It's only a 600 gold lead so far from that Baron itself. 4.3k overall, plus a Dragon Soul. Still puts Lyon in a fantastic spot here, either to take the Elder Dragon if they can't get too much done with this Baron, or to just keep taking more Barons.
For sure, very low death game overall. Neither team wanting to hard engage. And there haven't been any big swings in this game either, because it's been so controlled from Lyon around this Caitlyn, who's just getting more and more items built up. Last Whisper completed. Lord Dom's likely on the way, and they're just really trying to slow play this Baron. So it was at 0 because of the objective bounty. In this last deploy, they've gotten 1,900 gold. So you can see they're actually pushing 3 lanes at once, and it's because Dignitas' engage is kind of so poor.
Yeah.
This is a way for them to maximize gold.
Also, we had identified it in Pick and Ban. It's kind of a 1-3-1 composition. With the Jace, the Ryze, they can handle those side lanes just fine on their own. Berserker and Isles in the mid lane, Inspired kind of bouncing between mid and top. So that's all the tier 2 turrets, sans that bot turret. But 5 overall for Lyon, and they've expanded their gold lead to 6.1k. Elder's up in 2.5 minutes, so I imagine it will come down to one final Elder fight. And when you have the Dragon Soul, when you have this type of gold lead, theoretically, it should be a cakewalk for a team like Lyon. They've had good setups around the Dragon so far. It's gotten a little wacky as Dignitas have found ways in, but still you have to favor Lyon in this situation.
Yeah, always hard to get through the traps and the Lux and the Jace poke, especially with the Ocean Soul. It's going to mean that Dig would want to play fast somehow. So maybe they just kind of send it if they could do some Poppy wall combo into XU, then ejecting a bunch of people. Maybe, so like, it's on Ignar to maybe find some type of miracle angle. I know I'm saying a lot of maybes because it's a very low chance that Dig wins this, even if they're extending the game.
It's one of these moments where this is how Lyon plays, and we highlight this a lot because it's the identifier for the Lyon style. It's just a slow control, bleed out your opponent, take all these neutral objectives, win through the resource game. And yeah, Berserker got like way ahead in the laning phase. They had a great time because Isles was fighting these light bindings back to back. But since then, it has slowed down greatly, and we've seen more of that OG Lyon style.
Yeah, Mikhail is completed by Isles as well, so even if they land a really nice Poppy stun, Isles can Mikhail someone and they can probably flash away. So
I like the pivot. It's basically the same like Enchanter build on Isles. He does not go in the Nico build where I was thinking, oh yeah, the Lux, like it's about the damage and the setup for the Caitlyn to kill. But it's like, no, he's instead opting for more of that Enchanter style to set up the team and also will help him stay alive with Shirelia's move speed.
42 seconds. Look at the wards that they have set up on the bot lane though. So I think for the most part, Dig, push out mid as much as they can, then maybe try and sneak around to the bot lane. Saint, if he can get deep push on the bot, that's going to be good for Lyon because if they can basically funnel everyone on Dig through the same zone, it's just going to make it even more difficult for Dignitas to approach. And it's one shot from Berserker.
Yeah, those headshots doing a lot of damage. Light binding as well, and Photon gets flashed out of Isles.
It's a good
Public
look.
execution is down, but Isles' reaction time was fast enough.
Yeah, that's the type of play they'd want to go for, though, because if they do a full 5v5, it's unlikely to happen. So I like them taking that shot and just puts them in a bad position now.
And now Dignitas taking the same approach. They're going through the bottom side here as Ignar gets chunked out, has to go into the stasis, flashes away from the trap. And now the Poppy engage, not really going to be an option here for Dignitas. Elder Dragon is up, and it's been started by Lyon. Dignitas, their support does not have time to go for reset. Another light binding over the wall into Palafox, plus the shock blast from Dokla. Big damage from the poke. Inspired goes for the cease and desist onto Photon, trying to lock down the Embessa, but he goes into the stasis now of the GA, resurrecting back up. And now the Realm Warp not going to be taken. Lyon just pushing back Dig.
Yeah, this is the Ocean Soul War of Attrition, though.
Yeah.
Dig's health bars aren't going back up. Lyon's are.
Photon going for another reset TP play in, but he's not going into the pit. He's instead going all the way into the bottom wave. Dokla has a flank here, looking at XU. Knocks back Inspire, but no damage on the Dragon, so Berserker just autos him down. Picks up a double kill for his trouble. Another light binding lands onto FBI. Berserker flashes forward. Saint gets the kill. Lyon are slaughtering Dignitas at the Elder Dragon. They'll get the objective, they'll get the ace, and Lyon will take game number 2.
Dignitas made it difficult for Lyon, but we're going to be going to that game 3. It's really all about the Caitlyn Lux this game. They ran the laning phase, they landed binding after binding in the team fights, and Dokla is going to be winning the race to the Nexus.
He's the TP's in first, the rest of the team now joining him, but Lyon take a victory lap at the Nexus. GG, they'll take game 2.
Nice little NRG callback by Dokla as he kills the Nexus, going back to this game 3 against his former teammates. I mean, I know chat can vote on player of the game. I'm going to try to just make them biased. I thought it was Isles. I thought he landed the right bindings. That's going to be my vote.
What do we think, Lounge? Do we think an Isles?
Oh my God, mind melding. We did the exact same thing.
Wow.
We voting blocked Isles.
We would have voting blocked you.
We've controlled the system.
If you have not voted Isles.
That was an Isles vote for everybody. I think we already got a spoiler on who wins this one. But at least let's talk about this, I think, pretty influential soul fight. I want to take it from the perspective of Dignitas at the beginning, just because Saint is on this side, and I thought they did a great job of being able to push Saint off. The rest of the fight is very difficult. I think the poke that's coming from, as you can already see on the XU, is quite a lot. You're working against a Lux, Jace, Caitlyn. There's a lot of range there. So the one thing that I think Lyon does a great job at is being able to play a slow-paced fight, especially if they're just dancing around an objective. And it starts with this. I thought just this moment from Isles really forced the hand of Ignar to go immediately, because he was holding this area for quite some time. And especially like having that control ward fight, making it difficult. But the moment this lands, this is the fight. Ignar just goes, and ships passing in the night. Inspired takes the fight. But the worst thing about this Nico ultimate is that Berserker and Saint are completely free to follow up with Inspired, so it was not as impactful. And all of it was just basically pushing them to start the fight immediately. And I think that was just another thumbs up of many thumbs up from Isles throughout this game.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Lux here, this bottom lane, pushing bottom lane as old as time, Emily. And Berserker's had multiple very strong Caitlyn games.
Yes,
True.
sir.
He's a demon on this champ.
And yeah, it started early in this game, let's just say, because here is the power kind of that bot lane in the 2v1 before FBI is even able to really get back and do any damage.
This play was actually really cool from Miles, because this was an eco engage that came through from Ignar and an immediate flash follow-up from Isles to just chase this fight down. I thought this was really impressive. And so that was just them dominating the laning phase from the last two plays.
That's the smile that you put on your AD carry's face when you feed him a bunch of kills, supports.
Exactly.
That's what you play for. That's
what
smile right there.
Laning partners should do for me. This is Berserker in his 2 Caitlyn games. So this has obviously been just an insanely strong champion and a really strong bot lane that they can play around. And yeah, Isles, he's now, what, 12-2 all-time?
All-time on Lux. He's a Lux Smurf.
Lux, yeah.
The Caitlyn, I also want to say that part of the reason I really like when Lyon use it is they always use it with intention. The last time they did was into the Yunara lane.
Yeah.
And they bring jungle attention, and they're playing off this pushing lane and harassment. Not only do they play the actual lane themselves well, but the team plays around it super well.
Yeah.
And as you can see from the polling, boom, 40% on Isles.
Boom, 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 boom.
And the person in contention is his laning partner,
Yes.
right? So that makes sense, because this was very bot lane centric.
And it actually speaks volumes, because last week a lot of eyes were on Isles as well. He won player of the game, even though it's a losing series. Like Isles, I feel like the last 2 weeks, including today's games, has been on point. Now they have to be able to take it out, because even though all this story gets completely flooded by the fact that they've been losing. Lost last week. And
this first game, the first game of the series too.
True. So Isles have been playing well. It's just that Lyon as a whole, as a team, have not been matching up. But now they go to game 3 and they can hope to snuff out Dignitas.
Yeah.
So Raz, our
right.
Dignitas stocks, they've got to fall from the top of the thing.
Just
They
a little
can't
bit.
be at the tippy top over here.
They can't. It doesn't make much sense, does it?
No.
Bring it back down a little bit.
At least even ground. We gotta.
Where are Lyon going? Are they still? We didn't move them down at all.
Not at all.
The
Not at
first
all.
game.
We're not that knee jerky here.
No?
We put Dig to the moon from
Let's jerk
Tanner.
Dignitas down to like fifth or something.
Jerk them down
A little bit more. Come on, a little more.
That seems more reasonable.
Yeah.
Alongside the DSG
Little bit
partners.
more.
Okay, I like that. A little more? You want more than that?
All right, that's good.
Okay, there it is. That was the
We're
proper.
very reactionary here.
Nice, well
on
done.
LCS
Before we
stocks.
head to break, check out how well Emily knows her LCS history.
No.
As she played games played blackjack with our socials team.
All right. We're judging.
All right, Emily, your goal is to get to 1,000 games played using North American players only. These are only games in NA. No repeats. Start whenever.
Okay, so first one, I'll go Aframu.
Aframu. He is the 6th highest on the list with 597.
All right, so I figured that'd be like 500, 600.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna round up to 600.
Yep.
And now it gets really tricky really quick. You just need someone to take the bulk of the games for you. I'll go Isles next. 'Cause I feel like there's no way he can be over 100.
He's at 125.
Wow. Okay,
125.
more games than I thought. All right, so I'm
you're
like
at 722, 722.
Around 725.
Yep.
Okay, everyone I'm thinking would be like too high.
Yeah, I think this is more so a
I
mental
feel like
exercise.
I boxed myself into a corner.
You got like 275 to play with, so you're within reason, you know.
I'll go XU.
Whoa, okay, XU. XU has 71 games played.
Okay.
So you are at...
I was wondering if he was close to 100 or not.
793.
793, okay, so about 800. If XU is there, then I have one in my pocket that I'm saving that I know hasn't played a lot of LCS games.
Just,
for the very end.
break in case of emergency.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go Lyon.
Lyon has played 193, so you are at 986. If you want to flex, you can maybe try to hit a perfect blackjack.
Wait, let me try to do it in my head.
You have 14 games.
14 games?
14.
Yeah, there's...
Yeah, you actually do.
Okay, I heard yours though, so that's cheating. I also remember that time. I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna see if I can win with this.
You're gonna stay at 986.
Yeah.
You're gonna stay at
14, bro.
Cruiser the Bruiser.
Cruiser the Bruiser
I was gonna go Avalon.
would have put you at above. He played.
Yes. Okay. Get out of here, Jet. All right. I'm gonna win this.
Poppy ulti.
Poppy flash.
Poppy.
Kill Poppy. And take it slow, we will finish there.
I'm going around.
Ezra bound.
I go around.
I'll give Elder soon, and we can end.
Yeah.
You can tip it to base top.
We can go.
They'll get the objective, they'll get the ace, and Lyon will take game number 2.
Hello, my name is Falfox, and I play mid for Dignitas. So my favorite tip is actually Yasuo to get in a bit more damage. You can EQ flash, auto EQR, and honestly, if you just remember like the combo in your head, you can kind of say it out loud at a certain timing to get it every time. And for me, it's just EQ flash, auto EQR. And if you do it at that pace, it's like really simple. That's about it.
See, he said it's that easy. I still don't exactly know what he just did. That was crazy.
EQ flash, auto EQR. If you
Auto
say it
EQR.
like that,
Okay.
then it becomes easy,
So,
he says.
so Q flash.
EQ flash,
EQ
auto
flash,
EQR.
Auto EQR. There we go.
Yeah.
That
It actually looked really impressive.
Also, look at us.
Yeah.
We match right now. Let's go. We got the vertical stripes.
Palafox, after game 1, popped his collar.
Oh,
Game 2,
so it's time for-
got to put the
so
collar
we got-
back down.
Oh, okay, so we're
back
putting
to
the collars
work,
down.
normal focus. Underdogs once again.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Also, I will say, Jad's getting serious, everybody. He took his shoes off. That's how you know that Jad is ready to cast some League of Legends right now.
That's how you know it's Game 3.
That's how you know it's Game 3.
Yeah.
It's getting a little hot in the studio here. Warming up in Los Angeles, warming up in this series. Third game between Lyon and Dignitas. As expectations were low for this team coming into this matchup specifically. Shopify Rebellion, they got kind of crushed, and that was supposed to be the close matchup for them last weekend. This time around, they are still, showing that they've improved, that they have gotten better week over week, and now pushing Lyon to a third game. And even that game 2, there were some stressful moments for Lyon in there, despite them having control over most of the game.
For sure, and now the entire performance of their week is going to be judged by this next game. Because if you have a sloppy game on stage, but then win the next 2, all is generally forgiven, and you can move on to the next week. But if either one of these teams starts 0-2, more so for Lyon, it's going to start sending up some alarm bells.
Yeah, I'm going to start taking off my watch and wristbands. It is getting hot in here.
Yeah, how many Lyon players did you put on your fantasy team, Fingers?
Okay, fun facts. 0.
Wow, good job.
I maybe forgot to update from
oh
last week.
My goodness.
I updated it, but I never clicked save, and it was on my PC at home because I wasn't like sure about it. I had to change it, walked away, got some food, came back, totally forgot I was doing it. And then in my head, I was like, oh yeah, I did it. That job's done. But I still have last week's, which fun fact, I do have Photon.
Wow.
So there's a chance that I actually get a big payout here.
Yeah, I tried to get them many different team multiplier again. Yeah. So I only have one Lyon player, but I was thinking like, wow, Saint should really do well against Palafox. But that was classic Palafox disrespect.
Yep.
Because Saint, 5 points game 1, 12 points game 2. He needs to play Ahri for the multiplier and pop off in game 3. Otherwise, he's a wasted pick.
Yeah. I mean, what's Photon at right now?
I don't have those.
You don't have those ones up?
Unless he's on your own team.
You're helping me out with that.
Yeah.
No.
I can talk about the draft if you want to go check your own team.
How about that? We'll catch up on the pick and ban. What's been banned so far, Jay?
Yeah, so far bans are Pantheon, Bard, Varus on the side of Dignitas, and on Lyon it is Seraphine, Nautilus, Jarvan, which means the Giga Enchanter Karma is available. And oftentimes the counter to the Karma would be the Nautilus, but the fact that Lyon left it up makes me think they have an answer for it. And also, putting Ignar on an Enchanter rather than an Engage pick can also be seen as a strategy.
Yeah.
So put out that really juicy pick for Ignar and see if he takes it.
Yeah, let's see. As I did check, you bought me enough time. Photon's at 14 points currently, 14.68.
Oh, you got
he got
Photon
25
Rumble,
and Mbessa in only 3 points in that game, too.
Yeah. But you got the point multiplier in game 1 from Rumble.
No, I picked Photon Gwen.
Oh, never
mind.
mind.
Multiplier, yeah. I don't think he's ever going to play Gwen, though. That's old Photon.
Let's see. Inspired getting Wukong early seems really good. No Poppy to block it. Xin, Nocturne, Vi, all gone already.
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you even play into that at this point? Maybe you're going towards more of those things like Aatrox jungle if you're trying to pull in some of those top lane bruisers that can also be played in that role. Other tanks, I like the Wukong into the Mundo. I think Wukong into something like a Sejuani can feel pretty good. So see what actually wants to fall back on here, as they've only shown the Karma so far.
The Karma Jhin. The most useful lane in League of Legends. Karma Jhin. For what it's worth, it's actually very strong in lane. I know Masu, Cryojin were playing this a little bit in lock-in and actually dominating with it, but if it falls behind, it can feel very useful.
Very useful.
That's what you say when you're useless.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they can land roots. They can land roots. Some slows.
Many roots and slows.
Shields.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All things
those are all useful things, even if you're behind in gold. Gnar, blind pick. Not typically something... I mean, it is a safe blind pick, but usually I still see that as something that's picked when you see the Renekton or something along those lines. But it's going to be Vayne for Dokla. Jat, we're in for another treat.
We're in for one. They're giving Dokla a little bit more agency in draft here. That's always going to be a discussion with Dokla, because the games when he's thrown onto weak side, they really just abandon his lane entirely. And then when they did start turning things around in lock-in playoffs, they were giving him a lot of counter picks. He did try playing the Vayne at first stand, didn't go well. This Vayne could obviously go bottom lane, but I don't think you're going to lane that into Karma Jhin. So it's almost certainly going to be played into that Gnar top.
But keep your eyes open, because, like, maybe they want to go crazy. Maybe Berserker's saying, lock me Vayne versus Garbage. Don't expect that one. They get to ban some more junglers away, as Skarner, of course, that is one that makes a lot of sense here. Expecting something else targeted towards XU, because with J4 banned, with Pantheon banned, and with the fearless bans of Xin Zhao, Vi, Poppy, Nocturne, there's not a lot left that's going to be able to step up to the Wukong. Dignitas, I mean, they could lean towards frontline. Gnar can be frontline for them, especially with the Karma giving him the shields, but they still don't have kind of that dedicated frontline right now.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, the Vayne would also kind of block the Mundo jungle if they were thinking of going for that. And Bessa would be another jungler, but it was taken earlier on in Fearless in the top lane. So you're kind of left with something like Aatrox, which I don't know if that's something XU is down for. I really like those two bans there of the Skarner and the Malphite. Sejuani's another one that is decent into Wukong, but not good into Vayne. And then also, you start to question where your damage will be coming from if you're running Sejuani Jhin.
And you're not going to have that melee matchup top lane to help out the Sejuani. I guess Gnar sometimes can be, but you don't have a lot to help set up the Sej. So let's see what XU wants to lock in. It's Lyon's pick next, though, as, we're expecting Vayne top, which means that it will be an 80 carry focus, hovering the Sivir as Berserker is giving himself a chuckle here on stage, feeling good after that last win, and also just how the lane went in that last win as well.
Really dominant for them. Okay, Vayne's locked in, top lane for sure. Sivir, great scaling, won't win lane early, can definitely scale up later. Just do it. Just do the Ivern.
Do you like it?
This doesn't help the damage.
I was going to say, this is like not a lot of damage if they lock in the Ivern jungle. So instead, they're going to give XU a little more time to think about it and probably lock in mid lane. It'll have to be a blind pick here. Control mage that can do some damage as Palafox standing up to reposition. It's game time. He's got to lock in.
Well, he sits on a foot all the time.
Oh, is that what's going on there?
Yeah. So whenever he has an opportunity, he switches the foot that he sits on.
Interesting.
It's just a gamer thing.
I was not caught up on that lore.
Yeah.
Do you sit on a foot?
No.
I do sometimes.
I'm not young enough to sit on the foot anymore.
No?
The knees would go.
I believe in you. Well, let's see what they lock in here. Maokai, another one of those engage junglers, does not help out too much with the damage, but you can go for the more of the AP build, so it will facilitate that somewhat, and it is locked in.
Plus, you can just click the button on Vayne, and they can run him down.
Yeah.
Which is nice to get a little bit of guaranteed CC. Something they really lacked with their other team compositions. Also, just long-range Maokai Jhin engages can really give you a lot of time to run up to people. So there's some pretty good synergy they have throughout the team comp. And the Victor, Gnar, from a damage profile solo laners is actually decent. Let's see, though.
I mean, yeah, Silas, fantastic ults to take. The Gnar ult, the Maokai ult. The Maokai one's a big one that I'm looking at here in terms of just being able to jump in and just CC everybody, plus the AP scaling, which you're going to be building full AP. Now the question is, can Palafox punish the melee matchup in the mid lane as the Victor? Because Victor, you know, sometimes if you know the matchups well enough, you can just completely make their life miserable. If you're starting that queue, you're getting those autos. I like taking Airy in instances like this when you're in the melee matchup, but we'll see what Palafox wants to do.
The Victor-Silas matchup is, in my opinion, Victor favored. He should be able to get early push. A lot of times you'll do 2 early points into E, but I would say the Wukong into Victor is very Wukong favored, because Wukong is one of the best junglers at closing the distance onto Victor, and then once Wukong is on top, it's very hard as the Victor to outplay that.
Yeah.
So a lot of it could be about the 2v2, and in which case, since the Maokai Victor 2v2 is weak, that's when the Silas would have chances to win. So it's going to be about Inspired and Saint syncing up. Otherwise, I do think Palafox could have a good game.
But how often does the narrative come down to that for Lyon? Inspired and Saint linking up, being the engine that the team needs to get them over that finish line. We're 1-1 in this best of 3. Dignitas stepping up to the defending champions in Lyon, who are looking to stop their loss streak. If they lose this, they're starting their spring split 0-2. Not what they want. And Dignitas hoping to pick up their first win for themselves. It all comes down to this last game.
Nice surprise treat, game 3 here. I think most of us would have expected a 2-0 for Lyon early on. Not to mention we get to see Dokla Vayne once again. But Lyon has to play well to make this work. Across the board, pretty short range. Sivir, Sylas, Vayne, Wukong, and Rakan have to carry so much of the engaged load. And Dig, kind of outrange in all lanes, might have 3 lanes of prio. So, you know, Lyon does have to play very well to execute this team comp.
And whenever I see something like a Vayne top, even something like a Sylas, I feel like, okay, actually, Dokla's getting an
Okay,
early
I shouldn't say
trade
3 lanes of prio. Vayne should get push on Narc.
Okay, fair,
That's definitely
fair.
the counter pick. I, for some reason, blanked and I was like, oh, it's Photon, he has prio. No. He's not going to have this against Vayne.
Yeah.
Vayne should win this handily.
But the point I was going to make was that this is not like an easy executing team composition. This is one where you can get punished if you overstep. You're playing pretty squishy members, especially in that top lane. But currently Dokla looks like he's just very comfortable in this matchup, doing just fine.
Yeah, cutting the wave early on. Photon with Doran's shield, second wind, trying to withstand as much as possible. Didn't find a way to take biscuits, didn't go grasp or anything. He's going fleet, so just really trying to sustain.
Yeah, just wants to stay alive as Palafox. Ooh, big chunks onto Saint. Did not take the area, took the phase rush instead. So this will help you scale more, especially against that Wukong.
He needs it against the Wukong.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Otherwise, every time Wukong presses R on him, he's probably dead.
See, usually in my experience when I play Victor, it's in a solo queue in Emerald. So
you just don't think about it.
A different, you know, priority there.
Yeah. Jungler sees losing mid lane. Jungler goes elsewhere.
I mean, I see losing mid lane, and I see Saint getting absolutely bullied by Palafox as Dokla pops the ghost, getting aggressive onto Photon, who hops into the wave, flashes, Dokla waiting for the autos, but he doesn't quite have it! First blood to Photon as Dokla botches the dive.
And Photon has teleport, Dokla doesn't. Photon's going to be able to go back, catch that whole wave, and probably have the advantage onto Dokla.
That was an oopsie, as he's picking up the dagger plus some armor. Dokla picking up the coal and boots, signaling, yep, it's going to come back down to farming up these waves. Let's get another look at that, because I guess he just didn't have the condemn. I think he used it earlier.
Yeah, I was locked into the mid lane, so I'm going to watch this one again. Crashing this huge wave, if he's able to kill Photon here, can deny a massive amount of experience. Really just doesn't get the E. That gets turret aggro, and then goes back in for more. But Photon just flashes to buy time. Cannon plus the extra minion he got gave him level 3 as Dokla re-engages for that kill. So I'd say somewhat calculated there by Photon. For Dokla, though, even though he doesn't have teleport, with the way the wave happened, it was going to crash back into them.
Sure.
He didn't actually lose that many minions from that failed dive, and he did get a kill, just not the first blood bonus.
Yep. So not disastrous, but not ideal. As Inspired, now Warrior Trickster's over the wall. Gravity Field comes down for Palafox, but he still flashes. The chains land. Saint gives the thumbs up, okay, and a kill to Lyon's mid laner.
And that happening pre-6 and getting the flash, very beneficial for Saint's lane. He'd already been bullied out early, had to reset, was on his way back with no teleport, so now gets another free base. That's the saddest Sylas base that he was on. He was on glowing moat refillable. That's a very sad time. But Inspired manages to come in, perfect timing on the gank, gets him out of a bind.
An incredible abduct there from Saint, landing it. That had to have been like a max range one.
They waited out the gravity well so well as well.
Yep. Exactly.
There's a lot of wells.
Yeah. Well, actually, fun fact, they name changed that one.
Yeah,
now it's
Gravity
Field. Yeah, it's one of those ones where I'm like, I missed the old one.
Did you say Gravity Well earlier this cast? Can I blame you for this?
I don't think it was me. No.
Okay, I think it was my fault.
All right.
Okay.
It's okay. They changed a lot of names. You've been calling it Proto Belt. It's Rocket Belt, Jet. It's okay. I wasn't gonna call you out on it, but now it's
Ninja Tabi as well.
Yeah.
That's like an 8-year-old name change to the plated
True.
steel cap.
Yeah. That was a while ago. Some of those ones, it's hard to keep track of.
I can't get the pronunciation on the old Luxalt from last game. I called it the Final Spark, but I wanted to say like Finalis Flukenin or whatever it's called.
Oh, what? Yeah,
it used to be that name.
Yeah, the Latin name I think is something they had for it. Was it real Latin or fake Latin? I don't even know.
It was better.
You know what? Maybe I'll send along the word. I'll send along Jat's opinions of some of these ability names.
Yeah.
The people that can make some changes here.
Yes, classic ability namer Jat. He's just, he's known for having great ideas.
You're really not beating the boomer allegations right now,
Yeah.
Josh. I'm not going to lie to you. As Isles is currently hovering in the mid lane, but he's spotted on that ward, so Dignitas are wise to the roam. Dokla finds another shove here. Photon this time around is actually answering back with his own hyper procs. Man, I love these on-hit passes.
Photon's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he's close to Meganar, so he's going to jump in, gets flash out of Dokla, who now pops the ultimate. Photon will smash him back and actually wins out just slightly on the health bar trade. And also, that's a flash down for Dokla.
I mean, that's huge. Flash and R burned on the Vayne, plus Photon, big health advantage, able to shove this wave in for free. And then honestly, Dokla has to be a little bit careful around this turret because Inspired's on the bot side of the map, and XU can just make a run over. So good read by Dokla, knowing he has to just kind of give up this entire wave. XU gonna pop a sapling over the wall, realize he's not there, and go back to his jungle. But
yeah,
really well played sequence there by Photon.
All in all, though, Dokla, despite not having that teleport, Ghost is back off cooldown, so he loses the flash, but he's able to get back to the lane and is still up half a wave of CS. Meanwhile, Inspired is taking this dragon here on the bottom half of the map. XU's not going to be able to stop him there, so I'd say the thing's still looking pretty positive for Lyon overall. They have a slight gold lead, they get the early dragon, and their counterpick top lane is still technically in a lead despite giving over that first blood to Photon. That was an oopsie, but I think that Dokla is the type of player that's able to bounce back from that mentally and still, you know, run through this counterpick matchup. As again here, yeah, he's just anytime Photon walks up, Dokla's punishing him.
Yeah, got to get those quick trades in, maxing the tumble as well. So winning the short trades a little bit better rather than a W max for a long-term DPS. I'd also got to say this game, like the fact that we're not talking about the Jhin Karma is bad for Jhin Karma.
Yeah?
I feel like they're gonna fall off. And from not doing much.
Okay,
so
okay. Not getting punished, not losing lane, just by doing nothing.
Yeah.
And even having said that, Isles has roamed multiple times.
He can even
now.
leave. There's no pressure on bot lane.
Like Isles went mid, now he's topside. Photon saw him. Ooh, didn't get the ward over the wall. I imagine he was looking for that into the tri-brush. But either way, the fact that Berserker is having essentially a free laning phase here, he picks up the coal, he's just going to be stacking that up. And FBI Ignar have not been able to even get a plate in that bottom side. Tough into the Sivir. I feel like the Sivir as just a concept kind of neutralizes the push of the Jhin and the Karma.
Yeah, really able to clear the waves out pretty easily. Isles and Inspired engage duo. Onto Palafox Jhin is going to be pretty potent come mid to late game. So I think Lyon is really comfortable with how this early game has been going. Once they got the kill onto Palafox, it means Saint's lane is in an okay spot. Sivir scaling, Inspired's just clearing the objectives in both these games, right? Like, this is the third grub camp he's been able to take.
We've had back-to-back Arcane Storms
see a
here.
Victor ultimate?
Yeah. Silas is tricky like that. It's another one, by the way. It was not only Gravity World Field, but Arcane Storm now instead of Chaos Storm. Do you like Arcane Storm or Chaos Storm more?
I'm a classic Victor player.
Okay.
So I liked it when you had the stupid item you had to upgrade.
Oh, yeah? That was before my time, but I've heard of it, yes. Actually, maybe that was. I started playing in 2015. Was that around?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Saint is basically Chovy. He's finished his Hextech Rocket Belt for his MasterCard Power Spike.
Hey, he called it the right thing.
First, it's because I just read the screen. So that saved me. If that said Proto Belt, I would have said Proto Belt.
Yeah, true. And you'd be within your right.
Yeah.
But he picks that up. This one is pretty standard for Silas, I would say.
I'm glad they brought that up because I was about to just tell you all about Victor's history.
Yeah.
But now I can't. Now, clearly the moment has passed.
There's at least a few people in Twitch chat or YouTube chat that are disappointed. I feel like you got a group that enjoys it when you
There used to be a time, this is pre-first Victor rework, where you could only upgrade one ability the whole game, and it was tied to specific stats. So, like,
that doesn't make any amount of sense.
If you built the W upgrade, you were reported, man. So, like, the W upgrade pulled them towards the center and made it a longer range cast, so you could cast from like 1,000 units away.
Like ASOL almost.
But then your E wasn't upgraded and your Q didn't give you move speed. So you just were useless.
What about support Victor? Can I sell you on that?
That was also still useless. Yeah. So
man, I'm learning so
basically
much.
Top laners would sometimes do Q because it was this like health thing that you could like max Q and bully people with. But generally, if you didn't upgrade your laser, you were trolling.
Yeah, I mean, laser is just synonymous with Victor. It's one of the best dopamine abilities in the game. Throw it out of a wave, one-shots the wave, profit. Similar to Sivir, we got a lot of wave clear on both of these sides, and we're kind of talking about whatever because right now there's not too much happening in the game. The matchups are going kind of how you'd expect it, although as I say that, Photon's actually doing just fine in this 1v1 topside. Dokla has not gotten a noticeable lead.
No.
And even with Isles hovering here, I mean, Photon, he doesn't have vision to spot this right now, so this could be an actual dive. Level 6 available on Isles, so the quickness available, but Photon's
Doesn't
hitting the
wanna let it
wave. Doka
crash.
pops the final hour, getting some damage in. Silver bolts plus the condemn. Photon's looking
just
for
gonna
the
die.
ultimate, and now in comes Isles for the kill credit. Doka sets it up, Isles knocks it down. Lyon find a kill in the top lane.
Inspired here to cover a dive on the bottom lane as well. Plus, Berserker's been able to prevent it from getting to the turret. So really well dove on the top side, and then well defended on the bot side by Lyon. I feel like Photon was so paranoid of not letting that wave crash for the dive that he took too much damage. Maybe he actually has a chance of living it if he lets the wave crash and maintains his health bar.
And that's also why you take the Combat Summoner spell, as XU's going to go for a play here in onto Saint. Pulls up the Nature's Grasp, lands it onto 2, but Ignar joins up. And they're trying to give the kill over to the Jhin, but shut down instead to Palafox. Dignitas will find a kill mid lane.
I'll take that as Palafox for that shutdown. No Dragon up currently, but Cloud Drake on the way with Saint being down. But there's a lot of tempo on the side of Lyon. Inspired is already in the jungle, and Dokla has actually ran to support this, so Dig gets the kill. Really interesting tempo here because Gnar is going to be getting plates, so Dig would want to make this hard.
Positive tempo marker here, as Inspired takes away the Grump.
You can't bring that back
No,
to NA,
it's
I
gone?
don't think. I think
gone
that's
for
stayed
good?
in Brazil.
Okay, all right.
Tempo
Well,
tokens and tempo markers are in Brazil and Korea. That's the only place that they're allowed to be now.
XU's going to have to walk away, as Inspired will use that tempo to his advantage, takes away the objective, as well as a cheeky little Grump steal.
Yep, Drake stacking for Lyon. Inspired with Trinity Force. He's playing a slow game on his own pace, knows he is ahead of the Maokai, knows his Silas, despite dying, is still in an okay spot. And he's got camps up, so he's got to get back to that.
Yeah. I mean, Inspired has had a much better performance in games 2 and 3 as opposed to that game 1. We were surprised to see on the Nocturne him falling so far behind XU, but since then, it's kind of back to normal form for Inspired. He's getting to that Trinity Force. This is when Wukong really starts to come online. Also having first items picked up by Berserker, by Saint a little bit before, so I feel like Lyon are getting to that point now where if Dignitas actually want to contest them, they'll be happy to answer those fights. It's just that Dignitas have not found those windows yet.
Definitely not. Dokla getting stronger and stronger. Won't finish his call on this wave, but we'll be able to get it on the next.
And also, I mean, he just wasn't really punished much for taking the Combat Summoner spell. I feel like there's windows where maybe XU could have looked topside, but you take the Ghost Flash, that window where you can punish it's gone. He's got the upgrade, quest is complete, so TP is available for Dokla. So he really got out of that part of the laning phase really unscathed in the counter matchup. Yes, again, there's kind of that blunder going for the dive, giving first blood to Photon, but I think from this point forward, the Vayne gets very scary to control.
I think also, XU almost got it stolen. This is one of the reasons we don't see Maokai. Like, he just doesn't have the time to do stuff because the Wukong at this point had been clearing so much faster than XU. If he ever does go for those ganks, especially a top lane gank, he's just going to lose camps on his bot side and fall even further behind. So you really do need to pick your moments on the jungle. Maokai, he clears a little bit faster now with his Liandry's, but I still feel like the Wukong's faster than him.
But because the Liandry's, he does not have a big health bar or resistances, so Lyon pulled the trigger on him. He's got the backup of FBI, but FBI cannot get enough onto Isles. XU falls, and Lyon find another kill. Now Dokla pops the final hour, just going to go all in onto Photon right now. Flash is available, flash forward from Dokla, the condemn for the kill, and Dokla finds his solo.
Victor on the way, no teleport for Dokla, unless he's upgraded. He finished his role quest.
He has the quest completed, he's able to TP away, so Dokla gets in, gets out, big Dokes, finding the plays.
You said he's good at bouncing back from mistakes.
Yeah.
You were correct. What a bounce back from Dokla.
Inspired might need to bounce back here. Nope. Okay, he's got the backup of Isles, so he's able to just
Just
push
solo
in,
kill FBI.
use the Cyclone onto FBI. The Jhin walked up foolishly, has to flash back. As now Isles trying to buy time for Palafox. They're locking down Inspired. FBI was just the bait. Finds a big shutdown as the curtain call picks up the kill.
I was about to make a joke about how useful Karma Jhin was there, and then they actually were.
They got the slows.
They
got
shielded
the root
to stay alive.
Yeah.
They slowed and rooted them, and they got the kill.
That's what we talked about. That's all I took away from the conversation, was how much slowing and rooting they could do.
Yeah, and that's all they needed to kill Inspired. They're still in a bad spot.
Yeah, don't mind that Lyon also got bot turret and now top turret on the tail end of that play. With a 3.4k gold lead and 2 dragons and the grubs. Just pay attention to the fact that FBI got a kill.
And he's on his way to RFC, so he's about to get so much more useful on this Jhin.
Yeah.
You won't believe it.
Oh, well, I feel like Berserker, again, on the Sivir, was just able to get out of that laning phase pretty much for free. Let's get another look. Okay, this is after the solo kill.
Yeah, at the TP. Starts channeling it. That'll be back in 7 minutes. But at least it saved his life.
Cool.
Sick.
Yeah. All right, Lyon currently onto the Herald. XU's throwing out the Nature's Grasp. Roots up only onto Isles. As Inspired and Saint were both able to walk around it. Inspired claims the Herald, and Dignitas cannot lock down members of Lyon for long enough. Saint has taken the Gnar ultimate, and now Lyon turn it back on a Palafox. Dokla on a killing spree. XU can't even take down Isles. A double to Big Dokes as Lyon continue the forward momentum. FBI barely limps away as Photon hits Mega under the turret. Lyon find 2.
And they are really starting to run away with this game. They can pop the Herald now when no one on Dig can defend it. They just had the numbers advantage. Everybody was there. Photon was in bot lane when that fight started, and kind of everyone just pressed R, and they've blown open a 5,000 gold lead.
Let's get another look at that here, because like if this ult hits onto multiple people, sure, but they don't have damage yet there yet.
Yeah, I am perplexed of what XU Ignar thought was going to happen as Karma Maokai against the team. But as they walk in, Palafox kind of gets one shot. This is probably the worst play Dignitas has made all series, and it might end up costing them the series, because I think the game was fairly playable before this, but they've just lost so much. Yeah, their coaches are also...
Yeah, you can tell Swiffer and Emmy just like, yeah, that was not it. Why? Oh. Also, Palafox just kind of being all on his own in the river. Everything kind of falling apart. Comedy of errors for Dignitas, and Lyon will happily laugh along. Dragons up, and they can pick up their third right now, putting them at soul point. Dignitas are looking to contest, but you mentioned it, 5,000 gold lead for Lyon. So it's going to be hard to beat through the wallets of this squad right now.
But don't want to give away soul point. They're losing sides. They're just hoping something good can happen here.
Photon already expired on the Mega Gnar. He's able to get some damage onto Inspired, but now it's a re-engage from Isles. Dokla coming in as well. Actually, just takes one auto. A couple of damage from the Rakan. And yeah, I mean, this Maokai is just not tanky in any sense of the world. That Boomerang Blade also chunking him heavily. Dragon's not going to be started up immediately by Lyon, but you have to imagine that they still could go for it if they want to, just given Dignitas' health bars.
Yeah, Isles got chunked pretty low, so he's going to try and run back onto the map real quick. Silas teleporting in for the flank. No way Dignitas can burst this whole dragon. Dokla's got a good position, but he's just a Vayne. It's Inspired that you got to watch.
Berserker's all alone right now, so if Dignitas find a way to get in onto the Sivir. Okay, now Isles is behind him. Inspired walking in as well. Flash out from Palafox. Early Cyclone from Inspired, but will still land on an XU. Saint looks for the flank, but it's Isles that finds a big engage, but the team's not quite ready to follow it up. Saint will find it for himself as he picks up one. Dokla unstoppable. The curtain call will try and answer something back. One last hit onto Saint right there, but Berserker still confident to walk forward. Dokla gets chunked out. Dignitas members too low. They'll back off, and Lyon will take 2 kills and the dragon.
Man, Silas Gnar ults are insane.
Yep.
That was such a big play by Saint there to blow this game even more wide open. Nice flash by Palafox at the start, but then you realize that Dig doesn't really have tools to fight back, and Lyon does a great job just biding their time here until Saint sees flash. Gnar right into an easy double kill.
Isles distracted for so long. Photon landed the Gnar ult onto Saint, but there was no damage follow-up because everybody was getting engaged on by the Rakan while that landed. Isles tags out, Red Rover, in goes Saint, and then he's able to find that one. So Lyon now with a 7K gold lead on Dragon's Soul Point. And this one's looking much more one-sided than last one. Jad, a lot of our time in Game 2 is spent on, okay, maybe Dig can find a way back. Like, how are they going to do it? I'm not seeing that angle anymore.
Yeah, I mean, based on the results here, Saint has Proto Belt. Dig doesn't have any Proto Belts.
True.
So
can we look at global Proto Belt?
There are 2 players
Rocket
that
Belt.
could build the
you
belt.
You did it to me. Can we look at global Rocket Belt win rates? Can we get Leo, our stats guy, on that real quick? Just
I mean, it's interesting. In LCK, both mid laners build it every game, so it's got to be 50-50.
It's got to be at least
not going to show us much.
At least close. But yeah, I'm curious. Like across the world, what the Rocket Belt win rate is for any team that is brave enough to build that.
You need to check Xpetu's WPA on Proto Belt.
I'm just saying,
I'll do that
Palafox doesn't
after.
have Flash. If he had Protobelt, it's kind of like another Flash.
It's like a really bad Flash.
Just think about it.
Yeah.
Lion
mobility.
are going to start up the Baron.
What's weird, I don't know why I'm memeing this. I was the Protobelt defender when everyone else was memeing it. Because I'm like, it's cheap. Maybe it's good. Maybe you can get some mobility. Saint is just smurfing, though.
Photon's just dead. Oh, no, he flashed. Okay, gets away. And there we go. FBI was useful, Jat. He's able to land the root, but in comes Lion. They peel off the Baron and find a kill onto XU. No jungler for Dig means that Lion should be able to clean this one up.
Yeah, Lion looks to be in full control here. They win both sides. They win team fights. And they have really strong objective damage. This will be the last-ditch effort, though, for Dignitas to try and get some type of team fight. They don't even have the jungler, so they just kind of got to run into fight.
They have curtain call. Now everybody turns on to Palafox! Dignitas' mid laner in complete Narnia there, as now the top laner and support maybe find more. Shut down as FBI threads the needle, finds another kill, and Dignitas actually get 2. All right. Palafox was the distraction
Dig,
to buy space. Dig find an actual play.
Yeah, Dig take those. 2 kills. It's just Palafox who goes down. FBI, incredible patience with this Jhin ultimate. But the Baron debuff is alive here, so it's actually a 2 for 2 since the Maokai died earlier.
Sure.
But yeah, Palafox does go in, gets a good chunk onto Inspired, and Baron chunks out Berserker. And then really nice shot as FBI needed to send that one out of the chamber too, since Dokla was flanking and was about to assassinate him on the backside.
And you know what? I'll apologize to Palafox right there. That Arcane Storm, he's able to lock it onto Berserker, and that's what did so much of that damage. Baron hit him with one attack as well, but like that Arcane Storm is what did the majority, which allowed FBI to find that snipe, allowed FBI to get that shutdown. And now that 7K gold lead is only a 6K gold lead, Jet. Ooh, a bit of a comeback.
A comeback, maybe? Jhin about to get an Infinity yet?
Yeah. Jhin about to tickle a little harder.
I mean, no, but if it happens, it's good that we said it.
True.
Because it would be good foreshadowing.
And again, I do want to, I'm making a joke out of it, but there's no dedicated tank that's building full-on armor. So in a traditional comp, I don't like Jhin's in late game, but like against a Vayne, like a 4-shot on Dokla is going to be crazy. Even on Saint, who doesn't have armor, just some magic resistant health. Like we're making these jokes, but I think there is a legitimate argument to be made that FBI can do a lot of damage against this type of composition.
Yeah, the biggest thing would be to get the Dokla shut down. If they can somehow do that, that is not even in the context of a team fight, because I think if they spend a bunch of time killing the Vayne, like Wukong, Sylas, Sivir is going to run through them. So Dokla has to make a really big mistake, and if Dig can capitalize on that, that makes it 5,000, then maybe you're getting close to your 2 or 3 item power spikes. But looking at the items, now is actually a good time to fight on Soul Point, because even though the gold is 6K, look at the items. Everyone's on 2 items, so there's not a huge advantage for Lion right now.
And currently, Dignitas have control over the Banana Brush, plus the Line Brush. Lion are going to have to walk in. Isles has a flank here as the Rakan, but not a lot of ranged follow-up from Lion's side. Saint is able to get the Maokai ultimate. That is huge for him in these fights. It's that or the Gnar that you're looking for, as Lion actually do wrestle control into the river.
Yeah, Lion's going to just start this up right now, and then whenever Inspired wants to turn, they'll probably send Saint, Maokai, and Inspired into the fray. I like how Dig haven't hit that Blast Cone, though, because it's a nice disengage for when Lion tries to go in. But Lion wants to just get this as low as possible to force XU in.
And it's a double Nature's Grasp coming out from both sides. Isles flashes in for the engage. Photon's looking for his own flank, but already XU is down. Inspired onto the back line. Cyclone onto FBI, but the shields are too much. They actually cannot kill the AD carry. Curtain call, slowing down Saint. Damage in. Dragon Soul secured by Lion, and they're able to get away for now. Photon jumps back in, but he's condemned into the wall. Dokla almost kills Ignar. Photon goes down into Mini, and Dignitas have peeled back. Lion only find a 1-for-1 trade, but getting the Dragon Soul is well worth it, as Photon looks to make even more happen. Palafox, pretty full health bars, just chasing him down. Lion are going to be able to get out for now. The laser not enough to kill Saint.
Man, Dig really wanted some more kills on the back end of that fight because they've lost the soul.
Yeah.
So the raw value of that is just going to keep multiplying on the high damage team of Lion. But you can see with everyone being on about 2.5 items, this fight ended up being kind of close. And the Karma shielding can be really important to get people out of these fights. So they really do chunk Isles down right at the start. And then a really crucial dodge by FBI on that Saint.
Yep.
Second portion of his E. before they can open up with the curtain call to push Lyon out of the fight. But the fact that Dokla never chased through, stayed on the Drake, Lyon knew what the prize was, and it was Soul, which they got.
And it looks like we're back to live as XU just dies in his own jungle. Nature's Grass goes down, but it's not enough lockdown for Palafox to find a kill initially. Saint goes back in with the Abduct, chains land, steals away the Arcane Storm, throws it back at Palafox. And Dignitas will just lose their jungler. This is the downside of the AP Maokai build. You saw it in that fight, you saw it there. XU just cannot live long enough for his team to back up, as now Berserker's getting some damage. Another engage from Inspired, Cyclone onto 2, Photon ultimate into the wall, FBI on a rampage, as he'll take down Saint. Dignitas' AD carry somehow finds himself on the other side of the river. Inspired chasing him down, Ignar lands the root, but Inspired will bop him to death, as Lyon will find 2 more and the ace of Baron.
This will definitely be the Baron with Dokla here to do that percent max health. Berserker can take a bunch of turret gold on the back end as well. But, Jhin has been useful. I'll give him that.
Okay.
FBI's having a good game.
I like this character growth from you, Jed.
Yeah.
This is big. Yeah.
You can understand the angle of the Jhin.
I don't understand how he got at that angle, at that end there, but still, he's able to do damage, he's able to find kills, he got the kill on the Saint, but the problem is, it was a 4v5 to begin with, and it just feels like they can't find ways to approach Lyon safely.
For sure, that's the thing, is XU felt like they probably needed a little bit more damage, has gone with a more AP build. Even if he goes tanky for what it's worth against Sivir Vayne, he's still probably not going to be that tanky anyway.
Yeah.
If he didn't go Leandries, he's never going to clear the jungle fast enough to even hope to keep up, but he's probably dead again.
Yeah.
No, he's fine.
Okay, he's able to limp away from that one. Has the phase rush available and gets him to safety, but we just saw there that Isles was able to outdamage him. Just the Rakan alone going for the full combo. And then the team forcing out the retreat. Dignitas in full defensive mode here, trying to turtle up. Lyon with the Baron, as well as the Dragon Soul, will start a siege, but it's still pretty early game. It's only 27 minutes right now. Deadly Flourish will not land on Isles. Good little sidestep there. So I don't imagine Lyon will be ending this game immediately unless they find another pick, unless they find another member of Dignitas out of position.
Yeah, we're already 2.5 minutes until the next Elder as well, so they'll likely be able to take that in a very similar way that they've won these last few fights. Inspired GA up as well. He can really just freely fly in.
Oh, yeah.
Saint with his Seeker's Arm Guard. They're really just positioned to be able to play around this Baron. They're going to use the next Elder. They're going to use the rest of this Baron buff to just accumulate gold, but unless Dig tries to all in, I don't see any reason for Lyon to rush.
Yeah, 10k gold lead now because of that mid-turret cracking, as Photon will look for a play here onto Isles, is able to battle dance away. Berserker giving him the extraction point, and Lyon support still up. Dokla, meanwhile, still peppering this mid inhibitor now as XU and Photon start to walk up, but he backs off and is even still trading some damage. Lyon are just taking everything. Dignitas have not found a way to slow down this Baron push.
Nice Baron power play. They're really daring Dig to all in on someone. I really thought XU was going to flash W onto Dokla in the mid lane, but Dig didn't have the confidence to go for that, knowing that if they all in, it doesn't work, the game is completely over.
And also Dokla has the QSS completed now, so it's even hard to lock him down.
And a McHale's on Isles.
Yeah. As along with the shield from the locket. So Dignitas are gonna have to find a miracle here. They'll throw out the Nature's Grasp. Saint goes into the stasis, but now straight out of it is into a Twisted Advance. Actually not have enough damage. Flash away from FBI to follow up from Inspired. Locking down everybody on the back line. Inspired goes legendary. Dokla with a triple kill to close out this game. They didn't need that Elder Dragon. Lyon will make the comeback happen and win this series 2-1.
Big Dokes, top lane Vayne, ends it with 10 kills. And even though Lyon started slow, they finish fast. Sub 30-minute game. They win the back end of that series, take them down 2-1, and get their first match win of Spring Split.
Much more convincing win in Game 3 than Game 2. That Game 2, they were winning the bot side. They weren't able to transition it into a snowball. It was a grinder. Long game where they had to go for that Elder Dragon. This time around, nope. They just utilized that Baron so much more effectively, capitalizing on Dignitas not having a lot of wave clear. And that man on your screen, Isles, I think had a fantastic series.
Yeah, maximizing your onstage practice, and you're seeing Isles on the way to the lounge, who we're throwing it to as well.
Woo! Yes, sir. I cannot wait for this conversation.
Isles Lux! Oh my God!
He's already hearing it. He can't respond. He's just going to have to take it.
he has to get mic'd up first.
Thoughts on the series?
I mean, it was a little bit of a shaky start for Lyon, definitely. Also, I will say, even though they lost, Dig looked way better than they did in week 1.
When we were making fun of Dig last week. Hey! 12 and 2 all time on Lux. Lux Smurf. Where's the Lux skills?
What's going on here?
You always had it in you?
Honestly, Lux actually used to be my favorite champ in Australia. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really planned either. I think we played Lux and Scrims maybe one time this week. So I wasn't sure how it would go, but it went okay.
Wait, you say it used to be your favorite champ. What's your current favorite champ? What's going on here? Throwing away Lux to the side
honestly,
like that?
Honestly, I was a big Bod fan.
Yeah.
But there was that series that last week. I went like 0-8 or something. I kind of lost
No longer my favorite champ.
After that one, yeah.
But I did want to piggyback on that though, because like I feel like there were some games at First Stand where you might have wanted to have a bit of a different performance. It feels like you've been on a tear since coming back to LCS. So just talk to me about the brief off season you had and like coming back into the league.
To be honest, it's a bit of a. It's never actually been this way. Usually it's been the other way, where I play well in scrims and bad on stage. But now I play bad in scrims and well on stage.
Oh, nice.
What? That's better
That's
though,
the better
right?
angle,
Let's go.
honestly.
Since JDG, I think my stage performances have been still like there's a lot of micro things to improve on. I think even in that last game, I wasn't always where I think I should have been. It's just hard to sometimes to navigate what you should be doing at what time against what different champs, particularly in Fearless. It's been a long time since I played Rakan vs Maokai, but this is like a classic counter in the sense that it's really hard to engage from the front, but you also have that feeling that you're so strong that you should engage from the front.
Yeah.
It really can be hard to navigate, but yeah, I'm fortunate to, I suppose, be showing up on stage in some ways. I think our team didn't look great today. There's probably going to be some long discussions about losing one game to Dignitas, but still happy to get a win, of course.
How do you navigate the feeling of you feeling like, I mean, you're really self-critical, so you can even, cut this part, but like you feeling like you've done really well throughout this last 2 weeks, but obviously the team as a whole looking worse, obviously losing to C9, but of course you even just mentioning like losing a game to Dignitas. Like, how do you feel about your personal performance and the overall team performance?
I mean, on stage I wasn't really dissatisfied with how I played. I think game 1 I could have played a little better, but it did seem like, I'm not sure if it's our meta read or just the decisions we made in game. I think Inspired was talking about how maybe he shouldn't have invaded because the whole point was he was just thinking it would be hard to fight second crab if we just farmed normally.
Yeah.
But because we never saw Xin and it became like this funny situation where we couldn't see where Xin was and he was just constantly in bot side, it kind of felt like our win con of winning lane through bot just never really had any chance to take off. And obviously we had a big blunder in mid, but honestly, after all the games today, I've just been thinking, why is it so hard? And honestly, the answer has not come so easily. In scrims, oftentimes I just run games down and get flamed for it. But today, it was definitely trickier to navigate on stage. Obviously, scrims on stage, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
But still happy, like I said, to get a victory despite all of that. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to investigate what happened today.
Yeah, mine as well.
Did anything change inside the team after First Stand and doing a little international together, like how the team practices or operates or what you're focusing on, or is it you're such a new team anyway that you're just always trying to improve?
I don't think honestly a lot changed from playing internationally. I think we definitely small things to me. I've definitely noticed certain things are more important. I got a great experience. I've spoken about this before, but playing it on specifically, we scrimmed BLG only one time, but he was fantastic on Rakan. I hope I could do a little bit of what he would be able to do today. Definitely not as well as he would have, but I learned so much individually, and I think that's largely what we've taken from First Stand. I think Dokla has been outspoken about how his individual performance needs to be improved based on what we experienced at First Stand, but I think the way our team operates behind the scenes is still the way it is, and we're just holding ourselves to higher standards.
Okay.
How difficult is it to be able to put those things into practice when you're not facing like on every game, right? Because I feel like this is the struggle that a lot of LCS teams go through, where you go to internationals, you actually do learn a ton from facing off against really strong opponents, and then you come back here and kind of have to keep it in your head and somehow put that into practice. So how's that going?
I mean, today, the last game is actually a great example of that, because I would definitely not get away with playing Rakan like this and having push at like level 4 versus Karma in an international tournament. It just wouldn't happen. Karma's been like almost 100% priority throughout first stand, I think, and it was just considered like one of the top champs. But in NA, I have pushed at level 4 as Rakan, and I'm thinking to myself, what should I do? I'm running top with TP at level 4, and I'm thinking like the world is my oyster. But it also feels really bad when something doesn't happen immediately.
Yeah.
So it is, like you say, hard to know what you should do at what time. When you have a bit more of a standard practice regimen of playing against really good people who are doing what they're supposed to do, you start to feel the pattern of where you should be at what time. But yeah, when you do have all the control in the game, it definitely can be hard. And again, you will start to fall into your own exploitable patterns once you do face against really good teams or just better teams even in the LCS. I think if I did some of the things that I did against TL or C9, maybe you can get a bit more punished, but lane might look a bit different. It's hard to judge, but the good thing about Best of Series is that when we go into our Game 3 draft, we play knowing who we're going to play against based on the first 2 games.
Yeah.
Berserker made a really good call, I think, about how we navigated draft, giving Karma for free and just playing against it. I think it really paid off.
Who do you think got player of the game for this one? Don't even look at the screens, because the screens have spoilers.
Spoilers.
Yeah, they may have. There's 3 screens pointed to us with spoilers. It's a tough one, I think.
Inspired, I would guess.
Ooh, it was actually Dokla. And maybe it's a little bit of the
the-
Vayne bias that people end up having. I'm interested in what the fans actually thought from that one, because I think there's a lot of people that would rather go for Inspired or Dokla or. Okay,
No,
the fans love the Vayne. The fans love the Vayne.
It's a big Vayne thing.
Yeah, I think so.
You think Vayne and win, you carried?
I think so. I heard that you may have $100 on the line from a co-streamer in particular.
Really?
Yes.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure it's based off of you doing a Fortnite dance.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen. I can do it with you.
That's not gonna happen.
Raz is so into
That
this.
is literally like dinner for like 3 days in a row.
No, my pride is worth much more than $100.
I can stand up, do it right now.
Raz will just do one.
Yeah, Raz will do it for free.
What about me? What if I get $100?
I'm not giving you $100.
Not for me. Who's the streamer?
I support Riot Games. Not Epic Games. I love Riot.
That's insane. Well, surely now you're paying Muramina or somebody like $100. Now you have, it's out of your pocket. I'm sure it is. Let's actually check out today's pogs, just to be sure. Because we ended up getting Jose Diodo, Morgan, XU, Isles. Of course, you got another pog. I'm just saying, you're racking them up now. You and Dokla, to be sure. Thoughts on Dignitas? Because they were putting up a fight. Like last week, they looked really bad. But I don't know if you've scrimmed them at all or have any thoughts on them, because I think we're seeing 2 different sides of Dignitas that's confusing a lot of people. And they were your former team. I mean, maybe different players, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes. I do think their coaching staff could have a really big impact on the players. I have big respect for Swiffer, and I think, you know, he came from somewhere I'm familiar with to make his way here, going to Europe, going to NA. I think there's a high chance that he would have a big impact on the team. I think they're still really fumbling in lane.
Yeah.
But I think, especially in that first game, I think Palafox was laning great on Ori. He had really big chances to make the game really hard. I think if Ignar had played even a little bit more sound in that first game, it could have been really suffocating. But yeah, I can't really pinpoint where Dignitas Storm comes from, if it comes at all.
That's fair.
But they played, I mean, they punched above their weight today, I would say.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Just want to see what we're dealing with for tomorrow, because we just got through the actual standings. DSG going up against FlyQuest, Sentinels going up against C9. Sentinel C9, that's a rematch. Thoughts on that matchup in particular? I mean, I'm just going C9. So.
I mean, I think everyone expects C9 to win, but I do think that in terms of like raw teamwork, Sentinels don't have the strongest laners. I think it's obvious. But in terms of teamwork, Sentinels is really coordinated. I think Impact has been playing great, particularly on his signature picks, whether it be Rumble or Cassante or Renekton. I think he really does have fantastic instincts.
Yeah.
To just click flash W on Renekton or just be where he should be on Rumble in a place you don't expect him. He really reads the map well. And I think the veterans on that team seem to be tying the team well together. I think they don't have the lane results always, but the way they move around the map, even if it's slightly suboptimal at times, is very, very coordinated, and that's where they shine.
Okay, I like that. That being said, that's a lot of LCS talk. NACL is back in full swing for Spring Split. So here are the standings after week 3. The top 2 teams at the end of the year will face off against DSG in the promotion tournament for LCS guest slot in 2027. Catch the NACL each Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. 3 days. Remember, it's Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. And it's going to be, of course, on the twitch.tv/NACL stream or YouTube. We got YouTube's at NACL as well. So we got a lot of action on that front. So do not miss that. Do not miss LCS. We're going to be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be starting it off with DSG versus FlyQuest. But we are going to be rating Double Stream, so be sure to say hi from the LCS if you're going to stick around.
Who's he duoing with?
That's a good question.
Did he get Sneaky or Medios to actually play with him this
Hopefully.
time? Usually they go for ranked.
Yeah.
He's been playing with Tomio, so maybe, what is that? Paul Belter!
Oh, what's up, Paul?
Check out that stream. Check out that stream. Take it easy, guys. We're signing off.
Okay.
I think you should save it. Keep going. Not bad. 0-1 HP. 0-1 HP. I did 1 HP.
I see
1 HP. Coming as well. Not bad. I'm going on 0.
1 HP.
Ezreal 1 HP. Ezreal no flash. Ezreal no flash. I'm going.
Maybe I'll take the round.
Oh, Pepe, help.
Oh, coming.
I cannot hit.
Maybe disaster?
You just there. Oh, not disaster. Oh, Poppy no flash.
I cannot go.
My bad.
Dragon Baron is all up. No flash. Okay? Dragon Baron all up. I think we are getting close to. What the fuck? Getting Dragon Baron, okay? Good job.
They're just making it painful at this point. It was a much closer game, but it's still a Team Liquid victory. 2-0. They'll take out Shopify Rebellion.
Go!
Okay.
Victor no flash, guys.
Okay, I'll look at the doer.
I got the Nara, I think. Behind the gym. Yeah, I'm coming.
I will kill him. E5.
I will kill him,
I think. I'm running at Karma, so.
Good then. Good.
Come to Nash.
Yeah.
You can stay mid. Lyon will make the comeback happen and win this series 2-1.